I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, April 28th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching and listening. Appreciate it on YouTube or listen on the archives or PulpMXShow.com. Thank you for using the sponsor codes. That really helps us out. So whether it's any of our partners that have codes that enable you to save, we appreciate that. So use those codes, including Brunt Work Boots. Just got those guys on board. 702-586-7857. You want to talk Pittsburgh or anything else, give us a call. We got 3 great guys in studio. A lot of speed here in studio. Let's put it that way. A lot of championships also in this studio. Thank you for listening and watching. We're going to have Cooper Webb calling in. Coop, what a ride, man, in Pittsburgh. Absolutely great. Sexton chased him the whole time, and Coop pulls off the win and gives himself a little more breathing room with 2 rounds to go in the series. So, again, thank you to our sponsors, Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, Cardo Systems, Pro Filter, Works Connection, Get Data, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Weisco Piston, Fox Factory Vehicles, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon, and Troll Training. Learn a little more about them tonight as well on the show from the man himself. But again, Cooper Webb calling in. Jason Thomas from Fly Racing will be calling in as well. We got the I Don't Know Man, Motorsport.com tweeted tit segment, Race Tech rant, the X-Brown Goggle tear-offs. We're going to have some fun tonight. So strap in, buckle up. First up in the studio, he is a 2-time 250 motocross champion. And, looking and doing a new thing this year with the Star Racing VIP program. It's Jeremy Martin. What's up, J-Mart? How are you, buddy?
It's good to be here, man.
Thanks for coming in, yeah.
Yeah, we're officially in the studio for the first time here.
Oh, this is fantastic.
I'm into it. PulpMX, here we come.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Also here, speaking of champions, Canadian Supercross champion, and he's returning to Canada this year, the Phil Nicoletti. Philip?
A bit underwhelming when you say that next to J-Mart, but yeah.
We'll take it.
Happy to be here.
Right.
It's cool to be here with 2 little brothers.
A couple of your best friends.
Yeah. So it's cool.
And also the 450 Supercross Rookie of the Year. Troll Training head honcho, the Alex Martin. Troll Train. What's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Happy to be here.
Oh, this shit talking's already started at lunch.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Phil stole J-Mart's ride. J-Mart was faster than Phil when they showed up at JGR back in the day. Alex doesn't know what's going on. There's a lot of stuff to get into tonight on the show. So, and Cooper Webb also calling in. What a ride, man, by Cooper Webb. Lots to get into tonight on the show. And, again, thanks for listening, everybody. Appreciate it. Alex Martin, we'll start with that. Brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save. And love to talk about OGO Power Sports. Use that code, whether it's a roller bag, whether it's a backpack, whether it's a gear bag 9800 or the dozer bag. OGO Power Sports Pulp 15 code brings you Alex Martin on the show. We're going to give you all the details of the LCQ race. The field is set. The wild cards are picked. And that's this Friday in Denver. Looking forward to doing that. We'll give you all the details about that and more later on in the show. And also we'll talk to you about the St. Jude auction as well. It launched, so tell you more about that. 250 series is unbelievable right now. Vial has 1 point on Seth Hammaker. RJ Hampshire 3 back. 1 race to go in that thing. But, yeah, lots to get into. Phil, I'll start with you. Obviously, Cooper Webb's a friend to everybody here in the studio, but maybe more so you. That was clutch. That was what he needed. Sexton was on him. He's hitting the lappers first. The track's a little treacherous, and dude, props to Coop, man.
Yeah, it was that was an amazing ride. I mean, last week on your show, I basically said, well, we all did. He had to go to Pittsburgh and shut it down some way or another. And for 20+1, Chase tried, and couldn't come up with anything. So
yeah,
I think Coop's vibe on the weekend. He flew in some special friends to keep him motivated and stuff like that on the back end, and it was
like Taco. I didn't see Taco.
Real deal.
Okay,
he flew in real deal.
Real deal.
Yeah.
Real deal came in.
What about Beam?
No Beam.
No Beam.
Nah.
So Beam and Taco. Beam and Taco.
They'll be there for the championship party.
Okay.
You know?
Those ones.
But until we get to the championship party, we have to fly the people in to get us there.
Yeah,
So-
but once we get the party,
Yeah,
those
well,
two
those
come
two
in.
come in. Yes, yes. So, yeah, he had to. He had to bring in the big guns. And, kept the vibe loose, and
I think he worked a little bit with JB on some whoops. I heard a new shock setting. So like, he was looking right. He was trying to stop this guy. Yeah.
I don't know what He looked good, jumping
Yeah.
the whoops, doing his thing.
Yep.
A little slow in corners here and there, tiptoeing around. I think Chase still might have been just a tad bit faster, but
Yeah.
Coop just shut him down any which way and just forced him into
One of the
mistakes.
things I thought about was like, look, if Chase had got the start, he wins. But then I started watching the race and thinking about it. Chase made the mistake in the whoops.
Yeah.
Like that if Coop is behind him and Chase makes that mistake, Coop goes by him. So I'm not ready to say that. Like I was thinking that, but no.
Yeah, I think Coop this weekend there was like some serious blood in the water, and he knew he had to he had to win this weekend regardless. So
and about 4 or 5 laps to go, he started tripling in the whoops.
Yeah,
found a better line, and then that helped him. And then Sexton figured out the next lap, but that got him a gap of a half a second or so. Like
it was a bit of a yo-yo.
Yeah.
I just was wondering if if Chase was going to get close enough, if he would have thrown an elbow a little bit. You
You
know?
think he would have got in there and gave Coop a little?
I'm waiting for it. It's got to come here sooner or later. Now it's definitely going to come in Denver, I would assume.
The elevated turn might have been a good spot for that because we saw where Vial got Thrasher.
Yeah.
Coop almost got Chase there, beginning of the main event, once or twice. He almost brake checked him, pretty damn good.
Yeah,
on TV.
Yeah, clutch ride, man. That's great. And J Mart, that's pressure, man. He's behind you.
Yeah.
You got to stop it. That's just 20 minutes of like, who's cracking?
Yeah, pretty much. And then obviously, you're trying to focus ahead if you're Cooper, and you're racing the lap time and just trying to keep it clean. And you can hear when someone's on you too. So that dude can handle the pressure for sure.
Yeah, it was impressive, man. And then Vial was the same way. We'll get into that a little bit as well. But yeah, A-Mart, 12 points, 2 rounds to go, and those guys have been 1-2 for I think 3 weeks in a row. They ripped through the pack in Philly, right? This weekend they both started right away.
Wait, 12 or 9?
9.
It's 12.
12.
12. Now, it was 9 before.
Yeah.
Oh, it was 9.
Yeah, because then if he wins
Have
3
you
in a
been
row.
paying attention?
Oh, don't even fucking don't even start with me, dude.
I couldn't help
I will
it.
light you on fire.
It's too
right
easy.
now.
Touche, bro.
That was good, but don't even start right now.
But 12 to go, 12 points, 2 to go. Look, AP's riding well. He's not going to want anything to do with fucking up with Coop. Same thing with J Coop. Like Alex, kind of hard to see how. Look, we just saw a guy blew Achilles tendon on the second last round a couple years ago.
Sure.
So literally anything can happen. But yeah.
Well, it goes back to what we were talking about. Coop's a gamer, and everybody knows Coop's a gamer, and he just gets stronger when he has a little bit of confidence. It's a scary guy to be around.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show that it's a 17-round series. Chase may win by 15 seconds one weekend, but Cooper's second. Minimal point damage, comes back the next weekend on a track that maybe suits him a little bit more. He crushed the whoops where Chase struggled in the whoops. It's just, Coop's dangerous.
Here's what I and we were talking about this in the review pod a little bit. Like, Chase is blitzing, and I'm like, okay, he's going to get him. That's where he's going to get him. Coop's not blitzing. He's going to get him there. And then Chase stops blitzing. Mm-hmm. Now, you guys know, I haven't blitzed too many sets of whoops in my time.
Neither is Alex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I will say, I feel like a hallmark to a good rider is you can pick up on lines. Like, Cooper is good at this, picking up at lines throughout. And I think what Chase was thinking is in his mind, Coop's pulling away in the whoops. Let's try to jump. But Chase's strength is skimming whoops, right?
I thought Chase looked better there than Coop. Not by a lot, but a little bit. And then he stopped blitzing, and then it was game over.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. Like, you were at the race and you saw him. The whoops at MetLife, that second set looked way gnarlier and tackier than the ones in Pittsburgh. So I don't know why he skimmed those ones.
The ones in Pittsburgh were pretty big. I know I'm one of the taller riders in the paddock, but they were up to my hips or whatever, and they
okay,
were.
But so we were talking about this in the review show. Dino and Ferrandis never stopped blitzing.
Yeah.
As far as I could tell, I'd watched them every single pass.
Yeah.
But dude, they never stopped blitzing, and Chase is a better rider than those two guys. So that's the point where I'm like, why did he stop? It's a lot of energy.
I'm sure he's kicking himself for stopping as well. Yeah.
Because that was really the part where that's the thing he could have got him at, I think.
But did he have like a moment when he was skimming them?
I don't think
Did he
so.
ever like step out? Because
didn't
that would
see
be
that.
me. Like I'd throw in the towel like
Not-
if I have a sketchy run or
Not
two.
compared to the moments he had jumping them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but does this not go into what we're going to talk about later? The media guys, like, it's easy to be like, why didn't he just skim him?
Yeah.
Hey, for 20
but,
minutes.
No, okay,
you know?
but Al, what I'm saying is Dino and Ferrandis never stopped skimming as far as I could tell. So if everyone stopped skimming, I wouldn't be sitting here being like, oh, what the fuck? Like, why'd you stop? Because obviously they're gnarly.
But like I was
when
saying, maybe Coop was pulling him in that section, and he thought,
Coop
hey,
wasn't
let's
pulling
give
him.
it a
That's not
try. We'll
pulling him.
try jumping him.
So you
But
think
Chase was closing in on him in the whoops,
Yeah,
and
Thank
then
you.
Coop was a
Thank
little
you.
bit better, like in
Thank
the
you.
cutting down in the turns. I thought, Yeah.
it was it was a little weird for Chase to stop. Again, he's gnarly, so I'm going to defer to him. But I was wondering, I'm like, dude, that was where you're going to get him,
I'd like to know because I personally, I like skimming whoops. I can't jump them,
Yeah.
but if I was looking as a guy that skims whoops, the ones at MetLife looked a lot harder to skim.
Yeah.
Than the one more technical than the ones.
Yeah. And
at
Chase was
Pittsburgh.
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's why I don't.
And then it's so awesome that Coop, like, again, talking about finding new lines, just, I don't know, 15 minutes in, like, they were going so slow to drop in to double in. It was, like, again, slow. But that's what they were doing. And then 15 minutes in, Coop's like, yeah, and 3 in. And then, and I was just like, because you know how locked in you are, how tired you are, how.
But he's always
Yeah.
been good at that, changing the line mid-race.
like what Alex said.
Yeah,
Yeah.
finding a new rhythm through a whoop. Like, that's hard to do when you're 195 heart rate with all that pressure. I
And especially like the East Coast tracks where you're having to cut down. Coop's good at that, finding that inside line.
It was impressive, man. It was I used the word clutch a bunch on the review pod. I'll use it tonight. It's a clutch ride. He had him breathing down his neck, and it's harder to be the leader through the lappers,
Yeah.
everything else
100%.
than
100% it is.
and Coop's just like no. So, and then he put the baby to bed. Is that what?
Yeah, it was a little lullaby.
The baby to bed? Is that what? I don't really like that.
Why?
I just
come
don't
on,
like
Jesus.
that. I don't.
The gun was used.
I don't like the gun.
We're out of
I don't like the gun. I
We're
don't like
out
the
of
baby.
ammo.
I don't like any of that.
Yeah, it's good for the sport. A little drama here.
I guess
you know?
maybe I'm just too old. I don't know.
It
Yeah.
was actually funny because Coop did the finish line after he won, went
Yeah.
long on the finish line, went into the first corner
Yeah.
there. He about fell over. And then, I guess Chase didn't give him thumbs up or whatever.
Yeah.
So then that's when
Yeah.
Coop went to
Yeah.
the-
Chase was like later,
Yeah,
bro.
see ya.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
outta here.
Yeah, I know. I was watching that a little bit too.
but-
By the way, working the cameras over there, holding things down on the YouTube. Mark's is taking a night off. It's the Nick Powers. What's up, buddy?
What's up, boys? Glad to be here.
Thanks for coming in. I got a lot of questions for you later
Shoot.
about your Instagram.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. I got a lot of questions for you. I want to know what this guy's doing on his Instagram. I'll give you his Instagram handle.
That'd
You
be-
can judge for yourself.
All
Taking your phone calls over in the corner, holding things in. It's a rare Tits and Nick combo tonight. The Tits Legendary. What's up, Tits?
Extremely rare.
How are you, buddy?
I'm wonderful.
Thanks for coming in.
I'm glad to be here. Believe it or
Oh,
not.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Until 9:45, and then we'll see.
Because of the Martin brothers or because of Phil?
All of the above.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Again,
Well
the LCQ race, we'll talk about the little bit more later. We got the field is set, and we'll talk about my race tech rant may or may not have something to do with the LCQ race and things like that. Like, I'm trying to fucking do a good thing here, but some people just don't really appreciate that. So you ran the Boston Marathon, Amart. We'll talk about that. You're a big runner now. J-Mart, we got some things in the works.
Yes, we
for
do.
you.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, Phil, you're testing Canadian Nationals.
Yep.
That says a lot.
We got some
we're
phone
testing.
calls on the hold, and so Coop said tonight that when I told him who was in studio, he said, Phil, the worst cyclist in studio, and I think he meant me too. I think he was including us four.
That's not the case anymore.
I don't know, man. We were cycling today, and you were shredding.
Yeah, Strava Steve's pretty fit right now.
Yeah.
I know those trails, so like
Yeah,
just-
like
yeah,
the back
give-
of your fucking
I do.
head.
I
Give
know.
yourself some credit, though.
Yeah.
I'm up on those trails riding rock cliffs, my butthole puckered, and I'm like, I'm going to die out here with Steve. Exactly what I thought was going to happen in my life. It's squirrely.
there's some sections like you fall off a couple of those cliffs.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're done.
You're
It's
done.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know. I just look on the trail ahead. I was like, cool.
My PulpMX salary doesn't really cut
Yeah,
it.
you were like in your Zen mode
He
out
was
there,
locked
just swigging
in.
and
Yeah, he
jigging.
was. He don't talk. He's got his fucking AirPods in.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah, I gotta go. But no, it's fun. We took you guys out for a little ride. Amart, you've been before. J-Mart, that was your first time, so it was fun. I got on the intense tasers.
Yeah, no, for sure. The trails were epic. I kind of liked that they were a little bit rocky, a little bit more technical and stuff, and I definitely got on your rear wheel a little bit, and I could see that you'd tune it up a little bit and give me a little bit more speed.
Well,
you were in it.
Two-time national champion. I had to show you what was up.
I was getting arm pump out there. I haven't rode in 7 months.
Yeah, you just run now.
Yeah.
Running is so boring.
I
dude.
literally had to take my hand off the bar because I'm like, I haven't gripped a bar in so long.
I want to talk to you later about running because I got some questions about running. So.
We got some running stories that are pretty fun.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll get into that too. All right. We got some calls on hold. First up, it's Mike on 3. What's up, Mike? Thanks for calling the show. What's happening?
Hey, man. So I don't know if it's like a race tech rant or more. I kind of want your opinion, but like I've heard numerous people talk about how like the attendance was kind of a little rough with like East Rutherford and Philly. But if you think about it, especially this time of year, you have all the kids playing like spring sports and stuff. If you start the race at 3. Half the kids can't show because you can't come because your kid's got an activity or something. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I don't know. Like, what do you think?
Yeah. The why they do day races on the West Coast, they bump it up for time for TV, right? Because 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I get
Eastern.
that. But
yeah.
Like,
the day races on the East Coast, I don't know. I don't know what the determining factor is. I have no idea. We had the same schedule at Philly and New York, I think, with exactly the same.
Yeah, because I live in Jersey, so like I would be able to go to both, and I would kill to go to both, but I couldn't because I coach my kids' softball team. You know, so it's like I can't go because we have a game at like 1:30.
Right.
You know.
Well, listen, man. Just
if you have the game if you have it at 7, then you can go.
Skip the softball. Like, what's the big deal?
The softball. It's hard when you're the head coach, you know.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't know, honestly, man. I don't know. Like, yes, I think the attendance wasn't great. Foxborough, the attendance didn't look great, but I mean it was a monsoon and cold. But
Philly was too cold.
Philly
shitty.
and New York didn't look good. They're also an hour and a half apart.
And
yeah, but I know a bunch of people that would totally go to both events
if if it was 7 o'clock start.
Yeah, if like you had the thing later, you could totally go because like also then your pit party starts at 9:30 in the morning. You got to leave your house at like 7 a.m.
Yeah.
I agree. It does.
I'm
suck.
sure it's all of the combination.
Yeah, I have no idea why they do that. I do know on the West Coast why they do it for TV times, and I get that, but I don't know how they determine on the East Coast. Like, hey, man, let's do a day race. No, don't know.
Yeah.
So,
all right, cool.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We got Randy on 1. Randy has a race tech rant also. Got a lot of angry listeners so far. What's up, Randy?
Yeah, a little angry. No, stellar lineup in the studio. So,
which Martin brother was your favorite?
Oh dear.
Oh,
Randy.
Well, this kind of leads into what I'm going to say, but winning an outdoor title is pretty badass. So,
yeah, I guess.
slight nod to
that's fair.
J Mart there.
Fair.
Yeah, you can't
but,
say anything.
Yeah, but Troll had the red plate.
He did.
Yeah.
Woo, yeah, he did.
One round, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. Anyways, what's your rant?
Yeah. So last week you're talking about evaluating the careers of Coop and Kenny, and gave the nod to Coop because of Supercross. And I get it. More money, more prestige, more recognition, but I'm just about the outdoors because it's just to win an outdoor title, you have to be an athlete. You have to be badass.
I agree.
And so, like, J-Mart, it's good that he's in studio, because I think he kind of gets it, and Alex, because he's a trainer. But, like, running a marathon or Leadville, when you're doing 30+2 outdoors, I mean, there's no skill that you could pull out of your moto bag to win an outdoor title if you're not fit.
And that's why, so I agree with you what you're saying. And I've always said this, 250 national title to me is so much gnarlier than a 7-race Supercross series against half the competition. Yeah, but Phil, I think most of our fans would be like, dude, the guy won Supercross, he's badass compared to a national guy. Like, I think our fans.
Yeah, German's 2 outdoor titles trumps any lights regional title.
Yeah, of course.
There is.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was never able to tick the box in Supercross, and like to be able to be on for 7-8 rounds in a Supercross series is really, really I think it's hard.
What about 12 nationals with the mud and the sun and the heat?
I do think with Supercross, there's more of a talent component that comes in, right?
Yeah.
Whereas outdoors, you can fitness your way into that position.
Can you fitness your way?
To a certain point, yes.
Yeah, I
like
think
he had the bike and he had the team, for sure. But he was also extremely fit.
Right.
Yeah. And then I would run people down. Like, at the end, I knew it was only a matter of time. And if I had, like, we all have a bad day in a 12-round outdoor national series.
Yeah.
Like, we all have that day. We don't feel good or whatever. And I was so fit, I'm just like, it doesn't matter. You know?
Right.
I mean, prime example like Hanny. I know he didn't win a Supercross title, but that guy was
he tied
talented.
He tied for one.
And he should have won one.
Yeah,
but if break his thumb,
Hanny in a 35-minute moto is a different story.
Yeah,
right.
I don't know. I'm with you. I'm with you, man. I think the outdoor stuff is so gnarly. You win an outdoor national, you're gnarly. It's a step above to me. But Supercross has the ratings, has the fans, has like it is a more prestigious title. So.
Yeah, no doubt.
Doesn't mean it's harder. It's just more prestigious.
Yeah. So just one final comment. So in the great outdoors, Bruce Sternstrom said that Supercross is more like a ballet, and outdoors is more like a fist fight. So
yeah,
I'm all about the fist fight.
All right, I get it, man. Yeah, absolutely. So
guys,
thanks, buddy. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Is this Bogle?
Yeah, dude.
What's up, bud? How are you? Justin Bogle, everybody.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, bro.
It's actually the Justin Bogle Bandit.
Okay.
I got a hot take.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Phil, Alex, Jeremy, good to see you.
Yeah, dude. It's good to hear your voice. What do you know?
Yeah, dude.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Just drinking a vodka soda right now, sitting in the garage, watching you guys.
My bubbly's missing some vodka.
That's my recovery choice.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Cooper Webb is Chase Sexton's daddy, okay? He made it apparent on Saturday night, and he's going to take it to the top. He's going to win this championship, no problem.
You're letting your Bogle stuff slip a little bit, buddy. You're not quite on his level. So, all right.
Many vodka sodas.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. We got a question for.
I actually thought it was.
I did too.
I know.
I did too.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Fuck.
He fooled Tits.
Yeah, he did.
fooled Tits. Hayden's got a question for J-Mart. Hayden, we got a question for J-Mart about cycling, but we have Troll Train here, so maybe he can answer. I don't know. Like, Hayden?
Oh, man. Yeah, for J-Mart. So J-Mart was at Schwamigan last year for the Lifetime race in Wisconsin. I just got a question, like, how does mountain bike racing compare to an outdoor motocross race? And is J-Mart doing Schwamigan again this year?
Give him the fucking what you would tell me on an outdoor national compared to mountain bike, the comparison.
I would say outdoors, I mean, they both hurt. They both really hurt. But, I mean, I just think of Schwamigan last year when I did it, like, I couldn't even hang with them. They opened up and they just went so hard from the rip, and then you're kind of in your head, and you're kind of fighting the inner demons. And once you say, Phil, you fight the inner demons in outdoor national, especially on a hot day like a Budds Creek or a Millville down in the valley.
You're also in the middle of the woods. No one's cheering you on. You're by yourself. In mountain bike stuff.
Yeah, that I would say the mountain bike stuff hurts more. But nobody's around. In an outdoor national, you got the fans, you got that kind of stuff to kind of help you get through, I would say, for sure.
Thanks, Hayden. Yeah, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem.
Nick has a race tech rant about Dean Wilson. Nick, we like Dean. What's your rant?
No, I like Dean too. No hate against Dean. He's a fill-in rider and everything. I want to know, just like maybe Phil or anyone else these answers, like, technology has gone into putting these green lights on the forks for the leaders coming through, and I don't know that that's for a lapper more so than the crowd, but why isn't there any technology going into, like, in my mind, I imagine there being like an Apple Watch, that same sort of screen that lights up with a blue flag, or it could be a red flag, yellow flag, whatever it may be. And unfortunately, maybe it's not Dean's fault. He got caught in the whoops. It's hard to avoid. But if there was some kind of light going on, it's like, hey, get off in the next section. Do you guys know of anything that's in the works for, like,
Lappers.
What we're doing to just for lapper issues?
Got it. All right. No, I don't know anything about that.
I got to say, if it was on your Apple Watch, you're not going to be looking at your watch.
Yeah, you're pretty fixated on that.
No, but like
front
mount
tire.
it to your handlebar or something like that lights up with like a blue light that just says, hey, we have something going on in this section. But just anything that's moving the needle as far as lappers.
We could fix it in 30 seconds. We could fix it.
It's honestly a good idea.
Yes, sir.
If there's more officials penalizing the guys for getting in the way, it would be fixed. The riders would get the hell out of the way where they start losing points and money. That's what that'll fix it. There we go. That's it. It's easy. So they don't want to do it. They don't have the manpower / money to do it or whatever. So we don't need technology. We just need more people saying, "Hey, Lapper, you didn't get out of the way. You're losing $100, $200. I don't know, whatever." So, all right. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shane's on one question about supplements and Barsha. What's up, Shane?
Hey, I just got a question for, maybe all you guys, but I know Alex and Jeremy are pretty big into the endurance space. I myself am a Ironman triathlete, so I see a lot of things like Justin sponsored by the feed, and with him possibly moving over to Ducati and the feed being pretty big in the helmet space advertising, do you guys think we possibly see something like that ever come to our sport, being a non-traditional sponsor like that?
I mean, the feed is kind of already in our sport. Troll training sponsor. With Barsha being sponsored by the feed, I think they're slowly creeping in. I think they're recognizing motorsports is actually a huge sport, obviously, because their bread and butter was endurance sports. But, I mean, all the same stuff applies.
Yeah, I think if anybody start looking at our athletes, they'd be like, holy shit, these guys are incredible.
I mean, the physical demands are there.
I mean, listen, when I did World Vets, I was doing 3 motos a day at World Vets. Like
grinding.
Yeah.
Grinding.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was getting at with it, because, like, if you watch Ironman, everyone's got the green feed sign with the blue helmet, and with him possibly changing over to Ducati without an energy drink sponsor, it just seems like a perfect fit.
I mean, those energy drink, that's a lot of money. Like, I don't know if the feed's budget is that. Like, I have no idea what they're spending with Barsha. Maybe I feel like it's a product-only thing with BAM.
Yeah, it's basically just an online store where you can go buy.
Right, but I'm saying, like,
they're not to get Barsha though.
Are they laying
to get
out
the
money?
helmet? Yeah.
They're not laying out money. They have some pretty high-end athletes.
No, I meant with Barsha, with Barsha's deal. Like
to get a guy like Barsha and be the dominant sponsor on the helmet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
My thing
that's
is,
what they would need to do.
So we actually had a call with the feed a couple of years ago, and I was surprised how small they were at the time, like that company. So they're growing bigger every year, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if they have the budget to throw it at like a moto guy at some point.
Shane, who's your favorite Martin brother?
Probably Alex.
Nice, there we go.
Yeah, I'm a triathlete. He's a marathon runner. I'm actually running Grandma's in a couple months, a month, I guess.
Oh, I'll see you there.
Yeah. I won't be anywhere close to you, but it'll be fun.
Shane, what's your go-to gel? If you had to use a gel, which one are you using?
I like the carbs. The carb
that's a good one.
That's a good one.
I
Yeah,
was
50
using those
grams.
Yeah.
I actually just ordered those after you told me. I've been
Yeah, and I just want to thank. I'll let you guys go, but Steve, I also won the FCP socks.
Oh, nice.
Great.
Okay,
They're
Hey,
awesome.
dude, they are. They're legit. Phil, you got factory chassis parts on your bike. You get some
I
socks?
don't have the socks.
You got to get socks.
Oh, I got fucked.
He makes them in Europe.
Really? So they're good cycling
Dude,
socks?
They're amazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
Don't even. No.
Cool.
Yeah.
Fine.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks,
Thanks for
guys.
the call. Thank you.
I'm
Appreciate
gonna
it.
get
Thanks.
in there.
Phil Nicoletti, Jeremy Martin, Alex Martin here on the PulpMX show. Cooper Webb coming right up. By the way, we'll have it coming up here. And Jeremy Martin brought to you by Decal Works. Ron, Sean, and the boys in Illinois doing big things. Red Bull KTM, Husqvarna Off Road. They got great guys that are working for the graphic company. They can do anything you want on your bike. You can put your numbers on, your sponsors on. They'll put a Troll Train head on your graphics if you want it. And decalmx.com, PulpMX25 is the code to save. Bringing you J Mart here on the show tonight. Thank you to those guys, Decal Works, and appreciate them coming on. Cooper Webb coming right up. So, again, what do you think happens the next 2 weeks? Does Coop just like, I want no part of you, Chase? Like, I'm taking second or third. Or do you think like Coop's like, hey, I'm going to try the whole shot and win this thing?
I think he's in it.
Yeah.
I think he keeps doing what Cooper Webb does.
Like, obviously, if Chase gets a start and he's away, he'll take the second. But,
I mean, Coop's a smart rider, and I'm sure he's kind of analyzing on the fly. It really depends on the main event start, his positioning on the first lap.
Yeah.
You know.
But I'm saying, like, if he's in first and Chase catches him, does he battle or does he just go?
He's smart.
I mean,
does Chase fuck with him?
I mean, I don't know. As Chase, have at all this year?
No.
Have we seen them get together and
no.
had their elbow being thrown
I
or
feel like
nothing?
it's been very
Chase
respectful.
he's a good rider.
He's
like
a pretty
that,
clean rider,
But for what, a $1.5 million title? Someone's got to fucking run it.
I would level
here.
you for a championship check,
dude. I would T-bone you for $10,000. And not even think twice about it, dude.
I never took anyone out, but I would take you out.
Yeah, for an LCQ win, honestly.
Let's go to Joe before we get to Joe. Thanks for calling. Who's your favorite Martin brother?
Alex.
All right, that's 2-1 for Alex. Okay.
You should have been nicer to the fans.
Poor Jeremy.
All right, what's your rant, Joe?
So I just kind of wanted to point out that as good as Webb is indoors, he's realistically only had about 4 great seasons, his 2 winning ones and these last 2 title runs. But outside of that, he was never that great, and he's just non-existent outdoors, while Kenny is basically in every single title fight since he came to America.
Yeah, but doesn't winning the title trump it? Yeah, a little bit.
Kind of. Like, just think of all the years Kenny's been the 1-2 guy fighting for the title in and out, and I just think that kind of outweighs.
Webb's got more wins, more titles indoors. I don't know.
That's true.
Listen, like you said last week on the show, this is a great debate. Webb's career versus Rox's career. I sided with Webb over the Supercross titles. But, I mean, it's not crazy to say Kenny. Kenny's got a world title. Kenny's got 2 outdoor titles. You know, it's not crazy. Like, it's a great bench racing conversation.
How much older is Kenny in Coop?
1 year?
2 years, maybe.
2 years?
Okay, they're pretty close.
Yeah. No, it's a good conversation to have. It's not. If you told me you thought Roxon, I'm not saying you're crazy.
No.
You know.
It just,
Like
the hard part is Kenny lost 2 of his greatest years being hurt. You know? So it's kind of like that really.
And like JT said when we were talking about this, you can't convince me that Kenny wasn't going to win that Supercross title. It was a year that he crashed out. Yeah. So no, it's all good bench racing for sure, Joe. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
I just felt that Kenny seems to fight for the title in and out, and I think that weighs a little more than 2 indoor titles, in my opinion.
It's pretty amazing. And I don't even know what Coop's career 450 motocross races are. Like, how many has he done? He's won 1.
He's won 1, couple 4 podiums, maybe.
I don't know.
That's
but
about it.
Yeah, like, he's missed a lot.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah. Good points.
It seemed like he wasn't in years.
Yeah. All right, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
Pulp20 is the code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter. Thank you to Maxima USA. Whether it is MPPL, whether it's SC1, the oil that Pro Circuit and Monster Energy Kawasaki use, 4-stroke oil, 2-stroke stuff, 927s for 2 strokes. Please check it out, Maxima USA. Pulp20 is the code to save with them. And Pro Filter as well. Pre-oiled, ready-to-use air and oil filters for street bikes, side-by-sides, dirt bikes, all of it. ProFilter.com. Pulp20 is the code to save. The Maxima guys tell me the code absolutely crushes it, so thanks, everybody. Appreciate that for using that code, and, yeah, absolutely love it. By the way, we talked about this last week. PulpMX gives back. We've started a new 501c nonprofit to help out injured riders. We're going to do a little bit of a soft launch and do it. And we're going to do like a hard launch and PR it. And Jerry Robin got hurt. And so we just quickly got it up, got it going. And we said that, and so Chiz is going to ride for Jerry for the Yamaha LCQ race this Friday. And we said, hey, if we got 7,700, Jerry's number 77, Chiz will wear 77 on the bike and jersey and everything. And, dude, we got over 11 grand already. So Chiz is going to run 77 and all that this Friday.
Cool.
It was really cool.
That is so cool.
And I'm stoked that you guys did so much. Like, I told Marks, I'm like, dude, do we have enough time to get 7,700? Like, we only got a week. Day and a half, we had 11 grand.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So, like, I was, blown away by that, people. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So we're going to talk more about that later on. But we got over 11 grand for Jerry, and Chiz is going to race for Jerry and give all his money to Jerry. Now, I had someone text me and say, it's fucked up if the guys don't let Chiz just win.
No, you can't.
There's no way.
You can't do that.
These are privateer guys, dude.
It's a race.
It's still a race at the end of the day.
I know.
Like,
that's
you know
what I'm
I
saying.
mean?
Yeah. I'm saying there's
Chiz will do his best. If he can win it, he'll win it. But
yeah, I mean, Chiz will be really good.
Yeah.
But, these guys aren't going to do that. I mean, Hill got almost 30 grand last year.
I mean, that's a lot for privateer.
That is a ton of money, especially one race.
Yeah, so
it's 12 fucking minutes, dude, for $30K.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Phil's coming back next year.
I would destroy you for 30K.
You wouldn't stand a chance.
All right, everybody. Let's talk to the winner from Pittsburgh this weekend. Brought to you by Fox Factory Vehicles, your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. They partner with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and more. Backed by the OEM factory warranty, easily financed through your local dealership. Fox Factory Vehicles to find your next custom vehicle. Bringing you the Pittsburgh Supercross winner. What a ride. Cooper Webb, what's up, Coop? How are you, buddy?
What's up, Steve? How's it going?
We're good. Hey, when you said that Phil was the worst cyclist in studio, did you mean me also?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so he's fourth. All right, that's what I thought you meant. Yeah.
Hey, don't make me
Who's
pull
off
up,
the podium?
dude. Don't make me pull up the picture at the top of Mount Mitchell, dude. Dude, no, yeah, shit just got
a
real.
great photo.
It is a
That's
great
a great
fucking
photo.
photo. How you're a two-time Supercross champ blows my fucking mind. But here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
That right there, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Mount Mitchell's a gnarly climb, and
Okay.
Coop's not a cyclist, okay?
Yeah.
And at the bottom of it where we started, it's 58 miles, 58
Is this
miles.
mountain bike or
round.
road biking? I already
Mount,
let-
road.
okay.
Road biking.
Road biking, yep.
58 miles out and back,
Yeah.
okay? And I left there, and I even told my buddy Ozzy, I'm like, dude, there ain't no way fucking Coop's going to make it up there. And we're like out of peak training season.
Yeah, what year
we're
is this?
deep into
What
off season.
What year is this?
What year is this, Coop?
Summer 22, so I was...
He was on his.
Oh,
he was,
yeah.
he was
He
on
wasn't
his
doing the
back
Nationals,
to
right?
He was on his back to roots fucking tour.
He's
So
having
you
a
know-
good time.
180 pounds.
Yeah. So you don't really know what was what was going on. I said we left that Lowe's in Marion, and I told Ozzy, I'm like, dude, ain't no way fucking Coop's make it. We need a fucking SAG vehicle to fucking go up there and get him. And dude, we all made it up there, and sure as shit, fucking Coop made it up to the top of that thing. I don't know what demons he battled or whatever, but he fucking got it up there, and I'm like, that's how he's a fucking champ right there.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing, mind blowing.
Only about an hour probably behind the group, but we made it.
You still did it. You still did it.
Hey, man, great ride. You really, you told us after New York, you're like, hey, he beat me. I go back to work. I got to get this thing done. And a lot of us internet motocross media people were saying that Pittsburgh was a good track for you, good soil, back east. You got to make all this was going through your mind, I guess, right? About like, hey, I got to stop this streak a little bit and get some points back on him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's it's easy to get caught up, but 100%. I mean, I think after East Rutherford just getting straight up stomped, it was it's been a while since that happened, right? So I think it was clear what I needed to work on. And yeah, it just happened to be a really good night. It didn't really break down as much as I think I was anticipating. With like you said, I was kind of expecting it to be a bit ruddier, and with the rain and stuff, I thought it was going to be definitely soft, and wasn't necessarily the case, but it still was I guess a softer-ish style track. But yeah, I think it was just crazy to see the difference 1 week can make, right? I mean, I left MetLife kind of shocked a little bit, and then two good days of riding, and we had a complete turnaround. So it's the beauty in racing, right? You get to do it every 7 days.
Yeah, it was a clutch ride by you for sure, and he's blitzing, you're jumping. The whoops were kind of big. J Mart said they were up to his hip. I mean, J Mart's pretty small, but. That has to go through your mind too, right? Where you're just like, this fucking guy, I'm not going to blitz. I'm going to jump these things. And, you got all this kind of stuff to go through your mind. It was impressive that you just never cracked. You made it through the lappers, all of that. How much were you stressing about the whoops? Because until you figured out that line with like 5 minutes to go where you tripled in, it didn't look great, but you got it done.
Yeah, I wasn't stressing them actually too bad. I think we obviously put an emphasis on it during the week, and I feel like I'm one that when I put an emphasis on something, I usually can. It takes time, but I do feel like I got a lot better in the whoops all day, like practice, heat race, everything. We definitely made a lot of improvements, so I was ready to blitz them. And until honestly, I saw J Coop in the heat race, and it was kind of like, oh, this might change something. And then watching the 250 main, you could see, Nate was skimming him, and he was definitely had the advantage. But I felt like late in the race, the VL line wasn't a great jump line, and he really wasn't losing much time. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, if I need to blitz, I will. But I think it was like situational, right? Like in my head, I told myself if I pulled the whole shot, I'm going to jump. And if I get past, or can sense someone catching me, then I'll start skimming.
Okay.
And vice versa. Like if I'm behind and I need to skim these freaking things, then that's what we're going to do. So it was more situational, and I felt like my line was solid, and I wasn't putting myself in a position to get past in them, and it was consistent, and I felt like it was achievable for 26 laps. So, it worked out.
You know what? That's funny you say that, because it just brought me back. So Lewis, Kellen, and I are up in the press box, and Phil, as you know, it's really easy up there. Mm-hmm. But we said, why isn't Thrasher pulling away more? Because he was blitzing the whoops, and it looked good. But he just couldn't pull away from Tom.
Him, right?
Yeah. And we were like, what is going on here? Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, some of it was maybe that obstacle after, that 3 onto the table. I think there was time to be made, especially on a 250, right? If you could kind of how Tom was able to backside and get flat over that jump instead of maybe popping up. But, they were the biggest of the season, I felt like. And, like I said, I had a good day blitzing them, and I was ready for whatever it was going to take. But I felt like the jumping line, even when Chase got him right, I don't think there was much in it, if I'm being completely honest. But that's obviously, as we know, not always the case.
How'd you find the new one? Like Alex here was saying, it's impressive how you can find lines late in the race and heart rate spiking, and it's, he's on you, and how'd you find that sort of 3 in? Like, you kind of had to stop and go, like, pop it a little bit and then go 3. Was it an accident? Did you just think about it? Like, how did you find that? Because that got you, he didn't do it behind you. He did the old line where you slowed down and dropped into it, and that got you a half a second right there, and he figured it out 1 or 2 laps later. But how did you figure that out?
Yeah, I think it was, just experience.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me all good?
Yeah, we got you. Yep.
Okay, sorry. I've obviously jumped whoops, I've skim whoops, I've, done a lot of terrains, and I think just kind of the track changed a lot, and that's also why else I think they became jumpers. They changed very drastically from guys either skimming or jumping or just like caving in, and the ruts up the first big one, I call it, which is the second whoop, got kickers in them. So I think you just kind of, like anything, you're adapting, trying to look for smooth lines and all that. And same thing, I just was kind of in a position where I felt like I could, capitalize. I felt like I kind of knew he started jumping. I actually, it's kind of wild, but I always try to look at the big screen, and they showed his replay when I was hitting the 111 lap. And,
I was going to ask you. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I saw that and was like, all right, this is maybe an opportunity to, make time if he's going to struggle jumping. So, yeah, you just kind of adapt, right?
Okay.
You learn and do your thing.
That's impressive.
Yeah, Coop, do you think it's weird because the second set of whoops at MetLife, he skimmed those things, and to me, obviously I was at MetLife, so I saw them, but they looked gnarlier than the ones on TV at Pittsburgh, but he wouldn't skim those ones. He stopped. They changed that much in the main event compared to the ones at MetLife. I don't understand.
They were just different. I think for me, and that was one thing too, that it's, when we debrief, the ones at MetLife, there was ruts all the way across them. They weren't that big, like you said, but there was ruts all the way across them. So for myself, that was a situation where I didn't really know what to do, in the sense of just skimming when there's ruts all the way across. For this weekend's, they were very big, but then they had a rut all the way across the first one, but then they just were really big and cupped and uneven, and I felt like the spacing was much further apart, and then you're kind of in between gears, I think, the way that turn was and stuff. So they weren't easy by any means, where I almost feel like MetLife's, just watching him, I can't speak for me because I obviously sucked in him, but he could kind of hit that first set, open a turn, stay in the same gear and just make it work, right? To where the ones this weekend, they changed a lot, but even it was almost like the berm wasn't finished, so if you cut down, you didn't have much momentum, to where if you rode the top, you almost weren't coming in straight, and then they were very far apart. So I don't know. I mean, they were, like I said, they were the gnarliest ones I felt like we've had all season. Just the simple fact of how they broke down were a bit strange. Like each whoop was almost different. So I can't speak for him, but at least for me, that's how it was.
I noticed also in the elevated corner on the first lap, we took our sweet-ass time a little bit.
Yeah, we're just getting a feel for things. No, I was, trying to cut down on lap 1. You gotta be careful, bro.
Almost
open that thing up.
Solid little brake check. Almost stacked up 10 deep in that elevated corner.
Did you see the 250?
Yeah. What's funny is I didn't even think about it until I watched the race. I was like, oh, wow.
You're like, oh, okay, goddamn. Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Coop, I understood you made a little bit of a shock change, too, a little bit after last week. Like, I saw you debriefing with Gilly before we chatted, and then you made some big changes, or was it far off? Did you keep it? Did you keep that setting for Pittsburgh and leave it, or how did it go?
Yeah, no, it was good. I mean, he's had some ideas for the last, honestly, even before A1. But I'm a bit stubborn and like, hey, I like my bike the way, how it is, and you're probably right, it could be better, but I just know it and I like it and this and that, and at least for me, I've raced it all last year and had it all off season. So for me, just having something familiar is always a positive. And we were successful with it, right? So the last month or so, he's made a lot of progress with Justin, and we tried some of it during the week, and some, it's like anything. You'll make a slight improvement on one end, but then maybe you lose a little bit on the other. And for me, what I've been doing is working, so it's like you're not trying to really test all day versus, you want to get your program in. And so for me, I think after the MetLife round, I was able to explain to him a feeling that I was like looking for, and that's half the battle sometimes, right? Like, sure. I don't know what I'm talking about sometimes. So, and he can watch really well and see what he wants to try to achieve. And we tried, but we just would miss the mark a little bit. And then I was able to explain it really well, and he saw it, and it just was almost like it clicked, where he was able to come up with a shock setting and bolted it on. It worked with the fork I was already on, and like it was just right away, like, yes, that was the 5% that we're looking for. And then I'm big on then running it all week, getting my motos on it, doing as long as I can on it. That way I know the setting, and yeah, it was nice. We obviously clicked around a little bit throughout the day just to perfect it, but it was really good. I think it helped on the track a lot. Just kind of helped me ride a little bit quicker. Obviously, I felt like it helped my speed, kind of throughout turns, corners, whoops, rhythms. Just let me attack a little bit harder. And yeah, like I said, I'm sometimes a little too stubborn, where like I don't want to change my bike at all. Like I'll just, I'm so happy with it, and I was so happy with it, and I knew what it did, that sometimes I think it's not worth taking a chance. But yeah, it was a great change we made, and props to Gilly.
Trying to get hold of Gilly for some regional suspension changes. I guess this is what's going on. He's just too fucking busy. Yeah.
He's locked in.
Yeah. No text back. That's
locked in.
Supercross championship.
Working on his guy.
That's unfortunate, because I got regionals coming up, and I would like a little bit of a spring change, I think. But I guess not. So
yeah. Hey, Coop, Alex here. I'm kind of curious, like how from A1 to now, like how much you've strayed away from your base setting, if at all, and like I guess throughout the season. Have you done much testing, or have you kind of just been in a good spot and just been focusing on motos throughout the week?
No, so that's what I mean. Like, dude, it's kind of wild. From A1 till this weekend, I made 0 changes. I mean, we had a main event setting that I've probably done. We came up with it round 6 last year, and I mean I'm within a click every race since then. So I mean,
wow, yeah,
you know,
that's impressive.
Years, so.
Yeah, so you're not like Phil, where you're constantly blaming the bike and searching for answers with the bike. Yeah, okay.
No, and like I said, that's just me though. Like, and even
fuck you
my
guys.
KTM days, it was the same way. Like, 21, we came up with that setting like at the end of 20 during COVID at Salt Lake, and that was what I ran. And obviously, I was really good that year. And then going into 21, we went to like an air shock. But anyway, long story short, we went back to that setting, and like I said, I ran it for every single race. And I know everyone's different, and I know it doesn't work always that way for people. Like you need to sometimes adapt, and that's what I'm learning. Like, it's hard to, and I'm not trying to say this in a dickish way, but it's hard to put, in my opinion, your trust in technicians sometimes when you're the rider and you're the one that has to go perform, and you have, main event paying points, and
fuck, it's a battle.
Hit the
That's
nail on the
interesting.
head,
like
too.
it's hard, right?
It's
like,
hard.
Yeah,
so,
well, and like to
anyway.
your point, you want to be able to put motos on it during the week and feel it out.
Yeah, 100%. And that's where, I mean, maybe I'm old school in the sense of like, hey, I'm the rider, I should figure it out. And other people are different, but
Listen,
that's just kind of how I've been my whole career.
If you knew the shit that Chad would do after he won races the next week, and we're going, bro, you just won. What are we doing? We got races, we got clamps, we got fork specs, like, and we're all just like, man, you just won on this bike, and we're not at like some different. We went from Indy to Pontiac.
Yeah.
But do you think maybe the level of the sport has risen a little bit to where that's almost not possible now?
To what?
To make so many changes and be that good on race day.
I mean, I'm biased because I'm the mechanic, but leave the bike that won, man, and have make some changes, small stuff. But we're talking Chad would make massive changes to the bikes.
I just feel like
I
it's
think you see it all, though.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Phil.
No, I just feel like it's you start off with a big circle, and over time the circle gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but then no matter what, you're still always inside this little circle.
You forget about the circle? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, like this. You start off with this huge,
range.
Range, and all of a sudden you hone it in until it's as small as possible, and then you just stay within it. You know what I mean? But if you're at that point where you're winning races and you're throwing races at your bike and clamps and this and that, like those are big, massive changes. You know what I mean?
He would do that. He would legitimately do that, and we're just like, wow. But then he might win that night with the new races. So
so you can't say anything.
You can't say anything.
So then we go,
But Coop hit the nail on the head. Like, as a rider, and J-Mar and Amar will say it as well, like, when you're going as fast as, not me, but these three, and you have to focus so hard on where you're going and which way the bike's swapping and this and that. You can't tell if it's high speed, low speed, rebound, soft, hot, stiff, whatever. You need a good technician to be able to see it, pull it out of you on what you're feeling, and then put it into the motorcycle.
Yeah.
That's where they make their big bucks at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the good guys are like, tell me what the bike is doing. Don't tell me what it needs. Don't tell me what you want to do. Tell me what the bike is doing that you don't like.
100%. And if they're good, they can see the bike, visualize a setting, and then put it into it. You know, that is fucking priceless. And that even comes down to an engine guy, whether it comes to mapping or whatever. And it makes our job and our confidence go through the roof.
Well, and like Cooper saying earlier, like it took him a while to relay that feel to the technician. And I can relate to that, whereas like you have this feeling, but you don't know how to translate it. You know?
But that's the technician's job, to figure it out and then put it into the bike, you know.
And Gilly's one of the best. Let's face it.
He's one of the best.
He's one of the best. And Coop, you wanted him. It's one of the reasons you went back, Coop, right? Like
no, 100%. And that's for like even for me, like I said, and I tell them all the time, like what Phil just said. Everyone's different, right? And I come from a different team and just different background and stuff. So like it's I have maybe some trust issues, right? So like and that's what I told him straight up, like there's points paying every single Saturday night. There's a lot of money. There's this and that. And Gilly would love to. I mean, if it was up to him, he's probably like Chad, where he would love to have a setting for each night, right? He's just so smart and good at his job. But that's where sometimes, like, I do have to tell him, like, hey, dude, this thing is, yes, it could maybe in your mind be a little bit better, but it's still freaking sick, and it's going to work, and it's all good. And no worries. Like it's perfect, right? To where he's always trying to make it better, and that's what, like you said, makes him so good. I think also like he was a rider, he still rides, he raced. I can use much broader terms, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. It's not like I'm having to explain something to someone that maybe has never ridden before, which I think there's a value in that, right? Like, just verbiage alone is huge and stuff like that. So, yeah, he's been great. He's been awesome. I've loved working with him. He's, I agree with Phil. I think for me, one of the best guys I've ever worked with, and it's been amazing.
A good technician is priceless, and I think guys at Coop's level, Chase's level, Prado's, whoever, every manufacturer is really good. I think Coop could do the same thing that he's doing now on a Cowie, but if the technicians that he doesn't believe in aren't at Cowie or whatever, I don't think he does as good. You go where the people are. It doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter what color front fender it is.
Right.
That's my own personal opinion.
Yeah, for sure.
The communication and the relationship for sure is a big part.
And that's why, like in our sport, like the factories pay better. They generally have more security. They have benefits. They get the better technicians a lot of times. And that's why, because all those reasons. Speaking of technicians, by the way, Coop, Alex Campbell has been your guy for a couple of years there. How you like him? He's a good dude. He's real friendly. Like he's Midwest dude. I think he's been enjoying
Minnesota.
this. Yeah, Minnesota.
Boys.
So how's that?
Yeah, no, he's been awesome, man. It's I was with Carlos for a long time, and obviously Eric Gass and Push and a lot of different guys throughout my career. But from day one we've hit it off. It's crazy. We're about the same age. He's a year older, but like that's one thing when we first started was I've never had a mechanic like that's literally my same age, and we talk about stuff that we both grew up to. Like it's kind of funny, and but yeah, I think we get along great, but we're pretty opposite if that makes sense. He's very kind of quiet and very like polished, and always I shouldn't use the word stressing, but like analyzing and just like on top of his crap. And I can sometimes be a loose program and emotional and yelling and screaming and whatever. Not in a bad way, but more at myself. Like, so I think the first few times that we got to know each other, he was like, "Man, this guy's a little bit crazy, right?" But now he understands me. He knows how I operate. He knows how passionate I am, and so it's been super fun. And he's been an awesome mechanic for me, and we're great friends. Just his wife, my wife, like we all, grab dinner and stuff. So it's been really fun, really cool. He's been great for my program for sure.
Especially, you said you haven't made a suspension change really all year or for 2 years now, and he's coming from Ferrandis, so he's got to be stoked. He had to be absolutely stoked.
Polar opposites.
Dylan,
that's what I mean. It's funny. Like he was like, he finally told me, after about a year, he's like, "Man, I did hear a lot of horror stories about you, but I did feel like I prepared myself with Dylan on all the cake he would say."
Yeah, Dylan would come in off the podium and be like, "This bike is shit," and Alex is like, "Okay."
What do you even say to that?
J-Mart, how you and Coop had some battles?
Oh yeah,
you guys had some battles.
Oh yeah.
How gnarly did it get between you two guys? Because at one point, J-Mart, weren't you doing the Porcel and you were pitting in another area?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did for sure. I mean, there's a time where, I absolutely was like, God, fuck Coop.
I hate this guy.
I hated it, but, like, I look back now and I'm like, I'm grateful for that time and that struggle in a sense. And, like, I told his dad, obviously I'm doing the VIP stuff, so I'm there every weekend. And I told his dad, Coop held me accountable on a level that, like, I really respect now.
Yeah.
And I appreciate it. Massively, for sure.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's crazy, eh? Like, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we got you.
Sorry, you guys cut out, so I wasn't sure. But I think what we were saying earlier, like how I just said with Alex, like me and J-Mart were so different, right? Like he was a workhorse and just so gnarly and trained his butt off. And like when we were teammates at Star, it was the younger days of my career where I was running off a lot of talent, and I didn't mind having a good time. And I think if you compare training numbers, he'd be 20 hours, probably more than me at the time, and we would battle, right? And I think it was, for me, Supercross was a little bit more natural, maybe, when we were younger, and then he would really shine outdoors, and Bobby loved pitting us against each other to
100%.
like,
that doesn't sound like the Bobby that I know.
Yeah, it was gnarly.
Yeah. And but like J Mark said, I mean, there was times where 100% we didn't care for one another, but I look back at those times and like he said, it made me way stronger. It made me a better person. It made me a better racer. And like J Mark was one of the guys that I always remember racing that like he just was unbreakable, right? Like I felt like I could always trash talk my way and the other guys, or like I could suffer harder than other guys, but like J Mart was one guy that like when it was time to suffer, it was like mother effer, like this guy, he can go the distance. So
if you beat him outdoors, you were like, I did it, like I did something. If you beat him outdoors, right?
And like,
felt like a freaking Iron Man.
I would come into the weekend and I'm like, dude, he would like, you'd hear a little scuttlebutt, you know what I mean? Like,
dude, the
little trash talk or whatever, and I'm just like, fuck, dude. There's only one way I'm gonna beat this guy. I can't beat him mentally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I my shit talking game's not as good, but I'm like, dude, like I gotta blow his doors off around the outside, and like he's still going to suffer. Like, what was the climb, Phil? You said you guys climbed up Mount Mitchell?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he still made it to the top. You know what I mean? Like, and I knew no matter what, like I was gonna have to go deep, and he was definitely one of the hardest guys. Helped me shape me to become a champion for sure,
Well, I don't even know if Coop really knows this. He probably does, but in 2015 we were with Osho.
Yeah.
And 2016 we're Osho. But then when Alex was riding for Star in
how
2016.
are you and Coop getting along when you're training with J-Mart and all that?
But Coop and I were okay.
Okay.
Well, you weren't as close
We
back
weren't
then.
as close back then. He was still kind of a little younger, until he turned 450 is when we got super tight. But
I mean, Jeremy and Cooper just kids back then.
yeah,
We
like
were.
literally just
We
fucking runs, But the real divide came halfway through 2016. Alex left Jeremy and I kind of, because we were all riding off of J-Mart's coattails, and Alex left on Star and he went to train with Coop and Swanee.
Oh yeah.
And then that's kind of when the divide. It was a weird fucking dynamic.
Yeah.
You had a Martin brother training with Coop, and Coop's going for a title, and you got J-Mark going for his third title on his
Osho,
own.
Without the team trainer.
Without the team trainer.
Right.
It was a fucking...
And then I got the red plate after second
and
round.
was kicking both our ass.
Yeah, and then Amar came out of fucking nowhere and was winning. It was just like, dude, what?
Yeah. Well, and I remember training with Coop, and I'm like, dude, I actually, I see eye with this kid. Like, I like Coop. What's going on here?
I like Coop better than my own brother.
Alex would train with them, and then like they do their thing. He'd golf and he'd come home to the house, and I just got my teeth kicked in all day with Johnny O.
No, I remember Coop and I did our motos like Glen Helen, and we were riding good that day, and then Jerma's testing until like 6 p.m. and I'm like, dude, have fun. Good luck, dude. See you later.
Yeah.
And then Alex would come home and be like, Coop's awesome.
I just remember J-Mart it would be like, hey, what's on your program today? Oh, like 440. I got like a 20 and some sprints.
Yeah. 5 2-lappers.
Yeah.
But it was crazy, like you said, and just in general, like fun times, right? In the time, you're not looking at it like that, but it was crazy. Looking back, that year in 16 was a great year for me. I was finally able to, and these boys had DNFs that year. It was a tough year for them too, but we all were, racing hard, battling hard, and it was funny. Like you said, you had J Mart on the one end and me and A Mark training together, but then I think you went back to Minnesota, so then it was like we were all going after the title, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, when you think about it, like Star Racing Yamaha in 2016 was fucking guns.
I mean,
blazing.
every podium, every weekend.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, the bikes were great.
Yeah, there was a few races where we all three were, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, or you throw AP in, and it was like literally top 3 every weekend.
Yeah,
sometimes
it's
top
gnarly.
4.
Yeah, that's wild.
Cooper Webb brought to you by Fox Factory Vehicles here. Drive your dream vehicle today. Visit foxfactoryvehicles.com to find your custom vehicle. We do have a call for you, Coop, from our guy Nash. Nash, what's up, man?
Gentlemen.
How are you, buddy?
recovering from my near heart attack of watching probably one of the best Supercross races, as all fans would agree listening to this show. Coop, amazing, unbelievable. Words can't even encapsulate the pressure you sustained and how you delivered, and kudos. The question I do have for you is, and if you could take us through as listeners and as the guys are in the studio, about a third of the way in, obviously you guys started clicking, and you started managing. You're going for broke. We know that. You've declared that. But was there points where you realized that he was reeling you in, and his spikes seemed to squirt or flow better around the track, but yet you knew you had things up your sleeve? How do you manage that mentally? I mean, it's one of your trademarks, but how do you handle that kind of pressure? It's unbelievable. It's unreal.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I don't know, It's not easy to just like, I don't know. I think it's just like for me, I'm so programmed to just do my job, right? Like just win, and it doesn't matter if he's on my butt or if I'm 20 seconds out front or what, right? Like I think it's just, hey, I want to get the whole shot, and when I did that, I put myself in a good position, right? And I think it was almost like just a 20-minute plus one hammer, right? Like you just go as fast as you can, as long as you can, and try to make the least amount of mistakes. And I was just doing the best I could, and if he made a run, he was going to make a run, and I was ready for a battle, right? So, I mean, I'd love to sit here and analyze and tell you exactly what I did, but I think that's just a simple answer. Is it's like you're going to battle, right? Like you're going to war with your title rival, and you just got to lay it all out there and see what happens. And that's kind of how I felt like it was.
Well, I kudos to you, both of you. You guys have respect for each other, and again, as fans, we watch that, we embrace that, and you both really are the dominant force in this genre, this generation of riders, and it's just an unreal time to watch the sport and enjoy the sport, especially what you bring and what he brings. Both of you guys are incredible warriors. Last thing I have, Steve, if you'll permit. You're more than welcome. Phil, J-Mart, A-Mart, names excluded. What was the best Bobby Regan reaming? I do not want to know a rider's name, but what was the best Bobby Regan screaming at a rider to motivate him that either of you have seen?
Coop gave us a good one. It was him a few weeks ago. Coop was on the show about a month and a half ago. Told us a great story.
I have one that comes to mind, and if I don't have to name the rider, do
not name the rider. I do not want to do that.
Mind.
Okay, go ahead, Coop.
And I think these boys would probably know who it was. We were all teammates. He got told after his qualifying that, and I got to keep it a little PG, that his girlfriend was probably not going to be with him by the time he got home because she was so embarrassed by that practice. And if he was her, he'd be going to the person who's actually riding their dirt bike fast, and that's the PG.
Oh my God!
Oh man,
dude,
yeah.
That's the guy that I remember just being like, I didn't have a girlfriend or anything at the time, but I was just like, bro, what? If someone said that to me, I would freak out.
All right, dude. What were you, J-Mart? What was the?
Oh man, I don't know. The craziest thing was just, I don't know. Bobby probably. I mean, I didn't see a lot of that stuff. I was pitted out to the side,
He was poor selling. On the side. We love it.
He never ripped you apart for missing the first two main events of
Supercross?
Supercross?
Oh, yeah. I thought I was donezo.
Germa's himself.
I thought I was donezo, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, when you didn't qualify, people were like, what?
I know. I thought I was contract ripped up, done. That I was on pins and needles. I drove out to California, and then I ended up training with Cooper to get stuff back on track.
Really? He sent you to California?
Yeah, he's like, listen here, son.
Well, that's same with me. Like, that's why I started training with Swanee and Coop. I'm like, dude, I got to make Bobby happy.
Yeah.
What I'm doing ain't fucking cutting it. We got to make some changes here.
Right. Thanks, Nash. Thanks for the call, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, guys, enjoy. Thanks for bringing me on. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Cooper Webb here on the show, the winner. So, Coop, were you a little we all saw the baby motion, putting the baby to bed. Were you a little bit like, oh, hey, Chase didn't stop? And I mean, he definitely, he rode right off. He was not normally. You guys have been really cool after the races, as far as after the checkers. Were you a little bit like, oh, okay, cool, let me do this?
No,
Okay.
that didn't bother me.
Okay, all
I've
right.
done it too, where you're just so pissed off, you don't,
Yep.
It was more, honestly, these kids that I'm around every day, they are on TikTok and just, they told me about this dance. They're like, dude, if you win, because obviously, I do the finger gun, that was my thing, and then when he got me with it hurt a little bit, it hurt the pride, so it was like, I got to come up with something, and all my 18-year-old teammates were like, bro, if you win, you got to, whatever they call it, it's like a new thing, like rock the baby or something, or put the baby to sleep or some shit, and yeah, just kind of came to mind.
I don't think many people saw it, but you OJ'd the finish line on the finish.
Well, that's what I
and
said.
Then you almost
my
fell.
night.
Yeah, dude. I don't think anyone really realized that, but after I saw him, I'm like, oh, dude, and then he went into the corner and about tucked the front.
I about went into Steve's safety net.
Yeah, you did. Hey, did you see the 250C guys? They were testing those out.
Yeah, well, Coop almost did the same thing.
Well, I saw.
Those dudes were OJ, and they were like, later, right in the guy got decapitated, almost looked like.
Yeah, the poor flagger almost, or whatever he was, almost got him.
The dig dug, yeah. All right, anything else for Cooper Webb on the show here before we let him go?
Can we tell the public what a championship bonus is from Yamaha?
Well,
Do we?
Sure, I don't care.
Yeah,
I mean, it's $1 million, right?
No, I think it's more.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's north of that.
Oh, okay. And never mind.
Everyone knows.
What?
You just said everyone knows.
I thought it was $1 million. Yeah.
To be fair, I did too.
Yeah. So see, that's what I mean. Stuff goes
But
up
some
around
of these
here.
guys get a little bit like the good guys get a little
inflation,
a bump.
Listen, we got to make up for Bidenomics, dude. Stuff goes up.
Is it still $7,000 a heat race win? It's still 7 and 100.
Slightly north.
Okay, and 100 for a main or more?
More probably.
Oh, see, things have gone up, man. I need to get.
You're
I
out
need to
of
get
touch,
with the program.
dude.
Yeah,
Should have stayed racing.
I am out of touch.
You
Yeah.
should have stayed
Need a
racing.
new agent.
Hey, Phil, Coop, there's a guy here in the studio. I'm not going to name any names, but he switched off of Blue Crew. He's going to go race up in Canada. He switched off of Blue Crew and says that the new model he's riding not quite as fast as the Blue Crew, and he's wondering what's going on. And I'm like, yeah, well, buddy, you got off the best bike in the class, and now you're freaking out, right, Coop?
Well, I disagree, Steve. He came in hot and heavy and said, dude, this bike's the best bike ever.
Oh, yeah.
It is. It's a good bike.
It's not the best.
It was week one. You know how it is.
Yeah.
Switch teams, switch whatever, and he's, cocky. He says he's going to run a perfect season in Canada.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Shut you are.
He wouldn't be the first guy to switch teams and be like, this is the best bike ever.
No, you know who's a king at that? Him.
Big Al.
Big Al.
100%.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But no, I like the Cowie chassis. It's a good chassis.
All slow bikes have good handling for sure.
That's why we're at shock setting number 65.
Yeah,
that's true.
How about them 65? Those Instagram posts on your story? Pretty late at the track there, bud.
Yeah.
Work
I
never
was going to say,
stops.
Phil's done more testing in 2 weeks than I've done in 2 years.
Yeah, we're retired, but we're out there till 6 p.m. every night.
Get a Yamaha, get some green plastic. Okay, just do that. Just do that, man, because you're not beating the Blue Crew. You're just not. It's bike of the year.
I'm not going to beat Blue Crew. I'm not going to beat Honda up there. I'm fucked either way I look at it. So I'm just here trying to survive.
All right.
You're just here, just collecting your money, bro. Come on, we need more out of you.
Yep. Yeah, we got to get more out of you.
We'll get there. We'll get there when it's
I
time.
have a question, Steve. Yeah. Is the Privateer Challenge open to people that race Canada?
No. We told the Privateers we were putting Phil in, and they fucking lost it, dude. They lost it on that.
I wasn't sure if that was public knowledge, but yeah, I agree. That's BS.
Yeah, they were not happy, and I was playing it up like, yeah, man, Phil's cool. He needs money.
You should have raced.
Hey, what's funny is I told Marsha I was doing this.
Marsh is one of the guys that texts me.
Yeah, well, I
heard about it from Marsh within 2 minutes.
Coop side texts me. He goes, dude, why you got to go there and take the Privateer's money like that? So I knew he heard it from Marshall bitching and complaining.
Yeah.
So I called Taco. I said, hey, I need need you to send in the group chat saying that I paid you $1,500 to drive my bike out for the privateer challenge and this that. And dude, it just sent Marsh off the fucking
Yeah, I'm in another group of privateers, right? And I said, yeah, we're letting Phil in. And dude, they were not happy.
That's bullshit. I should raise it.
Actually, speaking of that, Coop,
donate some money, dude.
Yeah, Coop, we got AC and Brayton stepping up for the 9th place and the 10th place guy. What can we do?
Oh, okay.
What can we do?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I know it's a great race, but I don't know much about it.
Well, we can do. Let's do Top Yamaha. Why don't you do $200 to the Top Yamaha?
I mean, sure, you can spare $200, Coop.
I mean, like AC's throwing in 1,000. I didn't want to throw that to Coop, but let's go 200.
Bro, why you got to do it like
because you're the cheapest millionaire I know.
No, but okay.
Whatever Phil throws in, how about that?
Phil?
Oh, yeah, there we go.
He turned that around on you.
Touche. Phil?
Crickets.
Well, I'm fucked now. I don't know.
Phil's panicking now. He's thinking about year
Listen,
2 up
Brayton
in Canada.
Brayton threw in 100. So if you beat Brayton, you by $200.
All right, JB's a millionaire too.
Yep.
I'm broke, so I'll do $100 too for. Do we have best pass? Yeah,
we can have best. Now we can have best pass.
$100 for best pass.
All right. Okay. All right. Cool.
And I'm top Blue Crew rider.
How much do you want for that though? $100 or 200?
It's a write-off, Coop.
Yeah, let's do it. $200. All right.
$200.
$200. Top Blue Crew rider gets the money from Cooper Webb. That's fantastic. See, things are all coming together here. I like it. All right, man. Well, listen, great job this week. It was awesome. Two to go for this thing. So
before we go, dude, I did actually. Now that I'm thinking about just old times with J Mart.
Yep.
We he can tell you more when I'm off, but I remember we were living in a freaking Freightliner motorhome in the Star Valley shop in Corona, California for like 2 months. I don't know what year it was. I think I was still an amateur and he was maybe rookie or, last year pro or whatever. But yeah, we were roommates in there for a bit. My mechanic, John, his dad.
And we had Bob in there, your dad as well. We were in there. The Star Valley Yamaha.
I forgot about that.
I was in the A class, and Coop just got signed.
You guys were just living in a motorhome?
We were in the motorhome outside the shop. With just one big happy family, dude.
I've never heard that story.
Wow. Oompa van. Kmart had his, Minnesota plate, black or white van, but like no windows.
Hey, Coop, I had that van until 2018. I had over 300,000 miles on that thing by the time I got rid of it.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know. I didn't know you guys went that far back.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
I mean, were you guys friends?
I remember.
Obviously we were at the track and stuff together, but yeah, Coop and I mean, we were cordial, but we weren't like,
Like, did you talk about chicks or anything, or was it just like?
I had I don't think so.
You probably weren't even into chicks at that point.
Well, no, I my first chick at that time.
Oh yeah, that's
right. Yeah. Coop kind of knew
her. Dude, could you even make dinner or anything back then?
No, dude.
We were eating.
Oh, that
just. Our bed was in the freaking bathroom, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, it was looking back, it was mental.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you guys?
That's what's funny. Like I look back at that now, and I you see the amateur nowadays where they're like, oh yeah, I'm making $100,000 a year. I'm training at
right.
Bakers or Star Facility, and I'm like, bro, I look back. I think of that exact story. Like, okay, we moved to California. I had $400 a week to spend, and me and J Mart lived in an RV with our dads, with my mechanic in a Freightliner, and
making a
went
go
to the
at
track. You grinded, and if you sucked, you got sent back home, and you were gonna go work a normal job.
And it's not like you two were not heralded amateurs. You guys were two of the top amateurs.
Yeah, we were
winning.
100%.
You were on the level of whoever we want to put out now. I don't want to name any names, but you were on that level, and you were doing this. You were living in a motorhome, hoping you could make it. Yeah.
On the chopping block every day.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. That's
I
didn't know that story.
Like I said, it's funny times when you,
God, that is
reminisce
funny.
on some stuff. But like you said, me and Jamar, and even now, right? Our personalities are just so different, right? But we have a lot of respect, and we get along great now, and we have a lot of the same friends. And but it's just obviously great to think about those times of like, it seemed so serious back then, but now it's, you just laugh it off and like, what the hell were we thinking?
Yeah, for sure. I even told Phil like it'd be kind of fun, to get together sometime. Get a dinner, have a beer together when it's all said and done, and just kind of laugh at the stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah.
A beer. Have a couple beers and let loose.
Yeah.
Have a good time. Let
Awesome,
the demons
Coop.
come ticking.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Appreciate it. Good job this weekend, and we'll see you in Denver. Thanks for the $200 for the LCQ Challenge. Top Yamaha. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. See you this weekend, J Mart VIP. Let's do it, baby.
Yeah. Phil's going too. You'll see Phil too.
I'll be there.
Yep.
Oh gosh, Phil's back. I forgot it's West Coast.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up. See you, Paul.
All right. See you later. That's Cooper Webb, everybody. Fox Factory Vehicles. I don't think, looking back on it, like as a media guy, like I don't, oh hey look, Cooper Webb and Jeremy Martin going at it, like, but like looking back on it, you guys were really good, and you just see the next champion coming up. You don't think about it, but like at the time you're like, wow. Now looking back on it, you're like, wow, those fucking guys were crushing.
Dude, the talks, the shit talking, it was like every day. It was just like, Swanee's crew versus Osho, and it was just
Dude, it was like gnarly in the truck.
Yeah.
I remember
Would
like
Osho go in the truck? Would Osho go in? And
yeah, he would go in.
Kinda.
He would go in, but it was like dominated by like kind of the Swanee crew, and then like I just was like, man, this is just tough. I'm doing my own thing, and like I knew I was ruffling feathers a little bit, but
it was even at the house too. It was just like wake up for coffee, subject. That was it.
Yeah.
On the way to the track, that's what was talked about. On the way back, cycling, it was just like fuck.
It was the center of the universe for us.
Yeah, it was gnarly.
I wasn't even in it. I was just in my own little fucking world.
What were you on then?
JGR.
Okay.
Yeah. Like fuck.
Yeah, podium Glen Helen that year, right?
Yeah.
20.
Two of the most unlikely Glen Helen guys are you two to ever get on the
2015.
podium there.
I know.
That was a good day for both of us.
Yeah, it was. All right, hey, a couple more questions before we go. Good interview from Coop, though. Appreciate that. Brandon's on one. Brandon, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Are you? What's your favorite Martin brother?
J Mart.
Oh, we're even, Steven. Let's go.
All right, Brandon. What do you want to ask J Mart
about? How's things been after the concussion? Has he been able to ride any?
I didn't ride for a long time. I just didn't feel right for a while, and then the doctor was basically like, "Hey, you can't hit your head for, at least 6 months, or you could be done." But I have been back on the bike.
Just recently.
Just recently, yeah. I probably rode 5 or 6 times. I just went out to the local dealership. I bought a bike, and it's probably the most fun I've had in a couple of years riding. I've really, really enjoyed it, and I don't know, man. The itch is there,
Listen, there's rumors. There's rumors of him coming back from Millville to race Millville. We can talk about it in a little bit in the open. We'll see how it goes, but you may race Millville this year.
Yeah, I think so. I for sure want to. I want one last dance at least, and I've been enjoying the process of getting back on the bike. I've been building up the bike that I got right now, and I'm pretty excited about
Alex, how's he? You've watched him a little bit. How are we?
Yeah, we're pretty slow. Like he's
I'm off.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's just like he's going out there
We're
and just
pretty
kind of
slow.
putting around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, he was riding the corner track at the top of Millville the
Don't
other
say
day.
this, because come fucking Tuesday, Wednesday, he'll be up there doing 40-minute motos.
Yeah.
I already have that.
Fucking slow.
No, but so that was my first stop, but then I went and rode the lap of the little corner track, and I'm like, okay, this is actually pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
It was just like one rut all the way around.
Jeez. Thanks for the call, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
One more thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
J Mart, I got your plastics off of the military edition bike.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if I could send you a number plate to sign.
Yeah. Will you be at any outdoor races by chance, maybe, or no?
The next one I'll be is Charlotte SMX.
Okay. Well, I will definitely be at Charlotte SMX. So bring that bad boy there, and I'll give you a JM6 signature. Put my stamp on it.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right. We got Trent on 6. Trent, what's going on? Thanks for the call. What's your favorite Martin brother? Who's your favorite?
Gonna have to go with J Mart.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Trent. What's up, buddy? What's your question?
So I just did some Loretta Lynn qualifiers this weekend, and my question is, why are there so many people like riding out of their region? Like people coming from way south, way up north.
I don't know, man. This Loretta Lynn's is the biggest deal ever, I guess.
It's a pretty big deal. Like I think we did that a little bit, Alex, didn't we? Like we'd try to qualify in the North region, and then we'd try to get a backup in or something.
Well,
too,
what
right?
I've kind of noticed, because I have a couple of my athletes doing this, and they just go for gate drops. They're going around just chasing them for gate drops.
But if you make a regional in your area, then they don't count you in the other area, right? Or the regional, like I was told, they don't count your position. They take the next guy.
Yeah.
Like you don't bump somebody out if you race 2 regions, and you make it. You don't bump 2 guys out.
Right.
No. Okay, so you're good.
Right.
Yeah.
You're, okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter really.
Because I was throwing a fit about this. I'm like, what the fuck? Like guys, they're like, no, they just skip you. The next guy gets in. So, yeah, Trent, there you go. That's your answer.
Also, one more thing.
Yep.
So I went to Subway this weekend, and it's like, I'm just wondering, where's everyone's customer service these days? You know?
Yeah, it's garbage. It's gone, dude.
Just no smiling, nothing.
Nothing. Nobody cares anymore, man. Some of the airport workers are just they don't even they just hate life.
Got to tip them though.
Yeah, got to tip them, right? I know. Thanks, Trent. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for
Thank
calling.
you.
Thanks. Nick's on 5. Nick, thanks for calling. Who's your favorite Martin brother?
J Mart, but they're both badasses.
Okay, all right, there we go.
Gap's getting big.
Yeah, we're behind.
Nick, what's your question, man?
A couple months ago on a podcast, J Mart said something about trying to find a ride for the summer. Did he try talking to anybody, or you just gonna go with the one Millville ride?
I put out a couple feelers. It kind of came back pretty quiet. So I just figured for me, if at this point it's probably just gonna be me. So I just kind of went out and bought a bike, and for sure do Millville and kind of have a little bit, kind of my farewell. This is
should dust off the wrenches for J Mart.
Yeah.
That'd
Phil,
be fun.
do you want a wrench for me?
I'm racing that weekend, dude.
Should I get John Meehan in there?
Thanks for the call, man. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Thanks. John's on 3.
Oh God.
John, thanks for calling. Who's your favorite Martin brother? John, you there? John's not there. PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works, by the way. Also, I want to shout out to the guys at Cardo, by the way. Have you ever used a Cardo?
Yeah.
No.
Dude, they're amazing. They're great. PulpMX code to save, cardosystems.com. BackTalk Edge and Edge phones are waterproof, dirt-proof, allowing you to communicate with a range up to a mile away. You could put a Cardo, put one in J Mart's helmet. You could see the turn track from your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you could give them instructions.
We could
binoculars
communicate.
out there.
That would be nice.
You could communicate with them.
Especially
go
when I go up there
faster.
by myself.
Dude, go
Jesus.
faster.
Yeah, go faster. You're letting off too early.
All right. CardoSystems.com, code PulpMX. These things are super cool, man. Cardo adds a new dimension of safety, fun, and efficiency to Moto. Thanks for Cardo Systems, and use that code to save. Appreciate that. All right, we'll go to commercial break. Got some sushi. Brought the big dogs in for you guys. Jason Thomas going to call in. We got the segments, too. We got more. I want to break down the 250 East Series, what you guys think of that. Maybe talk some silly season. Tell some stories. Maybe marathon talk.
Oh, now we're talking.
If you want to lose listeners.
Phil Nicoletti, Jeremy Martin, Alex Martin. We'll be right back after this, everybody.
Check out my boat, dude.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions, including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda, HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at Wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out FCPRacing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX25-chassis is the code to save.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm
Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Willison.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jake Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle and @Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
As a PulpMX show listener, you all know about the Michelin Starcross 6-tire range that are designed to win in a wide range of conditions and terrain. But do you know that Michelin makes tires for essentially every motorcycling and bicycling segment? In 2025, Michelin continues to expand their product offer to include the Michelin Road W GT tires for the Honda Goldwing. The Michelin Road W GT tires are designed to go the distance, are reliable in wet conditions, and provide easy handling on Honda Goldwing motorcycles. Michelin has multiple options for V-twin motorcycle riders, from the Michelin Scorcher range of Harley-Davidson original equipment tires that are co-developed and co-branded, to the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and touring tire lines that offer exceptional wet grip for cruiser bikes and class-leading mileage for touring bikes. For sport touring and sport bike riders, the Michelin Road 6 and Michelin Power 6 tires are the latest offers from Michelin, the inventors of radial motorcycle tires. If you're a bicycle rider who rides downhill, enduro, or cross-country mountain bikes, gravel or road bikes, BMX racing, or even city bikes for urban commuting, Michelin offers a wide range of tires to enhance your riding experience. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out MichelinMan.com, visit your local dealer or online retailer, and make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle and at Michelin Bicycle on Instagram.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling, looking for products as well. And as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, Barex Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jay Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts was founded in 2018 with one goal in mind: to offer the highest quality works level upgrades to the average rider. With the success and popularity of FCP engine mounts, we're excited to announce our latest chassis item, the FCP Race Cups. Offset steering races have been used by top motorcycle professionals to adjust the geometry on race bikes for years. Now, Factory Chassis Parts offers an impressive way for you to experience the same improvements in handling and traction by changing the rake, trail, and wheelbase of your bike. Whether you ride the track or trail, these bolt-on parts drastically improve the comfort, cornering, and experience on your motorcycle. Check out fcpracing.com to view the entire product line and learn how to improve your bike today. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save.
Wiseco Piston has over 80 years of experience manufacturing pistons in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. Wiseco pistons are developed and proven through professional racers, teams, and engine builders, including factory Honda HRC, Club MX, DBTV, Twisted Development, and many more. Wiseco is rooted in supporting grassroots racers across the country. Wiseco has been a sponsor of Loretta's and GNCC Racing since their very first events. Wiseco has a piston to fit the needs of any type of rider, from reliable rebuilds to serious racers. Wiseco is still the piston expert. However, the brand has evolved and has a complete range of performance components, including engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, crankshafts, gaskets, and more. Wiseco has all of your power sports machines covered, from dirt bikes to UTVs, ATVs to jet skis. Find what you need at wiseco.com or wherever you like to buy your parts.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and it's a lot of noise there, Philip.
Sorry.
Okay. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. Jeremy Martin, Alex Martin, Phil Nicoletti here on the show. J Mart up 4-2 right now for favorite Martin brother.
Hit him with it.
Yep. Hey, interesting. I was going to talk about was Jay Coop's heat race the fastest he's ever been on a 450 Supercross?
100%.
Right?
I think so.
Amazing.
Dude, that was great.
You literally ragged on me earlier today for it.
Yeah, because you said, oh, you want to know who was rolling this weekend? Jay Coop. Oh, really?
He was rolling, dude.
What made you think that?
Wow.
That was amazing. And it was interesting to see Coop saying he watched the heat race and was like, oh, I don't need to blitz, right? I don't need to blitz. Look at that. That's really good. I don't know. I found that interesting. So he went into the main event with a strategy of like, hey, if I need to blitz, I will blitz. But from lap 1, if I have the lead, I'm going to jump based on Jay Coop's heat race. Like, it's all.
I mean, being a shorter guy, when I see that the jumping the whoops line is faster, I'm pretty stoked. I'm like, the vibes are high.
It's got to be a mental thing.
And he was like, his turn seemed better on the weekend as well.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the whoops are good too, but the whoops isn't the only place where you win the race.
No.
So he obviously seemed like he had some strategy in there, but if you're better around the rest of the track, if he could be like, top 5 in the whoops, but he's really good everywhere else.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's working for Jay Coop. It's working for the most part.
He's had some really good heat races lately.
Yeah. He was, dude, it was unbelievable. That heat race was
he
amazing.
pops out some pretty good heaters too in qualifying. Like you'll see him pop up there.
Yeah, he was fastest in Philly. He's re-signed there, do we think? Do we know? I think he is, right? Did you hear that?
I don't know.
Phil, you would know.
He would. Phil would know.
Yeah, Phil knows everything.
I know. No, he's Gossip Girl.
Yeah.
I know some people have called him and stuff, but I think obviously he should stay there.
Yeah.
He's a good B guy, and outdoors I think Jay Coop's going to crush it.
I just
key.
The whole Tomac thing, we don't think he's going back, right? Because they got Deegs to pay for it. Coops makes a lot of money. Jay Coop's probably got a raise. So I just always think to myself, like, how much budget do they have? Because Yamaha pays the 450 guys that, doesn't come from Star. And so I'm just like, how much budget do these guys have? Because Deegs is going to want a lot of money, and they can't let him go, So
I mean, Jay Coop's been there his entire career.
I know.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why I think, like, a little bit, like, I think on the gear side of stuff and in the contract side, he's taken less than what he probably could have got. Because he likes the team, he likes the bike.
In the beginning, not anymore. Now he's at market value for everything.
What year is he in? What year did he turn pro? You remember?
2018.
18.
Was it 18?
All right, we got the X Brown Goggle tear-offs coming up as well. We got some more people on calls. Jake, welcome to the show. Who's your favorite Martin brother?
Jeremy.
Okay, all right.
Well, I never met Alex, but I met Jeremy. So,
okay, all right.
Jeremy was one of the nicest guys I ever met. I was standing on the fence at the Daytona Amateur Supercross before it became blown out of proportion and everything.
Yep.
And this guy just walks up to me and starts talking about the racing, and then he says, these poor girls, they try their hearts out. They give their heart and soul to this, and there's just no place for them to go, and it's pitiful. And I'm just sitting there listening to him. I go, this is like the nicest guy I ever met. I didn't even know who he was.
Oh,
you must have been talking to me.
Yeah, are you sure it was Jeremy?
Yeah. But it was fun. I was like, Jeremy, were you dating one of those racers back in the day?
No, never dated a. No, definitely not.
All right, Jake, what's your question, man?
No, that was my question.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He was just so concerned that the poor girl racers tried so hard.
Nice guy.
And just had nowhere to go after that.
Right. WMX is coming back, though. They are coming back.
Well, is it? Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Fridays. I think on Fridays they're having it before the Nationals. Alex, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right.
But hey, Steve, thanks for getting me on before JT comes on because I'm on the East Coast and I fall asleep as soon as he comes on. So thanks for getting me on.
All right, no problem, buddy. Thank you. Thanks for calling. Appreciate it. Thanks. Scott is on one. He's got a race tech rant. Scott, before you get into your race tech rant, who's your favorite Martin brother?
Well, I think Jeremy's leading this one right now, and I like a good race. So I'm going to go ahead and say Alex, even though he's an inch shorter. He's got less wins, but I'm going for Alex because I want to see a tight race.
Yeah, okay. All right, sounds
there we
good.
go.
All right, what's your rant, buddy?
So it's just about all these callers who call and criticize the broadcast.
There's a lot of them.
Annoying.
There's a lot of them.
Dude,
yeah.
The broadcast is awesome. I think we're lucky to have it. We don't have a right to criticize it. RC's great. Diffie's an absolute professional. Jeremy, you called Millville once. How was that? Was it Did you love it? Was it hard?
It was definitely hard. Like, it's one thing to have the banter, like, with the boys watching the race and whatever, and, like, critique those guys. But it was a whole nother element being in the booth, being on live TV, and being like, all right, we're going to call this and try to get everything. You don't want to say anything dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that, Weege does a really amazing job, and he made me look really good and teed me up really well.
You were good. Surprisingly. Surprisingly, I was like surprised that J-Mart was good.
I still, to this day, I will not listen and go back and watch that. I just don't want to hear my voice. I'm just too embarrassed,
No, it was awesome. But I figured when the pressure's on, it's different than when you're just with your buddies. Like, dude, look at all. Yeah.
Scott, I'll push back a little bit. I mean, we're not lucky to have a broadcast. I mean, we're a major sport. You know what I mean? All that, and I do think they're open for criticisms. But I agree with you 100% that the fans, like, first of all, there is no right answer as to whether it's a good broadcast or not, because there is no right answer. It's either you like some things or you don't or whatever. And at this point, the ball has been rolling downhill where people just love to jump on the negativity,
Well, yeah. They just they pick everything apart. And these are the kind of people that kind of walk through their lives just waiting to be offended. It's how they live their lives. And they're just calling, they can't be pleased.
Ricky's he can use some improvement. It's not always amazing analysis from him, but he does I would put Ricky like he does a fine job. Just whatever a C is, B minus. You know what I mean? He's fine. He's certainly better than he was as a pit reporter. And to me, the play-by-play guy, and I love Weege. He's one of my best friends. The play-by-play guys, I don't notice much, man. Lee, Weege, Ralph, like whatever, like. They're all knowledgeable. Well, Ralph wasn't as knowledgeable as Weege and Diffie, but like to me, like you're a traffic controller in the play-by-play. You're calling the action, you're throwing it to the analyst, and you're getting in and out of breaks and doing all the reads. It's not. Yeah, I'm with you, man. There's too much complaining about the broadcast. 100%, I agree.
Yeah.
So
hey, about this weekend, Jeremy and Alex, you guys got perfect weather. I'm District 23 guy, so I know this weekend you're loving it because it looks like it's going to be perfect for the race.
There we go.
Oh, we're racing this weekend. We're open.
First
okay.
race.
I didn't know that.
Race of the year.
All right, okay. Yep. There we go. Okay, goddamn. Thanks for the call, man.
Jeremy, you gonna race? You gonna race Open A, or what are you thinking?
I would love to be there, but I'm gonna be your VIP host in Denver for the Star program.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a
well,
weak
you look
guy,
fast.
You look fast. No, well, we were just told you look slow. We were just told by Alex.
No. Dude, I was at BP a week ago last Wednesday. He's on a Kawasaki, and dude, he's ripping.
He's ripping.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Wow.
Of course. Next, my red flag idea. Why don't we just always do them single file?
No matter what?
Yeah. Yep. No matter how many laps done, whatever, then there's never – it was like, for one, I lost my FFL when Hammaker got it.
Yep.
So that was annoying. But otherwise, maybe – I don't know. I just thought maybe that'd be the way to go.
All right. Thanks for the call, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Thanks. Preston's on too. Preston, who's your favorite Martin brother?
Oh, both of them.
No, you can't say that. You got to pick one.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I mean, let's just say probably because I'm a younger brother, so I would go with Jeremy because I'm a younger brother myself.
It's
we're losing.
6-3.
We got a little more of a motor in us because we got to.
All right, Preston, what's your answer?
Well, I said Jeremy.
Yeah, what's your question?
Sorry about that, dog.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, I was at Millville for the National last summer, and I know the Martin family got an award for track. What was that award you guys received from the AMA or something for track managing?
Yeah.
Oh, was it? Well, not the year before when Phil raced it in the dozer with the dozer. Was not happy with the dozer.
Yeah, I think it was like more of a not a lifetime achievement type of thing, or I forget.
Track of the year, family,
just like a dedication
it was,
to the sport. I think in a sense as a family, Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, I guess I was thinking about that. As great as the job as you guys did with it and stuff. And is you guys been ever considered for the Motocross of Nations, Millville?
Yeah, we got to probably get my dad out of the hot seat, but I think Jeremy and I would be all about it. We'd love to have his nations there.
I think it'd be so cool.
Does John not want it, or does John doesn't know, or
he's not the biggest fan, but
it does cost a lot of money.
The next generation,
just the money of it, I think, and whatnot. But that's kind of the one thing Alex and I have kind of talked about in this chapter 2 for us is eventually to take over the family business, and that's something we've kind of mentioned is like, hey, like that's like the creme de la creme.
Yeah.
And it'd be pretty cool to say that we hosted a Disnations in the Valley of Millville.
It's the best track. It's the best track on the circuit. Now, do you have enough hotels in Rochester and everything?
I mean, it's like a 200,000 population city.
All right. And then Phil, Phil, are you done with the phone, or are we what are we doing? Are you paying attention to the show?
Yeah.
You're on the payroll here, and you're not paying attention.
If I could read this combo with Coop right now.
Okay. Focus on the show.
I am.
Okay. Phil, do you think the Millville pits could fit a Disnations and everything that's involved with all the hospitalities, all the teams, everything?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We have one of the biggest pits. It's like empty. Half of it's empty.
And we're going to Ironman?
I
mean, you have all of Rochester. You have all of Minnesota. I mean, Rochester's 100 times bigger than Crawfordsville.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to Indianapolis. But.
Yeah, I know, but you can go to Minneapolis. I mean, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Besides the pits, though, like parking-wise, we have another 25-acre field we haven't even tapped into yet.
Right. Okay, so for structure-wise, infrastructure, you guys think you can do it? No
I
problem.
think so. Like Jeremy said, I think it's just a crowning jewel achievement for a facility.
Probably a lot of politics involved, MX Sports.
I'd assume, stuff like that.
Right,
I mean, it's just tough.
All right, thanks for the call, Preston. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I had one more question to pose if anybody talked about this. So there's speculation of Tomac going to Kawasaki, but what if Tomac re-signs with KTM? Could that open the door for, Sexton re-signs with KTM? Could there be a possibility of Tomac reuniting with Kawasaki?
No, that's not happening.
No, even though they have a spot open potentially? I mean, it's Tomac.
Nope.
Really? Okay.
Nope. I think Tomac will go to KTM if Chase goes to Cowie or maybe Triumph or Ducati or something. So.
Okay.
Right.
I just threw that out there.
Okay.
Like, let anybody think about that? But,
yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
all
man.
right. Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah. Thanks. All right. X-Brand Goggle Tariffs. Let's do this. EKSbrand.com.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid
fire. X-Brand Goggles. Choice of champions everywhere. Fast Freddie Noren wearing X-Brand Goggles. You look at Kyle Chisholm, X-Brand Goggles. GNCC, they're crushing it. Lucid Goggles are out. New colors. Great strap. Great foam. Phil, you know a little bit about the X-Brand Lucid Goggle through the Factory Ride Goggle. It's something similar. So
Factory Ride.
Pulp Show 24, Pulp Show 25 is the code to save with those guys. So these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Phil, do you know him?
Never heard of her.
Okay. 30 seconds. These are rapid fire questions, the Martin brothers. So here we go. All right.
Yeah, so I got questions for all three guests.
Yep.
Not for you, Steve.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. First one, Alex. When do you think you were at peak fitness during your racing career, and how does that compare to your fitness level now?
Ooh, 2016, 15, 16 were good years, and 2020. Those are my best years. How does it compare now? I haven't been injured in like 3 years, so my aerobic fitness is pretty good right now.
All right, for Phil. If A-Mart, J-Mart, and Filthy walk into a bar, who's buying the first round?
Phil.
Yeah, I'd fire the night off.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Jeremy, what's another blue-collar job you would consider trying?
That's a good question,
we got
man.
the dealership. We got UPS. Yeah, what's next?
Dude, I've done it all. Lawn care at Spring Creek Motocross.
Yeah.
Amazon delivery boy.
Yeah.
The UPS story is insane.
Insane.
We're going to get into it later.
Were you looking into another job? I thought you were before the UPS gig.
I was. I just looked at jobs, seasonal jobs, to see what I could get into. But yeah, like
truck driver.
Yeah, I was looking at becoming a trucker.
Jeez.
Hauling big equipment.
Phil.
Dude.
What the fuck, Phil?
His conversation, we'll get into it later.
Okay, all right.
All right, Alex, out of all the riders you are working with, who are you most impressed with and why?
I got to say, I've really enjoyed working with my guy, John Short, down in Texas. Henry Miller, John Short. Henry's an OG troll trainer.
Mm-hmm.
But I love when people communicate a lot and are constantly asking questions and why they do the things we do. So.
All right.
Philip, what made J-Mart faster than A-Mart?
I think, might sound bad, but I think J-Mart had a little bit more of a kill mentality at the right.
I would agree.
The right time, So, yeah.
All right, Jeremy, what's the best question you've gotten hosting the Star VIP program, and what's the most common dumb question you get?
Probably the best question is a lot of people are pretty interested in the technical side of things.
Okay. Yep.
And that's been kind of pretty cool to like tell them a little bit about that, or just give them the general feedback of a rider's perspective. You know, like they see like Justin Cooper, Cooper Webb, Christian Craig, you know, Max Hansty, Hayden Deegan when they come in, and then like I kind of am able to tell them like, in a sense, maybe what they're thinking and what's on their mind throughout the day.
All right. What's the most common question, or what's the dumbest question you get?
Yeah, I just, you know, I guess just can we get goggles, jerseys, whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like, I guess for me, it's just like
Does Deeks actually talk to the VIPs? Does Deeks like spend time? Okay, never mind.
Don't look at me to answer the question for you. So, what do I do?
I mean, it's more of just like
I got my answer. Do I got my answer?
Yeah. Next question.
Okay. All right.
All right, for Alex, what is the most common diet or exercise misconception?
Oh, God. well, I think this is going to be my race tech rant. We'll get into that later, but yeah. Oh, man. Carbs are king.
All right.
All right, Phil, what's something about the Martin Bros that is very similar and something that is drastically different?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah. Good job, Boozer. And his buddies.
We'll go with something super basic. Their aerobic capacity.
Yeah. Because J-Mart's stories are legendary, but Alex is pretty good too.
Yeah. He's a freak too. You know, like it's wild. But
is it because they're short?
No, it's because their heart is the size of their fucking head.
Okay.
You know, that's it. And their lungs.
Volume.
Yeah. They got all the growth in their heart and nowhere else.
Okay.
You know?
What's different?
Different attitudes. They're just two totally.
Yeah.
Alex does get revved up, and when he's pissed, you know he's pissed. But Germa's always got that little bit of a
chip.
Yeah. You know, so it's kind of.
Alex is more easygoing.
Always easygoing. Germa's,
All right, last question. Jeremy, besides Star, what team did you enjoy riding for the most?
I absolutely loved riding for Geico Honda. They were family, and when they lost the title sponsor, I had another year with them, and I was absolutely just gutted. Absolutely gutted.
All right. X-Brand goggles. Pulp Show 25 is the key to save at X-Brand Goggles. Get some Lucid goggles. Jason Thomas coming right up here. We got a lot of phone calls. Jake's on 6. Jake, you got an I don't know, man?
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. Christian Craig, dude.
Yeah.
What are we? I don't know. What are we doing?
I just said this on my review show. If you had told me that Dean Wilson, who was not riding and training for months, would come back and beat Christian pretty easily, I would tell you I'd be surprised, because I would think he would be behind Christian. But he's not. Dean's been beating him. I don't know, man. Yep.
It's an ongoing conversation.
And I thought he'd be better on the Yamaha.
Our group chat.
Yeah, and I thought he'd be better on the Yamaha.
Stuff like that. Well, I just feel like, dude, he's been riding since January, right?
Not January.
February?
But yeah. Pretty close, yeah.
I just feel like by now, with who he rides with, I don't know who he rides with exactly, but I just feel like he has a lot of speed around him, and he's always had speed to do good. So I'm just like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, listen, I was texting with him yesterday. He's not in a good spot. He's in a bad spot for sure. He's not happy with what's going on, and he's trying to figure it out. You know.
The only reason I say that is just because I'm looking at who's out, and five other factory guys that are out right now.
Yeah.
And it's not putting them in a good spot.
I don't know, man. I'm with you. I don't know. What's your favorite Martin
Is he
brother?
riding outdoors is my question.
That's undetermined as of right now.
Shit.
Which is your favorite Martin brother, Jake?
I'm going to go, I have to go Alex, only because, dude, 1110 mods, bro.
Yeah. There we go. What a team.
I mean,
baby.
I watch a lot of old races, and I love seeing the 1110 mods bikes. And
when they run, when they run the whole moto, yeah, absolutely.
Mine are fine.
There's just so much epic time in that couple of years with Alex and Jeremy in the 250 class, and you know the brothers. And I don't know, man. It's cool to see. Now, you know, whatever, Malcolm James, Hunter, Jet. I don't know. To be honest, they were my favorite brothers of our motocross history, only because, dude, they rode in the same class for how many years?
100.
Together?
Yeah.
We were lifers, dude.
Don't forget.
I feel like it was rare that the brothers actually raced each other and all these other brothers.
Yeah, don't forget Alex was Rookie of the Year in the 450 Supercross class.
That's right.
Then retired. Thanks for the call, man.
Right.
Thank you.
I'll let you guys go. All right, you guys are the men.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Carlos is on 5. Carlos, which is your favorite Martin brother?
I would say Alex.
All right,
we're
there
fucking
we go.
tied?
All right.
We're back in the game.
Wow.
No, we're one back. Carlos,
No. Honestly, it's because I am the younger brother, so I would vote for Jeremy. But I feel like Alex has a personality I would like.
Okay.
Like,
Alex is a
Jeremy reminds me of me.
Okay.
Too much.
Dick
He
or
gives.
what?
All right, Carlos, what's
Okay,
your question, man? Yeah.
Well, my rant is a lot of
okay.
people give Phil, a lot of people give Phil a lot of shit. But honestly, he's been the coolest, if not, he's definitely been the coolest guy I've ever seen at the races. I've seen him at 3 races, and I just saw him at MetLife. And I yell out to these guys when I'm outside, like, hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? A lot of them ignore me. Phil is always the one that
There we go.
acknowledges me.
Real G.
So Phil gets a lot of shit, but Phil's a really cool guy, man, at least from what I can see.
There we go.
Thanks for backing me. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Carlos. Thanks, buddy.
No problem.
Appreciate the call. We got John on 2. John, you got a suspension question?
Yes, I do. All these riders always talk about they can tell the difference in the the years of changes in the bike frame and angles of the head and all that. How can they go from every track and only make one clicker adjustment or no adjustments the whole entire year? It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, do you adjust your stuff radically from track to track?
Yes, I mean I'm a shitty C-class rider at that. But I usually, if it's muddy, I'll go a little bit softer on the compression or rebound or stiffer, depending on the track conditions. I ride a different track, so I do change it.
These guys will do that kind of stuff too. They'll do that stuff too, a little bit.
Okay, because I was just listening to what Cooper was saying earlier. He only made one click or one change throughout the whole year. Or sometimes just riding the same suspension that he had from 2 years ago. As their base. So
I think it's a misconception. Yes, it's the same overall general base setting, but when they go from track to track, they'll do a couple clicks here or there.
Yeah, there's no way Coop isn't done just one adjustment the whole year.
It might be the same overall valving stack, whatever, but as far as like rebound clicks, compression, he's going in and out on that throughout the day, 100%.
Okay. Okay, so there's not really mention it as much as they're actually doing it.
Well, and also, too, in the off-season, these guys, they go through the ringer, and they test a lot of things, and they weed out a lot before they get to their setting, too.
To get the window, to get it in a good spot, so the window is you can go from track to track and do a couple clicks,
There you go, John. What's your favorite? Which is your favorite Martin brother, John?
Jeremy. Martin, of course, outdoors. But I did have one other kind of follow-up idea, since you're on ideas of pro circuit and all that.
Yeah.
What if we go to the races 2 days? Friday, all the riders are there for press day. What if we turn that into Fan Fest day and just have Saturday races?
The teams don't really want to do that. They're not all there on press day. Some of them are, but not always. Not everybody.
Okay, just an idea I had out there. Appreciate it. And if I could just give a quick shout-out to Veteran MX. If you're a veteran or if you know anyone that is, have them give us a look out and support the cause.
Awesome. Okay, thanks, man.
All right, thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you. Last call before we get to JT. Tomo.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and Phil.
Tomo, who's your favorite Martin brother?
It has to be Alex, because I think I seen him with some Art of War suspension on his bike the other day.
Okay, yeah. So there we go, supporting the local businesses in Charlotte area.
Yes, but I think J-Mart, maybe not so much, because I don't know if he's human or not with his feats over the previous years. So.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Hey, I've got a question for both the brothers regarding Phil's current shape, his mindset, where he is with his bike, and how they reckon what his strengths and weaknesses are going to be for Canada.
Yeah. What do we think?
Last time Phil was in Canada, he was a gamer and he was going up to win.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
And like he had 3 retirement parties.
Yep.
But like we're going back up to Canada.
Yeah, I know.
We're out of retirement.
Yeah, yep.
And this guy isn't a half-asser.
I want my money back.
Yeah.
Say racist. Homo flew all the way over from Australia for the retirement parties.
He did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so he didn't really retire.
This is not the same Phil.
It's 8 rounds.
What do you guys think of his mentality, Alex? What do you think of his mentality?
We're just going to collect the paycheck, have a good time.
Mail it in?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try for sure. And yeah, I mean, we'll see.
You mean to tell me when you line up, dude, you have some testosterone on the line, man.
Raging.
You are just next
Are they
level.
drug testing up there?
No.
3 to 5 guy.
3 to 5 guy.
3 to 5 guy. So,
Oh.
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll jump off in after this one. So, Phil, if you do have another retirement party, can you make this one at OzX, for fuck's sake?
Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, dude.
That would actually be a bang.
Oh, wow.
We might not survive that party, but hey.
I got to
We'll
get down
send it.
there.
Fuck the amount of Jim Beam.
Yeah, I know. That's true.
Hey, Matthes, Manjum up. That's in like 2 months.
Oh, is it really? Oh, dude, I'm good in the sand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could shred
Yeah.
that.
Or you could even come out to one of the national rounds, Toowoomba, the place that Phil built.
Yeah. Did you do well there, Phil?
I did.
You did?
Yeah. Should have won, but got docked. But it's okay.
Got docked.
Got docked.
Damn.
Before he was thrown out of the country.
By the way, that Australia lost. It sounds like it lost a real popular privateer rider down there who passed away from a crash. Bummer to hear that for sure. Yeah, my social media feed was filled, filled of it.
Yeah, very, very well liked person among the pits. You know, in a small industry like moto is in Australia, and a bit ancestral, shall we say, you never heard a single negative comment about Joel. So massive loss to the sport and the community.
So bummer. R.I.P. to him. It seemed like a lot of guys liked him. Thanks, Tomo.
See you, Homo.
All right, see you later.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Joel Evans.
Yeah, Joel Evans.
Joel Evans.
I saw that today.
Yeah. Sad deal for sure. All right, let's talk some 250s, maybe some silly season stuff here with none other than Fly Racing Zone. Jason Thomas, flyracing.com. What's up, JT?
Not too much. Did tits perk up in the corner over there when Phil talks about getting docked?
Oh, yeah. Never thought of that. Yeah.
All right.
Tits?
Fair enough.
Is that exciting? Or?
I'm slightly aroused.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
There you go. That's what I was looking for.
PulpMX code saves at Fly Racing, flyracing.com, home of Cooper Webb, the 450 Supercross points leader as well. JT, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anything can happen here, but you guys signing fucking Cooper Webb in year one, winning this title, if it happens, not bad. Not bad timing.
That's a little rough on the budget, but I mean, yeah, he's killing it, and you certainly know racing. You can't assume anything, but it really felt like that win in Pittsburgh was big.
Yeah, and it would be big for you guys to get the title too. Absolutely, 450 Supercross title. That's huge.
I mean, we're just trying to check boxes, right? Like getting the first MXGP overall, like the 1-1-1-1 day in MXGP. Like Cooper's already said all sorts of things this season. The title would be another. It's kind of been going that way lately, which is awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Vial, full props to Vial. He crashed hard again in practice this week. And JT, I thought Thrasher was going to take off. I thought Thrasher was going to pull a Thrasher. And, man, Vial did it. He really, really rode well.
He did. He had to. I mean, he really had, if he wanted to win this championship, this was such a huge race for him because, we briefly talked about this on the review podcast, but there's just no way logic would tell you that if he goes down further than 7, or if he's behind 2 guys, like at 5 points behind 2 guys, like he's not going to overcome that. Like the odds are horrifically against pulling that off. So this at least gave him life, and he's got to do it again. That's the tough part. Like it's the same scenario. He has to beat those guys again, but at least he's got a fighting chance now. If he loses, he's just not quite good enough in Salt Lake. But this was exactly what he needed, period.
We don't know for sure, Phil, whether it was the title pressure or the Salt Lake track/altitude, but he rode really poorly at Salt Lake last year.
Yeah,
he got the title, he got it done, but it wasn't great. So I tend to think that was a title pressure more than track and altitude, but whatever it was, he needs to ride better this year.
Yeah, because, I mean, the past shows, RJ rides pretty good at Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Last year he rode really good, but I don't know. I mean, this past weekend, every weekend Vial has done bad. He's always showed up in the main event when the gate dropped, except for Foxborough, which was a crapshoot. But other than that, like, dude, every race, it just shows that he is a title guy. You know, he might not do anything flashy, this or that, but he's always there at the right time, the right place. It's kind of wild.
And also, too, like, again, big one in practice last week. Big one in practice this week. And then in the heat, he got beat pretty badly in both heats. So, again, clutch, like Coop. Good job, Tom Vial.
Yeah, he showed up.
All right, okay. JT, anything? No?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I mean, I kind of echo your sentiments on Salt Lake. Like, you have to think he was just doing the bare minimum, and I can't even imagine the level of pucker that he was feeling in that moment. But it was a horrific day for him in Salt Lake. Like, he barely made the main. He barely got the job done in the main. So, yeah, whatever that was, he can't do that. No. I can promise you. I know that much.
How about Seth's opening lap?
Oh, my goodness.
He said he couldn't see. His visor was knocked down. He didn't know where he was going. He thought he was going to get landed on. So JT told us on the review show that the Cowie guys, PC guys, ran to get a front wheel because us in the press box and I guess down there were like, dude, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Like, he was washing out. He was weaving. It was pretty gnarly.
I want to know what happened to Seth on the start.
He said he spun.
He spun.
On the
I was going to say
grade.
because he came out so slow.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, what was that?
Yeah, he said he spun.
It's a miracle he rode that out.
Dude, all of that.
Hardy landing on him? Like, what?
Hardy could have killed him.
Yeah.
Like, broke his arm. Just, you know.
I think he did a pretty good job to come back to where he did, considering, especially the first lap, it was not looking good.
No, not at all.
I mean, that's actually a really good ride to get back to fifth from that.
So, Alex, for you, winner take all at Salt Lake, who do you like? Like, what do you think's going to happen? Like,
I mean, it's hard to bet against. It's hard to RJ. I mean, I'm an RJ fan for sure, but he's squirrely. You know, Tom's really solid. He's a solid guy, you know, and he's the reigning champ. So it's hard to bet against him.
Phil, you got something to say?
RJ is going to, I think, take it again.
Really?
Yeah, because he'll die. He will literally die. Seth will get close to wanting to die.
Yeah.
Vial, not so much, I don't think. Right. But, you almost
but, dude, he's going to...
Vial's a good starter, too.
No, but just last year at...
If they tie, let's say neither one wins Salt Lake, but that RJ beats Seth by 3 points. Who gets it? Will they tie on 2 wins? They'll tie on 2 wins each.
RJ has 2 wins or
just
one?
One now.
I thought RJ has 1.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So they'll tie, but Seth will get it.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
So he's got to beat him by 4.
I don't know. I don't think Seth has raced in altitude yet. He's been hurt every time.
Yeah.
Correct? I'm pretty sure. RJ last year, Denver at altitude, really good. Salt Lake at altitude was really good. I just think he can jive with the bike really good.
I don't know how he beat Seth by 4 spots, let's say. Or 2 spots, you know, if you look at the podium or whatever.
I mean, showdowns are going to be it's going to be nutty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you'd have to go with a factory bike, you know, all the factory bikes being up front.
Yeah.
Seth being a good starter. Yeah, it'll be hard to be 4 positions.
Okay, J-Mart, what do you got? Who do you got?
Hampshire is kind of my guy.
Okay.
Like, we're on Geico. I really liked RJ.
Yeah, this isn't a popularity contest. We all love RJ, but who do you think's going to ride that?
Dude, I don't know. May the best man win. All I know is I'm going to be up there.
Politically bullshit.
You and JT belong together. Waffle.
Oh, pound sand, Matthes.
Dude, what do you want me to do? I hope they all get out.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I hope they all get out there and we get a proper showdown.
Take his fucking headsets away.
He's a
You're outta here.
I just hope everyone has a good day.
Everyone gets a fucking trophy.
Hey, winners find ways.
Yeah, get out of here.
You know that one. Winners find ways.
So JT was disagreeing with me on this. I think Davies and Deegs I think they're faster than anybody on the East. And at the showdown, we're going to see.
I would agree.
Thank you. Oh, J Mark's nodding. Thank you.
You can't really say that. I mean, Seth won a shootout too.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously
consistently fast though.
Seth's not consistently fast.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's
Davies
it's
isn't?
Matthes and the Martin brothers versus Phil and JT. For not agreeing with that. Okay.
I mean, I've seen Davies not ride very well, and I've seen Deegan not ride very well. So to be faster than the other three, to me, is like, get out of here with that.
I agree.
I think, though, the Davies we're looking at now after these last 2 races is a different
Davies from the beginning of the season. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, if he never looks back and it's just this is the guy and he keeps getting better and better, sure. But a body of work over a season is more than 2 races. So he certainly has an opportunity to prove that.
Yeah, and I would say Seth's ride at MetLife was
amazing.
On a gnarly track. You know what I mean? He was pretty spot on with gnarly whoops like that.
This is why we go racing, boys.
Yeah, well, I think it's just going to come down to a start at Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Because it's so crucial.
Yeah.
Then the stadium's tight. It's small.
Yeah. I mean, nothing really. The last 2 years, maybe even longer, nothing really happens.
Other than the only thing that Salt Lake that's always seems pretty consistent is a decent set of whoops.
Yeah.
Is what they build there. Everything else is normally kind of somewhat mellow and
Right.
it's crumbly dirt, but the whoops always tend to stay the same.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know.
I'll take a bet with anyone in the studio or JT on the phone that Deegan or Davies win Salt Lake. I'll take that.
Versus the field?
Yeah, versus the field.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll take it. I'll take your bet.
All right, because I think they're fastest. I think the 2 fastest guys, and then when you look at, we're on the West Coast, that kind of dirt. They've been riding West Coast, like Star Yamahas.
Well, I'm not allowed to bet anything, but I will make a friendly, non-monetary wager.
On the record.
You could do PulpMX gives back donation.
Well, I just don't want to get in trouble, so I think this, you think that. Let's see who's right. How
Okay,
about that?
all right. I like the Star bikes at altitude. I like them riding west. I like Davies, the roll he's on right now. I think Deegs is going to want to smash everybody. Maybe he comes out in his R8 and does donuts.
I think Deegs may go a little bit easy.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, he's got what?
How big's his points gap right now?
14?
17.
17. Yeah,
Oh,
17.
okay.
So
yeah.
Where's Davies in points?
Second. Yeah.
Yeah.
So well, we'll see. I think I like Seth to get it done in Salt Lake, but honestly, flip a coin, between him and Vial. I think those 3 points for me to RJ are too much. Those guys are too close.
Imagine those 3 though, like between going into the last round.
Well,
reminds me like me against Marv at Ironman back in the day. Like it's
if RJ's behind those 2, right on them, I'll flip to Phil saying RJ will die. So I'll go with that theory if he can see him.
I just think it's going to be a lot crazier than we're like, well, 3 points, this, and then if he finishes here, I just think it's going to be
it's going to be
a lot wilder than that.
Yeah.
Complete fucking yard.
It's Supercross.
Yeah. Thanks, Jimmer.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
It's Supercross, dude.
East-West shootout.
May the best man win.
J-Mart is playing.
No, everyone will get a trophy, JT. Come to J-Mart, all right?
JT, we've been asking this all night. Which is your favorite Martin brother?
Oh, fuck.
This is a good one.
He's going to say Alex.
He's going to say
he's
Alex.
a fly guy.
Yeah.
Martin Lawrence.
Martin.
It's like a human level, or what are we talking about? Like,
Anything, man.
not a great
Yeah, which one you know better? Which
If you
one?
had to pull one out of a burning building, which one are you getting?
No, that's terrible.
That's horrific.
That's the only
I
way
don't
you
want
got.
to be responsible for one of them burning
Listen,
to death.
he raced Alex somewhere along the line. Somewhere. No?
Did we? I don't know.
I don't think we ever did.
No?
Honestly.
Oh,
I
fuck.
really
Okay.
don't think we ever did.
Okay, all right. Let's scratch
No.
that.
I mean, we were racing at the same time.
Yeah,
but
no, I
don't think we were
figured
racing against
somewhere
each
you
other.
guys would have
Well, I
crossed
think
paths.
I was 250. He was 450.
What about 2009?
Yeah, it would have been 2009. Yeah,
250
when he was
East.
BTO.
I did 250 West. In
Shit.
2009.
Showdowns?
I was at Vegas.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, didn't make the main.
Yeah,
but-
that's. I don't think. that,
we were
JT,
there.
JT, did you make the main?
250 showdown?
Yep.
I went back to the 450.
Ah.
I got
Yes.
10s in the 450 that night.
Okay, all right. Never mind then. Fuck, I guess maybe you didn't ever race it. So, who's your favorite Martin?
I don't. I'm going to take Jeremy's Supercross answer. I don't know, man. They're both awesome. What do you want? What do you want from me?
It seems like we have 15 votes of people who did give us their favorite Martin.
Like one of them it's not like one of them's a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like,
no, they're both
Yeah,
awesome.
that they're
Question
both
is
pieces
that?
of shit. That's why it's easy to choose which one is which.
Which child do you love more? Like, what do you know what I mean? Like, that's the dumbest question ever.
And every parent will say which child they like more.
Which one would John say? John
Jennifer.
Martin. Jennifer?
Yeah.
What about Greta?
Jennifer.
Her horses.
Yeah.
Her horses? Okay, all right.
Yeah, she loves.
JT, Motocross the Nations at Millville. Thoughts?
I mean, it would be awesome as far as track and location. I just think the hotel situation might be tough. But, I mean, everything else about the vibe and experience. October in Minnesota might be a little tough also. But I'm certainly not going to say no to it.
I mean, you think Rochester's smaller than Crawfordsville?
Well, it's just far, right? It's like,
30 minutes?
40 minutes or what? Yeah, whatever.
That's
Listen, I'm not saying no. I'm just presenting the obstacles. That's all.
All right. What about GNCC at Millville?
Buy a camper.
I mean, I think you guys would, it's such a successful event. I would love for that to happen to your family. I would start there. That would be really cool.
Yeah. What about a GNCC? What do you think?
GNCC would be a huge hit there. Huge.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. Let's get that fired up.
Let's
GNCC.
go. We got like 20 miles of trails.
But we got a call for you, JT, from Bailey on 2. Bailey, what's your question for JT?
Hello?
Yeah, Bailey, what's your question for JT?
All right, thanks for taking my call.
Which Martin brother is your favorite?
I don't know. Can't really choose that.
Yeah, you can. You have to.
See?
You have to pick.
See?
Bro, you're going in.
Probably Jeremy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, what's your question for JT?
If I was trying to find some fly gear from 2020, would there be any other way to find that from Fly or just searching through like dealerships?
Yeah, I honestly, I bet like eBay is probably the only way I could even say it's possible. We definitely don't have any. Like, we sold everything during COVID that we could possibly get our hands on. Like, we sold all of our stuff from like 2017 that year. So there's probably stuff floating out there, but we wouldn't be able to provide it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks,
and
Bailey.
Then,
go ahead.
Phil, are you not racing Mammoth this year because of Canada?
It's still up in the air. I can pull Mammoth off. If
you could or can't?
I could, if
okay.
If my heart's in it, or
is your contract with FXR, is that negotiated? Is that all done?
Yeah.
There's a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. A lot of ups and downs. So we're signed?
Big little smile on you.
Okay.
Big money.
Oh yeah, big money.
Big
Okay.
money.
All right.
Big
All right.
money.
All right, Bailey. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Jason Thomas here, Fly Racing. Okay. Silly season stuff. We don't think Eli's going back. Maybe the Star VIP guy knows, but does KTM, Triumph, or Ducati make more sense? What do you guys think?
Me?
Yeah, sure. We'll start with you, JT.
I think KTM makes most sense personally.
Yeah, I kind of think so too.
They have budget. They have the bike in place. Like Eli's too far along. I don't want to say old, but that's what I mean.
Yeah.
To develop a bike, and I don't think he has any interest in going down that path. Like, he needs to be turnkey in a program that can win, and that's really the only one that there is.
The one thing about Triumph is Coker's there, and I think Jeremy's a real asset to that program as far as pushing him to make changes and get that bike ready and everything else. So,
of course,
he may be like, hey, Coker's my guy, and he'll make sure the bike's good.
Yeah, I think there's more to it. Is Triumph ready to write that big of a check? There's just a lot of obstacles where KTM, if Sexton is definitely gone, which we all think he is, it's literally just walk in, the bike's ready, the budget's there, team's in place, go try to win. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it just seems too easy to go there versus anything else.
Phil, do you think Sexton's going to Cowie? I seem to think so, but what do you know? I know you're plugged in.
I'm not plugged in, but sense-wise,
You are to starts. You're plugged into Sexton starts.
Yeah.
Because that was amazing last year.
Not that plugged in.
Great story.
He's a good starter now.
Yeah.
That was a good story.
No,
but
yeah.
His starts have come a long way.
Right.
If I was Chase, I would not leave KTM.
I'm with you.
You can't.
It takes a year.
It takes a year to redevelop a whole new bike, get used to it, and not only that, he left Honda because of Hunter and Jet. I think, you know what I mean. There's too many alphas over there. If he goes to Cowie, you have Prado, who's also an alpha. You can't have two alphas on one team.
Mm-hmm.
At least at KTM, he's still AP is really good, but he's still alpha there.
Yeah.
His dynamic with Tom. You know, he has freedom. KTM's come around a long way with the people that they have there. They're not so corporate. You know, Cowie's still pretty corporate, you know, from the outside looking in. I would stay KTM.
Yeah. I think what J-Mart said, it takes you a year to figure out that bike, too.
I think
so.
so.
And like, you could be right back to where you're at now.
Yeah.
Unless he's worried about KTM's financial thing. You know, unless that's like, I don't know. I don't know enough about that. Maybe JT knows more, but if that's a concern, then yeah, you got to go. But I don't see that being a concern. Red Bull's back. You know, they got to go racing.
I mean, I feel like that's maybe behind them for 26.
I don't know. Maybe JT.
I mean, I think KTM North America is kind of running their own program at the moment. Long term, I don't know what that means.
Right.
I don't think Chase is leaving because of financial reasons.
Okay.
That's
right.
I think Chase has a. I don't want to be critical because he's a grown man, but I think he's developing a bad habit of kind of the grass is greener somewhere else. And I don't know. I just don't think bouncing around to different, like he's not going to find a magic answer somewhere. I don't think, right? Like
I agree.
All these teams are really capable, and look how good he's gotten on the KTM now, you know, and you're going to have to start over again on a team that's really regimented in what they want you to do and how they want you to set your bike up. Like, I don't know, it's just a lot of.
Okay, great point. But obviously I did a public podcast with Oscar Werdeman, and I asked him about that. I said, hey, what do you think of that out there? Because RV's talked about it, and, you know, and I mean, look, again, he works for Cowie, so take it for what it is. But he's like, no, not at all. I don't see that. He goes, we'll do whatever. We can come up. He's like, Oscar said, anything that I've come up with, that I've thought of, and he's a suspension guy. You know, he's not just a parts changer. Anything I've thought of or want to come up with, they do. We make it. He goes, if people could see how badass we are in the back in the machine shop of Cowie, he goes, I'd love to get people to know that, but we don't really want to talk about that. But he said, we can make anything, and we have. So Oscar pushed back on that.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I also heard Anderson saying kind of the same thing a year ago. You know, so I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm only going off of what the riders have said.
Yeah. Weimer said it.
Right?
RV has said it. Yep. Eli has said it.
There.
Right. Yep.
But if all these riders kind of say the same thing, maybe they're overstating it.
Yeah.
But where there's smoke, there's fire most of the time.
I mean, John Tomac said this as much as on the show, and we had him on a year ago, or whatever. John said that.
And that's like JT just alluded to it. Cowie, KTM's was like that, and then they're finally outside the box.
Yeah, with Coop,
now.
they were like that. And then it took Coop leaving. Yeah.
Now all of a sudden they got this whole new
perspective.
I mean, but I would say even on the Cowie, I think they've changed a lot since Tomac left.
I don't think as much as you think.
Well, listen, he knows Anderson pretty well there. So, for sure,
say.
Phil would have.
He trains Anderson.
Team
what
Fry.
the fuck do I know?
Well, you ride with him in his garages in PulpMX. Not now, but you have.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you've heard him complaining about things. So I'm taking your advice. I'm thinking you're, in a roundabout way, telling us that Anderson says the same thing, Phil.
I mean, maybe at times, but I don't know.
I also think though, like Chase going to KTM, it's going to that steel frame. That's a couple year process. When you've been an aluminum frame guy to go to the steel frame, at least for me, it took time.
He's 26. Chase is 26. And he's going to be on his third factory team?
Yeah.
And if this one doesn't work out, where are you going after this?
I mean, I think going to Jay Coop, how good Jay Coop looks like, because he's been on the same team with the same bike, that makes a big difference.
Yeah.
From the outside looking in, and Chase could tell me I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about, and I would say, yep, you're right.
I'd
but
agree.
My opinion is that he's chasing something, and he's not really quite sure what that is, but he's still chasing it. And I kind of feel like I don't know that you're ever going to find it, right? You kind of have to adapt to what you have. He's chasing perfection, and I don't know that there is perfection anywhere. You know, look at like Honda. Like how good the 24 bike was for Jet and Hunter, and 25 has not been that situation. You know, it's just constantly evolving dynamic with these motorcycles, and if you're going to change teams every time, like, I just don't think it's not going to work out long term. Like, you're just going to run out of options here.
And Kier's a big part of that program, and so how's Cowie going to feel when Kier starts saying, hey, I think we should do this, you know? I don't think it went over really well when John was doing that. And Gilly, you know, John and Eli brought Gilly in at some point, and that was like...
Yeah, hit the fan.
Not good.
Honestly, the best that Chase has ridden this year has been lately when he just said, you know what, piss on it, I'm just riding the damn thing. Like, that's when he's ridden his best, you know? So my perception of this from the outside is that Chase gets in his own head too much, and he worries about little imperfections in the motorcycle.
Yeah.
But from my experience, every motorcycle has little imperfections. They all do. It's just, what are they? What are the characteristics? What are the nuances versus another one?
I mean, another kicker would be, okay, this is Cowie's second year on their new 450.
Mm-hmm.
When's KTM come out with their new bike?
Yeah, I don't know, because I heard they're keeping the same bike for a few years.
Okay, so if that's the case, then that would play a huge factor into, if I'm Chase, I'm going to do a 2-year deal. Okay, well, in 2027, what's that new bike going to be like?
Right. Yeah.
You know, like, you almost have to, for an average person, you know, a guy like Chase has to think like that too, you know, because you don't want to be redeveloping a whole new bike on your last year of your contract, because you kind of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, I do think he's still going. I do. I think he's going to end up green, but I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm that stoked on it. If the money's the same, you know, which I think it is.
I mean, what about the Red Bull versus Monster thing? Does that have any weight?
I don't think so. No.
I mean, he was a Monster guy before.
Yeah.
On Honda.
And he's not like his Red Bull deal came together with the team. Like, he went there. You know, yeah, he didn't bring it with him, right? So
sure.
I don't think that's a deciding.
I mean, he was a Monster guy before.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Jason Thomas here on the show, brought to you by Fly Racing. Code PulpMX to save, direct with flyracing.com. Also, Firepower Parts, doing great things at firepowerparts.com. Batteries and chains and hard parts, loading ramps, stands, all of that, firepowerparts.com. Club MX is the big Firepower guys, and they got on the podium with Max Volan this weekend. And JT, I knew you knew this because you're part of the broadcast team, but I did not think that was Max's first podium. I assumed he had snuck one in somewhere. So...
I had thought last year, right before he got hurt. I know he won the heat race.
Yeah.
But I knew he was in contention for one. So yeah, I wasn't 100% sure either. So good for him, man.
Yeah, absolutely. He did a good job. So we had a question on the show going back to the 250s now. Cody Schock or Max Volan, top club rider, and I went Schock, but the way Volan's riding lately.
Yeah, that was an impressive ride.
Yeah.
Last weekend.
And Schock's doing 450 outdoors. Is that?
I guess so.
Yeah, that's what I heard. So we won't see them battle in the outdoors.
Has Volan really never had a podium before?
Yeah.
Really?
That surprises
me.
me.
Dude, remember Paula? He was going to get on the podium that race for sure.
He's had to have won a heat race.
He did last year.
Yeah, last year at DC. Well, last year poor kid never got a shot.
Yeah.
Anaheim, I think he got fourth that night.
He came from the back.
Yeah,
he got a bad start.
Yeah. The following weekend was San Fran, Mutter, DNF'd, and then I think that next weekend he got hurt. And then that was like, see you later, dude. You went into fucking the abyss.
If he would have stayed healthy, he probably would have won it.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. No, good for him. That's cool. It's cool for club and good story for him.
Yeah,
you know, all the things he's been through.
Well, that injury, just to come back from that.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
He rode good. Like,
oh yeah,
he was fast. It's not like he lucked into it or
no.
RJ did crash, whatever, but he was that heat race, the way he was hitting his marks, the rhythms, pumping shit.
Well,
he was fucking fast.
Even from the start of the day, like the first free practice, Volan was out there right away, and I was like, "Ooh, he looks good today."
I
like
thought the
he
same
looked
thing.
like he looked like a gamer.
Yeah.
Like he looked like
whatever,
he was there.
Whatever he had
business.
for breakfast or whatever,
Yeah.
keep doing that because he looked good right from the start.
I'll be honest. I think he rode outdoors one day this past week.
Okay.
And I think maybe that might have helped a little bit because he had been on Supercross since the beginning of time.
At this point in the season, it's such a refresher.
So
I've always felt like that kind of helped me.
Yeah,
you know, like
speed back,
your eyes get adjusted to going to outdoors. So when you kind of come back to Supercross, it's like everything seems maybe a little bit slower.
Yeah, maybe
your
kind
turns
is this
are a little
the
better.
first ever podium with a handbrake?
I would assume so.
It has to be.
I think it's got to be
I would assume it's the first main event ever with a handbrake.
Yeah. He said all sorts of fucking
First person ever
records.
jumped with a handbrake.
It's first guy to make a fast 40.
Yeah.
I mean, like, just go on down the line.
You got him with the handbrake and Jesse Nelson with the thumb. I mean, it's legit.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Jason Thomas here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Fly Racing. Okay, JT, anything else on your mind tonight?
No, Phil, how's the Canada prep going? I'm sure you guys covered this, so
not yet.
Rehashing it.
No, we haven't covered it. He wishes he was back on Yamaha. I mean, secretly, we know that, but yep.
What shock
I want to hear more
around?
about this two-year deal for a 1-year deal. This is amazing to me.
Yeah, if I want to race next year.
Yeah, it's all up to him. Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was like a way-away plan or something.
No. If
Phil's racing on way-away.
Well, yeah, I guess it all depends on how many years I want to race. Yeah, I guess it is a layaway plan.
So we've been testing. Right. We're good. Like the bike is.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get. Yeah.
Are you done testing? Like you got a setup, or you're
no,
doing
I still
more?
Keep,
okay.
All right.
When's the first round?
June 1st.
Okay.
I still got 7 weeks.
Yeah. So. Listen, I talked to Burner this weekend. He was telling me Wright is hauling ass.
Dazzy said Wright's hauling ass.
Hauling ass.
Pettis is riding good. I rode with Pettis the other week. He
okay.
whooped my ass.
Oh no, was he faster?
Yeah, I got my ass kicked.
Is he being? I don't know if you're being serious.
So okay. I got 7 weeks to get my shit together. We'll be all right.
Okay, did Pettis really kick your ass or no?
Dude, he reeled me in.
He did?
Yeah.
Do we have our bonuses?
I don't know if you're fucking serious.
Hey, are our bonuses top 3 or top 5 out there?
I should have done top 5.
You'll be all right.
Regrets.
36, I'm still learning. Fuck. Top 3. Hopefully I get third and make some bonus money.
All right. And so we're still testing.
Yeah. I'm there to help develop the bike. Get it better so they can go get a legit guy.
Any truth to the rumor that you stole J Mart's ride? J Mart?
They were talking to J Mart about it.
Yeah, they called me.
Yeah.
And I told Phil, I said, hey, I got this call from this Kawasaki Canada team.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know.
Yeah.
Boom.
That's
Phil's
fucked.
Phil signs. Yeah. Swooped in.
That's fucked, Phil.
Thanks, Phil.
No.
That's fucked.
Not how it worked. There's no way you're developing a bike.
Why?
I was just going to go race. I told him I wanted to win.
Yeah. Remember what he just said? He's used to the Rolls Royces of fucking dirt bikes?
Yeah.
Right, but Jeremy's really expensive, so like Jeremy'd be on the Bobby Bonilla plan. Like they'd be paying Jeremy in 25 years still.
We stretched out his salary for 25 years.
Yeah. That's big money.
You guys, these three don't know what Bobby Bonilla means, JT.
They don't know.
No, there's no way. They're clueless on that.
Well, Phil, your brand has
Every
never
day.
been so big, dude.
Yeah.
Every year in July, I think it's July.
Yeah.
There's a day that's called Bobby Bonilla Day because he gets $1 million on that day because he deferred all of his contract money, so he gets $1 million every year.
Baseball player, New York Mets. Yeah,
Wow.
and he's like 50 something now, or
What
probably
a
60.
legend. I had no idea.
Huh. That's cool, actually.
Fuck.
So
I could have done that too.
you should have. Yeah.
You are doing it pretty much.
Yeah.
That's better than IRA.
Layaway years. That is better than IRA. Fuck.
All right, everybody. That's Jason Thomas. Good job on the broadcast, JT, this weekend, and thanks for helping out for the LCQ race this Friday as well. We're gonna be doing the pit report or the podium interviews and everything down there. So, will they let you wear an NBC shirt, or do you have to just put on a Fly shirt for these? Are they going to be embarrassed?
I mean, I think they're very supportive of it. Like literally, our production team is moving our meetings all around to accommodate this. So I think they're very supportive.
Awesome. Good to hear.
Yeah.
JT, if Salt Lake City championship photo, are you going to be up there or what? Gonna be up
With Coop?
Yeah.
I mean, probably not. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough for me, right? Like I have to stay so unbiased to be fair. But yeah, I don't know. That's a great question. Actually, I had not thought of it at all. I'm not sure.
You should get up there.
Yeah,
That'd be
you
cool.
should. I mean,
Dude, I mean,
I'm honestly gonna ask my bosses what the protocol is. If they're like, yeah, we don't care, then sure. I have been a part of this process. There's no doubt about whether.
Well, you got to get up there.
And you've been a part of Fly
for a long time.
Way longer than NBC.
Outside of like 2 years with Answer or 3 years, whatever it was, Subway days. But outside of that, it's been Fly racing
since 2002.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't want it to be unfair to like Chase. That's my biggest thing. I really try to be fair to Chase in interviews and interactions because he deserves that. So I don't That's my only concern. Other than that, not really worried about it.
I think you're pretty good on the business side to keep that separate, though. I think everyone else knows that, but I get your point.
Yeah, it's just perception. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right, man. Thanks, JT. Thanks for
All right,
calling.
guys.
Appreciate
See
it. All right,
ya.
that's
See ya,
Jason
JT.
Thomas,
See ya.
everybody. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use the code and check out. Acherbys, by the way, speaking of Volan, at Acherbys USA on social media, whether you're simply needing a new fender or you want to personalize your bike, Acherbys is there for you. A world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. I love the Acherbys stuff. I believe Acherbys is on PulpMX now, so they changed the look of their bikes up a lot, and it's nice with the Acherbys plastic as well on there. Use the codes to save, whether it's WUSA, Get Data, Atlas Neck Brace, Guts Racing, Works Connection, PulpMXShow.com, amongst others, and we really appreciate if you do that. We got a ton of phone calls. It's just
A lot of my sponsors are Cherbys, Guts.
Oh yeah, okay, you're on
Troll
board.
training sponsor.
Yep.
No, I'm not paying for that.
All right.
No, Cherbys is actually.
Glenn's
Oh,
on.
at Cherbys is?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Glenn's on 5. What's up, Glenn?
Yep.
Favorite Martin brother?
I have to go with Alex.
Okay, thank you.
I'm getting surprised.
I'm an older brother.
Yeah. All right.
A lot of brothers calling.
Brother.
You want to talk to J Mart though?
Yeah, so I wanted to see if he remembered. I don't remember if it was his first year on Geico or second year, but it was at Southwick. Dude, do you remember crashing on the parade lap?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, buddy. I
Dude,
sure do.
Bro, it was a big one.
Yeah.
It was where, I don't know if you remember where McElrath crashed on a KTM 250 back in the day.
Yeah.
Crashed hard there, down that drop-off. So we were standing right there. And, dude, let me tell you, when all I heard was that panic rev and just watched J Mart just cartwheel down the track on the parade
Was
lap.
your bike
dude.
okay?
It was the parade lap, too.
Was your bike okay?
So, no, like the dual exhaust.
Yeah.
It was bent.
Oh, okay.
The bike was fucked up, and I'm just like, we made a clicker adjustment, and I'm like, I think this is gonna be the ticket. I'm gonna hammer a couple sections.
Oh, okay.
So I hammered that section, and next thing you know, I was on the ground. I was like, well, here we go, Moto 2, let's hit it.
What year
went
was
the
that?
wrong way. 2017.
Okay.
Yeah. So did you fix the bike a little bit, or was that you had to run it the way it was? Like,
You know, I came back and I was really heated, and I told Pedro, I was like, Pedro, I went down. He said, dude, what the F happened to you? And I was just like, dude, you don't want to know. And he just tried to do damage control, and it was not a good moto.
Oh wow, yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, Glenn, he remembers.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Good
call.
one.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Brittany wants to talk about Motocross the Nations on 2. Brittany, welcome to the show. Who's your favorite mountain brother?
You know, I gotta go Dale with this one because they're both friends, but I gotta go Jeremy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, Big Sal.
Yep.
Hey, while I'm thinking of it, you know, I have to talk about the Nations and the fact that here in Rochester we have that international airport. We've got a bunch of hotels for the Mayo Clinic patients. I don't know. I think we can talk Johnny into it.
Brittany, easy on the international airport part for Rochester.
Oh, I know, it's tiny.
Like
Let's be fair, it's
everyone's
tiny.
flying into Minneapolis. Let's just stop there. We are all going to Minneapolis. But anyways,
the
okay.
hotel thing, though, I think that's valid.
Okay, yeah, I'm
There's
just asking. Yeah.
plenty of hotels.
Right. I mean, the Mayo Clinic is massive, right? The Mayo Clinic.
Rochester, shoot, why does everyone think Rochester?
It's over 100,000 people in
It's like
Rochester.
almost 200,000
Yeah,
people.
it's a huge town.
Okay, man.
And it keeps growing every year.
I mean, I guess if South Bend can handle it.
Maybe if you didn't drive down Saturday morning and drive back to Minneapolis Saturday night, you'd understand what
Right.
Rochester looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Listen, Phil, I've been to Rochester more times than you.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
My first Millville was 1988.
Yeah, well, it's changed since then.
Okay. No, but listen, South Bend handles it, so.
Yeah.
Right. How big is South Bend compared to Rochester?
Dude, Majora, Italy had a disations,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. No, that's true. All right, Brittany, so anything else?
No, I'll see you Sunday, Sal.
All right. Sounds
Sounds
good.
good.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We won't see J Mart there.
Spring Creek
oh,
employee
yeah.
there.
That's for me. Yeah. It's my
Staffer.
coffee.
Like coffee handoff.
We got a lot of calls here, but we also got the I Don't Know Man segment. So let's do that right now. I like that. It's really popular with the kids. All right.
Is that me?
Yeah, I Don't Know Man segment.
Oh, I've never actually done this one before.
Okay.
long time not being here. I'm gonna need a second.
You just got to find that there. It's just a button.
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
I don't have it, but I'm looking for it. friggin' idea.
Okay.
Just start. I'll get there eventually.
No, maybe Nick has it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. All right, the I don't know, man segment. It's very popular. Smooth transition. It's just something you're most confused about. Just something you just don't know about. Either a racer, anything. What do we got, Alex? I'll start with you.
Can I go last?
Oh, okay. Phil?
I'll go.
Okay.
So at the end of the night of a Supercross, the AMA does a random
Teardown. Okay.
Okay? It's a fucking joke. Bore and stroke.
Yep.
What team is cheating with a bore and stroke nowadays?
I mean,
can we update the AMA rulebook?
They also check other things: transmission, swing arms, frames.
Dude.
They just did swing arms.
Bore and stroke.
I know.
You're putting the mechanics at the end of the night at 11 o'clock at night. Hey, pull the engine out, pull everything apart.
I've had to do it
for bore and fucking stroke.
I've had to do it. Yeah.
Even suspension stuff. It's just like, what? To see if it's a production. Can we not enhance the rules to be a little bit more in depth?
Listen, man, they went for years and checked nothing. So at least they're checking stuff. J-Bone, Dean Baker, we got Johnny
They were
Oler.
checking us in 2012 on 1110 for bore and stroke. Can we is it?
This really bothers you.
Yeah,
you're
it's
really
like
worked
can we
up.
can we not become like a little bit more in depth?
What do you want to check?
I don't know.
How did you even
I'm
think
not a
about this?
technician because I just thought about this.
Okay.
I don't know how I just thought about
Who's
that.
playing with their mic? That's you. Stop playing
Sorry.
with the mic. Okay.
Yes. It's a fucking.
I don't see the problem. I don't know, man. I don't see the problem.
All right, I got a good one.
Like, I know what you're saying. Like, but
bore and stroke.
Okay,
like
but
we're riding fucking CR125 still.
yeah, but dude, you can, if you're not a factory team, but if you're somebody that wants to bump up a 250F, you could do that.
Okay, so what privateer are they ripping apart that potentially has running a 280 kit?
I
just
don't
saying,
know.
Exactly,
You never
it's a
know.
fucking
You never
waste.
know.
Yeah.
It's a waste.
Well, I will say it's more of a privateer thing. if
Yeah,
anything, not a
100%.
factory
But they're
thing,
not
yeah.
getting ripped down.
Well,
Like
if
KTM, Husky, PC, Club, whatever, they're not going to cheat bore and stroke.
No, they're not.
Hey,
They're
so
not.
what is the point of even doing that?
I don't know, man.
Thank you.
They probably haven't thought about it in
Thank
20
you.
years.
Uh,
It's just what we do.
Okay, J-Mar,
That's my
you got an
case.
I don't know, man?
Yeah, and I guess I'll go technical on this side too a little bit. I don't know about like the sound testing.
Yeah.
You know, like I
Coming
don't.
from the team that tries to cheat it every single weekend, I get that.
Well, I'm just saying, like,
I'm kidding. I'm
what
kidding.
what's
Well, next year it's going to be 109.
Yeah.
I know, but like, and
Good
then they
luck.
do it
Like-
in the stadium when everything's going. I mean, like,
Yeah.
is it that loud?
Well, here's the point about like they're going to 109, like Phil said.
Then they
You're
have
still not
monster-
gonna be able to hear the guy next to you at Anaheim Stadium. Like,
Yeah,
like
but
109 is not gonna make a difference between 114.
But then the following weekend they have Monster Jam.
But think about Monster Jam or like Formula One.
Yeah.
Think about how loud those
I
other
th-
motorsports are.
I think what they do it for is they do want to show that they are proactive about the local guy that rides, noise is an issue, right? At Millville or wherever. Noise is an issue for neighbors and everything else. And I think if you're the AMA, you want to show that at the highest levels you care about sound. Because it transitions to the local guy who gets his property closed down from the neighbors.
So all the advancement that we have in technology in our sport at whatever
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's
whatever
right.
decibel we have now.
Yeah.
Now we're going to lose all that because we're going to put a freaking butt plug in the exhaust and
Yeah.
put it at 109.
I don't. I'm with
It's
you. Yeah.
like,
I don't.
dude,
well, we're matching Europe. Why are we matching Europe? Who cares? Why?
What
I mean,
happens
go
if
to
we went
a snowcross race.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
go to a
crazy.
Monster Jam.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
if we had all electric bikes out there on the track, would it be kind of?
dude, I went to the Reno.
What would you think?
I went to the Reno Arena Cross
Yeah.
this year, and they're Stark demo. They have Stark races.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It was amazing. You just talk to the guy next to you. You could just fucking bro down and talk and be like, "Oh, look at Bogle."
That's not
Yeah.
amazing.
That's
but like,
not cool.
you didn't miss the noise.
No, I didn't miss the noise.
Come
I didn't
on.
care. I didn't
Stop.
care.
You like the
would
chain
after
slapping and
time.
all that?
Maybe
You
after
would-
time.
You're in the press box anyway with fucking glass, so you don't care about the noise anyway.
I don't. Yeah, I don't care about the noise.
Exactly,
I'm not,
but from
yeah.
a fan, you want to hear the noise.
Do you
fan
really want to hear the
perspective.
noise?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
you do.
love the
You do.
noise.
Do you
It's part of the sport.
really
When I hear a
like,
panic rev and I go, oh,
Yeah,
you know,
people
it's
that
just
gets
like,
their blood pumping.
Yeah,
Oh,
me
dude, who's
too.
gonna
well,
die?
okay. So to your point, I
Not
don't
that
know
you
if
know what it's like to
I don't
hit
know
a
if I
panic rev,
necessarily
but-
agree, but I will tell you, like when people go to drag races, NHRA, one of the things these people tell you about is, dude, it is so cool when
Yeah.
they fire those things up. Like you hear that.
I sat behind him. It is It's literally breathtaking because you can't breathe and it just sucks the wind right out of you. It's gnarly.
I'm not saying I agree with the sound rules in the sport, but I'm telling you what I think they do it.
I mean, I think there should be some limit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying no, but like, what's it now? What's it this year? I don't even know.
112?
No, a little higher.
114?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Dude, I paid $8 for earplugs at a NASCAR race because it was unbearable.
There you go. It's a way to Phelps makes money selling earplugs.
Yeah, that's okay. Sell earplugs.
All right, what's your I don't know, man?
Greats.
Yeah.
Dude, they gotta go. I think they're dumb. For one,
I'm with you.
We take out after 9 whoops. We only allow 9 whoops because it's dangerous, but then we leave greats, which clearly I think are dangerous. There's more crashes. It takes away the skill of riding, of starting.
Yeah.
To start in a rut with different soil and all that stuff, there's a lot of skill and technique that goes into that. Greats takes that away.
They took it away because they were too lazy to do the maintenance.
Yeah.
Why else would
so
they
as a
add the
promoter,
greats?
I found out actually that literally there's a semi dedicated to carrying those greats around race to race. So there's literally a truck driver, a salary, the diesel fuel to fucking just drive these greats around the tracks.
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous. And to what? Just keep up with MXGP?
I don't know why we did it.
I think we should get rid of them too. I think the speeds, everyone's tighter into the first turn, and I think that's why you see more accidents.
Dude, I'm telling you, going to just Millville alone, like even from back 10 years ago when we used to do dirt starts, it used to be spread out going into the right-hander.
100%.
Now it's like, dude, you're fucking clipping handlebars.
Someone would get wheel spin on a dirt start.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that was part
for
of being a good qualifier is like, every rider looks at the line.
Yeah.
They find where the primo dirt was. They take that line.
I got a few different answers on when I asked people, why did the Nationals go to greats? I got a few different answers. And one of them was like, well, when we go to Motocross of Nations, our guys don't know what to do. Another answer was like, well, their bikes are set up for the greats in Supercross with ECUs and start maps, and the teams don't want to have more work to do to get the bike set up on a dirt start.
But,
like
we
that's
grow
all,
up on dirt.
I don't think any of that's a good reason. I don't think it's any of it's a good reason.
I can see why on Supercross, because behind the gate of a Supercross is fucked. When it's dirt.
It can be.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, it varies.
Well, most of the time it is. It's terrible behind the gate on a Supercross. But at a motocross race, it's all pretty good behind there. You know what I mean? You just got to do some magic with it. But the greats on an outdoor, it's just like, dude, you're going
it's the
8-10 miles an hour faster.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but do you think like MXGP went to the double stacker mechanics area? And then I think is outdoors doing that now?
Yeah.
We had that.
Okay.
Yeah, we have
But
that.
like first they had the greats. Do you think it's almost like a thing where they're kind of like in competition in a sense where they're trying to keep up with
I think there is an element of that,
Joneses
for sure.
or what? You know what
well,
I mean?
the dual lane pit lane, the one in the GPs is better than the one we have, but it's still a good idea.
Yeah.
It is a really good idea. It just
But to answer your question about the greats, you go to Washougal, they have their own greats. The semi whatever semi it is doesn't go out there.
Really?
No.
Are you sure?
Must cost too much money.
I mean, it goes to 17 Supercross races.
I know, but those greats aren't at Washougal.
Oh, okay.
It's a different grade.
But to your point about like the extra work or taking away the work, dude, those things are freaking heavy. And we have amateur races all day Friday. We use dirt, and then to bring those in, pound them in, and then get them out, it's like actually a process. Whereas you can go in a skid steer, clean it up real easy with dirt. So I don't think it makes it easier.
All right, I got two I don't know, mans. The first one is Chance Thomas. Obviously, he won Foxborough in a disaster. Good job. But I don't know what's going on. Like, he's factory Honda rider. He's shown speed. JT was telling us in a review show that he's more in outdoor mode right now. So that's maybe. But the last couple of weeks, the class is watered down, and he's just not there. Doesn't get the start.
Is that a rough year?
Doesn't win heats. Doesn't get on the box ever. Like outside of Foxborough, again, disaster. I don't know, man. I feel like he should be better. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand it. I know he works really hard. His program looks good from the outside, but it's been a tough year. And so.
Yeah, I mean, his heat race at MetLife was good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he had some spunk there. But, the main event style stuff, he hasn't really been there.
Even if he, got the lead and led a few laps but got back to fourth, okay, I get it. But, it's just invisible. He's just invisible.
Compared to what he was last year in outdoors.
Outdoors, he was another level.
He was
absolutely.
a fucking game.
I was kind of battling with him a little bit before I hit my head in Detroit, but then we were kind of battling together. Do you think he's a little better this year, I think, in Supercross?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But not as good as what he should be for a sophomore.
I mean,
especially for his
last year
outdoors.
he led laps in the main event somewhere along the line before he twisted his knee.
Yeah.
You know?
Which one was it?
I don't know.
Oh, Gillette?
Was it Gillette?
Gillette, he rode really good.
I don't know. He hasn't taken a step. I thought he'd take a step. And he's been – and again, he won, so cool. But, I just – so –
Yeah.
And my other I don't know man is J-Mart. That's my other I don't know man. So this gentleman comes up, wins 2 national championships, always good with the media, but not looking to do interviews, not looking to be, Mr. Outgoing, right? And he's the host of a VIP program.
Didn't see that coming.
Did not see that coming. And doing a good job from everybody I talked to.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I didn't see J-Mart hosting a VIP program at all. Like, you could give me... I would have bet you $1 million that Jeremy Martin is not going to host a VIP program in the pits. So good job for stepping outside of your comfort zone.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, after I hit my head the second time, I was out for a little over 6 minutes. I don't know what I was going to be doing either. And, I mean, I never thought I'd work as a seasonal assistant helper at UPS either, man. But
that's my third I don't know.
When you've dedicated your whole life to plan A, trying to win on a dirt bike, and you've been so fixated on the result, and, when you're getting ready for Chapter 2, you've only got one life skill, and, all I can say is you got to stay busy. And you got to throw yourself into some uncomfortable situations.
Yeah.
And I thought for me, I was like, I've always known that I was never the most social with certain people. But I got out of my comfort zone, and I got to say I've really enjoyed it.
That's good. It's awesome.
And I've gotten better as the season's gone on. I'd say A1 was quite kind of a – it was good, but it was not as good as it could be,
Yeah, I one of your VIPs is a fan of mine, and I met him at Dallas, maybe? I don't know. And I said, hey, how is J-Mart? What, and they're like, dude, he's good. Like, this guy was stoked on you. Like, he was like, yeah, he's awesome. He's super. And I'm like, okay, man. I don't know, man. J-Mart, that's my.
Yeah, and what's really helped, too, with this transition of this gig is some of them are repeat customers. Mm-hmm. And Jimmy Dakotas gave them such a good experience as well. And they were like, I'm like, hey, guys, if you need anything, you have any suggestions, please let me know. And they're like, well, this is what Jimmy did.
Yeah.
And it's like it's kind of really helped to get their feedback as well.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's and then are we going back to UPS for the Christmas holidays or
that's seasonal, but yeah.
The dealership?
I don't know, man. Steve, I
don't know, man.
I get fidgety if I sit still. I start to tweak out, and then I don't know. I gotta stay busy.
The dealership thing fucked me up. Not because of what
more so than the UPS thing.
UPS is way gnarlier.
No, not so in the sense of J-Mart. The media hyping the dealership stuff up. I'm like, fucking settle down, man.
Well, he had a broken back. He couldn't do nothing.
I know.
So it's just like, go sit there.
But they were like, dude, he just, he just wants to go work at this dealership. He just wants. It's like, fucking calm down, man. He could buy that dealership.
People love a story.
Okay? Like, that's what I mean. The media was hyping it up too much. Not you. Yeah. Other people were.
Yeah.
And I'm
Best part is
what do you think he's doing? Fucking like mopping the floor?
Dude, I did. I would wipe the ring around the piss on the toilet and take out the trash. And I was at the bottom of the barrel. I wanted to gain a perspective because I was, after I broke my back,
making
I was
$500K a year at the bottom of the barrel. Shut the fuck up.
I was at the bottom of the barrel as my Geico Honda checks were rolling in.
Yeah, like.
Hold on. I want to figure this out. Hold on.
We're getting Jeremy was like,
the best part, I was at the bottom of the barrel, dude.
At the shop.
$41,000 a month.
Yeah.
I just $41,000 a month. I was at the bottom of the barrel, man.
I didn't make 40. Hey, I had to cut to Wasserman, and I got a salary cut because I was hurt.
Not that much, dude. Don't bullshit a bullshitter, dude.
Oh, that's great. It's no. I get why you were doing it, keeping busy, right? Keeping your mental state right. I get that part.
Yeah.
But let's just calm down on
I was okay with the deal. When he called me, no. He told me he was working for
Alex
UPS.
did,
He didn't tell me. As soon as I hung up with the phone with him, I called him. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
Hey, so
Phil couldn't believe it. I actually was stoked for him.
Dude, I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, oh, dude, I'm going to go work for UPS. Go try and learn something new. Which, okay, I get that. But I'm like, dude, you're a 2-time motocross champion. figure out something in your wheelhouse that you know and do that. He goes, oh, man, I'm just going to go do this for the month, and I'm like, dude.
Wesley told me, I thought he was kidding. I laughed.
Honestly, it's pretty insane. We did 300 packages during holiday season.
Yeah, you're getting interval training running in and out of the fucking brown truck.
I'll never forget when Jeremy comes back and he's like, dude, that was a fucking day. I've never experienced anything like that in my life.
Yeah. And what was your biggest paycheck?
$200.
Grinding.
41K a month.
Grinding, and I'm just like, oh, wow.
As soon as he got the paycheck, he's like, yeah, this ain't it anymore. I'm out, dude.
I had a good time, but it's time to go home.
I experienced it, but I'm out.
It was funny because some of the truck drivers like, yeah, I've been at UPS for 5 years, and, I've grinded. And like, what'd you do? I was like, well,
Yeah.
I was raced dirt bikes, and they're like, oh, really?
And you saw the one guy that he delivers out to Millville, and he saw you in the headquarters.
Yeah, he saw me in the headquarters, and he's like, dude, what the hell are you doing here? They're like, do you know who this guy is? And I was just like, fuck.
That guy walked away and went, J-Mark fucking lost all his money, dude. He's a gambling addict. He's a sex addict. He lost all his money. Like, he's telling all his buddies, there was a guy here. He's working for us. He must have some sort of addiction, man, because he's got no money because he's here. He's lost everything.
Yeah, no, it was a trip, man. I don't know. I guess I was thinking normally I would have been in boot camp, right? We would have been getting ready. Yeah. So it was the first time I was like, all right, last 11 years boot camp. Yeah. And it was like nothing. I just was like, I want to get active.
I mean, it's great. No, it's great.
Yeah.
It fucked me up when I heard that story, for sure. I was just like, Wesley told me, I was like, get the fuck out of here. He goes, and dude, the driver he was with was stoked because J-Mart would run so quick. He got done early.
He got done an hour early for this day.
No, he's like, you're gonna make my next day so much easier.
Well, it was funny because he went out and bought these work boots, like thinking you need a work boot, and then the guy he was working with was like, "Dude, you need running shoes."
Yeah.
I went to the Red Wing boot store, and he's like, "Hey man, what can I help you with?" I said, "Hey, I got a new gig tomorrow." UPS. He's like, "Oh, you get a discount code." I was like,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh,
dude, strapped up.
Well, listen, speaking of work boots, Brunt Work Boots. PulpMX Show is the code to save with Brunt Work Boots. They don't just make a durable work boot. They've reinvented comfort for the hardest workers out there. $10 off by using PulpMX Show code after the purchase. Tell them you heard it on the show. It'd be great. J-Mart, if you need some work boots, we can get you dialed in with Brunt for UPS. Tits, how's the Brunt Work Boots for the kid?
So he actually wore them for the first time today.
Oh, okay. All right.
And his first comment was, wow, these are really comfortable. And it was literally the first time he'd ever put them on. So that's good, not having to
It says here they're comfortable right out of the box, and most other boots require a significant break-in. So that's what it says here. I'm not a work boot guy, so.
I would agree. I got a set of Brunts.
Oh, you do?
And
okay.
Very impressed.
All right.
And versus the Red Wings, very, very comfortable. They're race ready.
Okay. All right. Well,
race ready.
PulpMX Show.
You get a pair. I forgot about that. Yeah.
PulpMX Show or PulpMX code saves you the Brunt work boots. So that's the I Don't Know Man segment. J-Mart's my I Don't Know Man. He's a VIP. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know, man. Yep. It's fantastic. It's the best story. Phil Nicoletti brought to you by the factory chassis parts, guys. PulpMX 15-PulpMX 25-chassis is the code, I believe. It's on the website. I should have it here. But Phil, you're using the engine mounts and the race cups, right? Mm-hmm. You're using both.
Yep.
And you work, both of them work pretty well.
Yep. Good on the Cowie.
Yep. So check it out, everybody. The race cups used to be something that only factory teams would have, but now Chris there at FCP is making them for all sorts of bikes and good instructions. You can do it all yourself. Changes the angle of the head tube and the forks and adjust your rake angle, trail, and wheelbase. And then the hangers work really well as well. They improve traction, handling, and feel. And new improved dealer program. They're looking for dealers at FCP Racing, And Phil, now you got to get the socks. So
yeah, I do.
Also, MTX braking pads, PulpMX code. Those are the braking pads in your Taser today there, A-Mart. So if you notice the superior braking, that was MTX brake pads. So check out MTX brake pads available in motocross and power sports dealers, and as well as mtxbraking.com. The code PulpMX to save. If you're in Australia, leadoutsports.au for the brake pads available in 800 power sports dealers. Get the red compounds. I like the red compounds. All right, we got a lot of phone calls. We still got some segments coming up. I want to talk a little bit more about the championship coming up this Denver, as well as the LCQ thing. But Miles wants to talk to J-Mart. Miles, which is your favorite Martin brother?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's your favorite Martin
Oh,
brother?
awesome. Honestly, huge fan of both of them, but I gotta go J Mart.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. All right. What's your
Sorry,
comment?
It's the national champion.
Yeah.
Two
of them.
Yeah, actually, huge fan of all three of you guys. Actually, so stoked that I can call in. But I want to say, J Mart was a big fan, but then when you did the announcing gig for the Millville National, that's when I became a really big fan because I just thought you killed it. It was it was super fun to watch that race. You were getting giddy like a kid, and it was just awesome.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that for sure. And I tried to my style is if you guys are watching it and hanging out with the boys or having a beer, you kind of get into a race, right? And that was kind of what I was basically trying to be a little bit more organic that way and get excited for a battle and kind of give maybe a little rider's perspective.
Cool. Thanks, Miles.
Yeah, it was awesome, and I hope they pull you back in that booth one time.
Well, he's got time on his hands now, so he's good that way. Unless he's got a job at Red Wing Boots or something. Jason's on 5 or 6. What's up, Jason? You got a question for Alex, but who's your favorite Martin brother? What's your favorite?
I'm gonna have to go with A Mart.
Okay.
100%.
All right.
I don't know if Alex remembers about 4 or 5 years ago, they had the FXR Hole Shot Challenge down at PulpMX.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And it was so cool because they basically, if you beat an amateur, you got to call out one of the PulpMX pros. And I beat my amateur, and I was like, dude, I want the A team. I want A Mart. And then the announcer was like, hey man, he's really not doing this. Like his gear's off, and he's out.
Yep.
And I'm like, no way, dude. I want A Mart. I mean, I beat an amateur. I want to go against the best. A Mart shows up with freaking stilts for freaking starting blocks, and I kind of laughed, and then he absolutely destroyed me.
Yeah, that's what pros do. Yeah, that's what pros do, right?
But no, it was pretty cool. I just wanted to say that I'm super pumped with everything he's doing with Millville, and just seeing if you remember that.
I appreciate it. I definitely remember that, and those starting blocks are vital to my program.
Yeah, they were pretty good. Thanks for the call, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks. Appreciate it. Race Tech rant, time of the night. Race Tech rant. Phil, maybe yours is I don't know, man. Could have been also the rant, or do you have one? I don't know.
I think I blew it all
on that one. Okay.
Stroke.
Racetech.com. Tell them you listen to PulpMX. They got quality service centers all across America. We got the Race Tech Air Wheelie contest for the LCQ race. It's a prop this weekend. So on the parade lap, the best air wheelie gets money from Race Tech and Checkers and everybody else. So check it out. Race Tech suspension work, of course. And they got a dedicated service center around you and vintage stuff, new stuff, all of it. Race Tech rant. Do you have one? Anybody?
Yeah, I
okay.
Go.
All right.
Phil, you can bring in at any time in this one, but
okay.
Dude, this young kids that are training at whether you're at a facility or a young pro, amateur, that just don't know how to eat. They don't know how to fuel. They're eating twigs and berries out there, almonds and raisins, and then they're trying to train 2-3 times a day, and they're zone 5 for 35 minutes stroking out, and they're just not eating.
Okay. Yeah.
It's something that I see more and more now as a coach.
Is the coaches are telling them what to eat? Is that what you're saying? They're not telling them or they just
don't.
They don't know.
They don't listen. Honestly, I was part of a combine, and it was a hot day at Redbud, and you should have been having electrolytes or something like that every time they came off the track, and they're showing up with plain water or whatever. I mean, just it's little stuff like that as a seasoned pro, you learn over time. But I think now there's just so much information out there. There's really no excuse to be fueling properly, and kind of what we were talking about earlier, just like carbs are king. You need to. And ultimately, motocross is one of the most physically demanding sports in the world. And if you're just if you come back from a 30-minute moto or in between motos, even at Loretta's, and you're eating almonds or raisins, like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Have a sandwich. Have something with some substance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm obviously I ride around with kids all the time, but I didn't really have someone my first 5 years tell me what to eat, how to do it. Like, it was all trial and error until I was able to afford a trainer, and obviously learning with Alex and stuff like that. And a lot of it was a school of hard knocks, but a lot of the kids, they just don't know. And I have no problem if a kid comes up to ask me, like, hey, what do you eat between motos?
Yeah.
I have no problem showing the exact bar, what kind of rice, what kind of gels, anything. it's knowledge that take me years to learn. You just hand to these kids, and it's just like they don't want to know. They'd rather have a banana in between 2 30-minute motos and a fucking cup of water and be like, yeah, I'm good to go.
So would you eat differently at a supercross or a motocross?
I think
not as much as you think.
No.
A little bit, maybe a little less.
What was it?
You'd eat more for an outdoor.
Would you eat differently at Supercross versus outdoors?
Yeah.
Not as much for Supercross, but more throughout the day because I feel like the day's a lot longer than an outdoor.
One thing I wanted to add on this too is I've also seen it at the factory level where there's a big emphasis on being light for the 250, and I've seen this in the higher level of the amateur class too. And it's like, what is it, 8 pounds per horsepower or something?
Something like that, yeah.
But like, so you have a kid that's developing an eating disorder or whatever, and he's afraid to eat. So then he's not fueling for his training properly, but he's so worried about weight.
Have you seen it that bad where they are like
common? But like,
100%.
why are we not looking at like let's do some blood work? Where is this testosterone, B12, iron, C-reactive protein, cortisol? Like looking at the hormones and the health of the athlete. Versus like, okay, we want you to be 160, you're 168, you have to lose 8 pounds. Well, what happens if that athlete of 160 pounds is unhealthy and he's not fit to be racing?
Right.
Like, what's 8 pounds? What's 1 horsepower?
And you're going to hit the ground at some point too. And if you're super light,
Yeah,
it's more common than you think.
And nowadays it's shown more along the lines of professional athletes. A little bit heavier actually creates more power, more stamina throughout time. It's just like, that just comes with science. You know what I mean? Our sport is so behind the times with that sort of stuff.
Well, I think like Alden was so successful for a while, and his guys there wasn't anything there, right? They cycle and they don't eat much. I think he's changed it. I think he's modified. I don't think it's as gnarly as it used to be, but I think for a long time when we looked at the champions, they were trained by Alden Baker, and there was nothing to these guys. They were so lean.
I think that kind of.
And I'm not
still
criticizing
carrying
Alden.
over a little bit, But I think, like Phil was saying, you look at cycling and triathlon. These guys have doctors and scientists that are studying them, and they're finding out. Like, I mean, there's people in other sports that are a little heavier, but they're finding out they have more power output. They last longer. They don't have Epstein-Barr or all these things that are popping up. Like, for a kid to be training 5 hours a week and thinks he has Epstein-Barr, in Supercross, like what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, eat a sandwich.
What about the guys on race day? I've heard this over the years. I'm too nervous to eat. I can't keep everything down. I don't, like, how do you get around that?
There's other forms that you can have.
Smoothies or,
Yeah, I'm just asking.
Mean, you kind of, but it's almost
because some guys are like, I don't like to eat on race day. I get too nervous. I can't have a big breakfast.
Or, I mean, obviously you eat Friday, or like, and if you can, find something that you can consume.
But I would even say it's your job to eat.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Because you can't do your job without fuel in the tank.
Yep. Geez, it even makes a difference for like me, tubby vet guy, bicycling a lot. If I don't eat or do eat, I notice it.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like for sure. Like
in the logic, but you're not prepping for an 8-hour race.
Yeah.
You're prepping for an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, of high end training basically. So you can preload Thursday, Friday if you can't really eat on a Saturday and try and get enough in. But whether they do that or not. But you have to learn to eat. It's you have to practice it during the week in order to do it on a Saturday.
So have you helped people in Joel training about that? Like, have you helped a lot of people that are like doing the twigs and berries and raisins, and you're like, no, just do this, and then they tell you they feel better? Like,
it's honestly like a low hanging fruit. I would say it's like just start fueling, and they immediately are getting better within a week or two. It's kind of wild actually.
Right.
Yeah.
You're like, hey man, let me give you one thing right now.
Yeah.
Like,
eat.
Yeah.
Because it is like they know it is a skill to be able to come off a 30-minute moto. You have an hour. You have to get undressed, and you have to eat.
Cool off.
You cool off, and your heart rate is through the roof, and you need to try and get 600 to 800 calories in you, and try and get at least 100 to 150 grams of carbs in you. Like, that's a lot to try and digest in your stomach. It's a job. And then when you go down to the starting line, because after that you eat and you come, your heart rate settles and everything, you actually kind of have somewhat of a bonk. You know? Well, I do personally. And you actually go down to the line, second moto, and you're actually kind of like
tired,
dragging ass. But you have to know in your brain, like, hey, at 12 minutes, it's going to push through. You know? But the kids, they don't like that feeling, and they think that maybe something's wrong or whatever. But over years and years and years, you finally learn that, you know. But
Interesting,
people
yeah.
that have never experienced that, some trainers, they don't know that feeling,
Right.
you know, and it's a shitty feeling.
Yeah.
But
There is a difference too between like performance and health, and
Yeah.
at this level, like that we were able to kind of do it at, you have to feel it, right? Like you're not when your race when your race bike runs out of gas, what are you gonna do? You know, you're gonna put gas in it.
Yeah.
You know.
For you, J Mart, when you're national championships and all that, are you eating the same thing every day on race day? Are you changing it up? Or
I was always like, chicken, rice,
Yeah.
or salmon.
Okay.
Broccoli.
So you would change
little
it up a little
avocado.
bit?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'd always had a smoothie.
Yeah.
I always had a smoothie, and then I'd have gels.
Mhm.
Like for me, it was more about just feeling, what the effort.
Right.
But again, you're different because you have such a fucking motor in you, dude.
Yeah.
That you can outlast someone they can't have that same.
Yeah, but even
stuff
going
as
back
you.
to like training during the week, you can't even train appropriately during the week unless you're fueling during the week. And also, like, it's hard to eat on race day if you're not training to eat during the week.
Yeah.
You
Mhm.
have to. It's actually a thing like training
Yeah.
your gut. Like we're seeing in like other sports like cycling. The recommended fueling range used to be 30 to 60 grams an hour, right? Whereas like some top level athletes are 150 grams of carbs an hour, which if you think about that,
How are
that's
they
like,
getting that in there?
It's
How-
dude, it's that's
Yeah.
where like the whole nutrition science is developed products that can handle more, like your gut can handle more absorption of carbs,
Mhm.
essentially. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, there's a whole sports science that we're into. But it's helping athletes just perform better, and that's why you're seeing records breaking left and right.
You know, with all that, it's these guys can attest to it. I know it's a motocross pod, but like the exertion, like again, it's only an hour and 10 minutes, but the exertion from 2 30-minute motos on a hot day,
Yeah.
like afterward, your stomach,
You're jacked.
Yeah.
There's- How many times have you come after Moto 2, gone back to the hotel, and how wrecked is your stomach?
Wrecked.
I remember
mean,
Red Dog would cramp up.
Dude,
He
that
would
was
just be like,
bad.
he would just cramp up and be like, "Oh my god, I can't move," and I'm like, "Ha ha!" Like I would just laugh at him. but-
just stomach just in a knot, and it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
it's a hard thing to process, but you have to practice in the week.
Yeah.
You have to
Oh,
get used to
interesting.
it.
Okay. All right. Race Tech Rant. There we go. Alex Martin, eat better. Troll training, by the way, trolltraining.com. Alex, you whether you're Jason Anderson or Garrett Marchbanks or whoever these pro guys, Henry Miller you mentioned earlier, or you're a vet rider like myself or off-road guy, amateur kid. Trolltraining.com, right? Sign up. You guys have different programs and different levels of everything.
We do.
And it sounds like it's going well.
Yeah, it's been
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
So we're coming up on. It'll be 5 years at this
Really,
in
huh?
December.
Yeah. How are you going to handle the loss of Will Hahn? How are we going to?
Will's going to be missed. He's
Okay.
been
All
a
right.
great addition to troll training. It's been fun, and honestly, for us, like we provided him a springboard to just have more athletes and get his name out there and work with athletes, and it's been really fun.
Yep.
But at the same time, like for Will to go to Star or Yamaha and be the team manager or whatever, like you can't turn that down.
Yep. No, I think he sounds pretty happy doing it. We had him on the show there. So check it out, trolltraining.com, by the way. Luxon clamps. Phil Nicoletti, PulpMX. He's used Luxon in the past. Luxon MX. Pulp 2025 is the code to save with Luxon. They make advanced engineering techniques to develop clamps and other products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding, comfort, and handling. Fast Freddy Norn using Luxon. If Freddy uses them, they hold together.
They're bulletproof.
They're bulletproof if Freddy's using them. LuxonMX.com. All orders $100 or more ship free with the code. And Renthal as well. Thanks to the folks at Renthal, of course. Bars, sprockets, chains, grips, all of that. Lock-on grips. Renthal.com. You're running Renthal on your Cowie, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dude. I'm pretty excited about it.
I heard.
Pretty excited
Yep.
about it.
Renthal.com for more information on that. And, again, their lock-on grips are doing really well, and they're great. Actually, my race tech rant was going to be about my LCQ race. So I want to talk about that a little bit here. But before I get into that, the LCQ race, look, man, I'm trying to do the best I can. Okay? We've given away over $700,000, and I know this is the way society is today. Cade Clayson and Jeremy Hand, they knew where they were in the points. They did not take dives. They got into the main event, and they dropped out of the top 17. And so Kozad got in, and then Greco stayed in, hung in there, and got in as well. I take the top 17, and then I do 5 wild cards on 250s. That's what I've been doing. I can't get any more than that. Feld is like, that's it. 22 riders. That's all we're doing. It's the main event. I don't know. And my DMs blow up with why don't you do this guy? Why is that guy in? Why don't you do this guy? Man, I can't do everybody. Like I'm sorry. Like I'm just trying to do the best I can and pick the best guys I can. I want to switch it up. So like Henry Miller has been in 2 years in a row. I didn't pick him this year. You know, just because he's been there for 2 years.
Yeah,
Henry's
fair.
awesome. He's a great dude. But Hardy Munoz is riding great. And I want to help him out, so I put Hardy in. Dominique Thury, never been in it. Nice guy. Wanted in it, you know. So I'm just trying to pick the best guys I can. And like if Cade and Jeremy Hand, if they know the points, and they didn't get at me. I'm not saying those two guys. I mean people of them. People who like them, friends of theirs or whatever. If they didn't take a dive, then that's on them. Like, I salute them, but I'm not putting you in. So, I don't know. The Race Tech Rand is like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. If you have thoughts about who should be in the race and who isn't and why this guy's in, and leave me alone. Don't DM me. Don't tweet me. I'm trying the best I can. I can't get everybody in. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, do you have that many negative people?
It's not so much like, fuck you, Matthes. It's just like, this guy should be in. Why pick this guy? You know, like, I'd pick him more if what do you want me to do, man?
You got 22 gates.
That's all I can do.
You had two guys. Henry's in it for 2 years.
Yeah.
So you put someone else in.
Yeah.
You can do. You're doing what you can.
I do what I can. Leave me alone.
I mean, how much money have you given away in the last?
We've given over $700,000.
I mean, that's insane.
For these
Let's
guys.
focus on that.
I mean,
yeah.
No, let's just yell at Matthes for being an idiot. I don't know.
I mean, they can do that too. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So no, I get it. It's
Yeah.
kinda,
And I get these people. Again, they're not calling me names. They're not.
No.
But they're just like, you should do this. You should do that. This guy should be in.
I just
They want to feel heard.
the Jeremy Hand one bugs me a little bit just because he does all the supercrosses and he does all the outdoors. Like he is a diehard when it comes to that.
Yeah, he's
sort
a
of
racer.
stuff. And he's a racer, you know.
Yeah.
So like, I feel bad for him, but then at the same time, like
he was in last year. He got money.
Yeah,
last
that,
year.
and then he makes SMX money too. Like he gets
Yeah,
in there,
yeah.
so he'll make it up on the back end.
Yeah.
But
So, okay, so next Monday night, we're going to give away a 2025 YZ 450F. We got 20 other prizes. The Fly Racing guys, FXR guys stepped up as well for us. Works Connection and Wiseco, Decal Works, all these guys. We got 20 other prizes and then a brand new bike from Yamaha. Thank you to Yamaha. Phil, I know you really want the bike, but you can't. You picked the Cali, so can't get you on. So the tickets are available on PulpMX.com. What?
dude, I did nothing for Yamaha. He won two-time champ on Yamaha. He couldn't even get a Yamaha.
I had to go out and buy a Cowie.
Bought a Cowie.
Well, did you ask Yamaha?
I
might have.
Anyway.
I might have.
So, green it is.
So, buy a ticket. All the money goes to privateers. This Friday on PulpMX YouTube and Verb Moto YouTube, we're doing a broadcast of the live race. And so I got. Do you know this format, Martin Brothers? Do you know what I do for this format? Phil knows, but Phil's going to help in the booth, by the way, also.
No.
So, okay, 2 main events. First main event, we dropped the gate. 6 minutes. 6 or 8 minutes?
You draw spoons for gate pick, though.
Okay,
right?
so, well, actually, yeah, wait. Ping pong balls.
Ping pong balls.
I got 3 different ways to start it. So the number 1 rider in the points, who's Rod Bell this year, he won it, won the championship. Congrats, Rod Bell. He's going to draw a ping pong ball out of a hat. If he draws number 1, the gate pick will be just by the points and then the 250 guys on the end. So the top 17 450 guys, it'll be Rod Bell will have first pick, Tristan Lane will have second down the line, and the 250 guys will have the last gate picks on the end. That's ping pong ball number 1. If Rod Bell draws ping pong ball number 2, it will be reversed. 250 guys will have the first picks, and then Rod Bell, who won the title, will have the last pick.
That's fucked.
If he draws ping pong ball number 3, it will be reversed 11-1 and 12-22. So not quite as fucked. Now, the last 2 years, the guy's drawn ping pong ball number 1. So we've never had any difference in the gate order. So once the starting order is picked up, now we drop the gate. 6-minute main event plus 1. Wave the checkers. That's your finishing order for the first main event. Then we stagger start them, but we reverse the order. So 22nd is at the front by the first turn. The winner is at the back. Throw the checker, throw the flag, throw the green flag, have another main event, 6 minutes plus 1. Combine the 2 moto scores, lowest score wins. That's how we do it.
You really stack it,
Did
don't
you do that 2 years ago?
No, that was last year was the first year. And Josh Hill won with a 2:12. So
no, 2:06.
No, 2:12. We looked it up.
Really?
Yeah.
12?
Yeah, 12. 2:12. So Josh Hill won it with a 2:12. Mitchell Harrison won the first main and was last in the second main. So yeah, that's how we do it. And then everybody in the race, top 22, get a bunch of money. We are up to over 30 grand right now, but people, we had 120 last year, 140 the year before. So let's get buying those tickets. All the money goes to privateers. We got all the prop bets going. We'll get those up on Racer X this week as well. So stay tuned for that. It's this Friday at 3:00, I think, Denver time. So Phil, you're going to help with the broadcast. Kellen Brower, Weege, you, Brayton. JT's doing the podium interviews. Yamaha's going to be there. So it's a good time. And all the money goes to privateers. So, and again, Chiz is riding for Jerry. And Chiz is giving all his money to Jerry. And he's going to run number 77 because we got 11 grand on PulpMX Gives Back too. So, yeah, really cool deal. So with that, who's going to win? Who's going to win? It's not just Chiz, right? Like, it's not just...
Who's like our top 5 guys?
Okay, Rod Bell. Well, Rod Bell, Meshi, Lane, Carnow, Schlosier, Starling, Welton, Lesher, Zach Williams, A-Rod, Leitzel, Harlan, Chiz, Morans, Bubba Pauly, Kozad, Greco. My 250 guys are Jack Chambers, Hardy Munoz, Devin Simonson, Dylan Walsh, and Thury. So what do we think?
Heavy hitters.
Yeah, like Morans is a good starter.
Like Grant.
Harlan's good.
Dude, I could see Grant take
Grant could get it.
Marsh is having a horrific year.
I would say Marsh, but yeah, it's been a rough year.
Like this would make a good. But who do you? And Chiz will be great because Chiz is Chiz.
Yeah,
Chiz takes a long time to warm up though. Short races, he might.
Yeah, but he puts himself. He knows how to.
He's a gamer in that situation.
Where are Chiz and Grant on a regular basis?
What do you mean?
Who's in points? Like, who's ahead in
Oh,
points?
Chiz is ahead of Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Grant's had a not as good a year as he has in the past. So, so what do you guys think? What do we like to win?
I'm going Chiz.
Could a 250 guy win, or just too much at altitude?
Too much at altitude.
Yeah, to all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like Simonson's riding really well.
I mean, you got to go with a 450 guy. I mean, I remember going to Tomax and training and jumping the triple the first time on the 250.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, if you were like Indy Supercross, I'd go maybe 250
Dump the
guy.
clutch and it's like, boom.
I think I might go. I might go Morans.
I got to go. I was going to say Morans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good starter.
He's a good starter, and he sends it. He jumps everything. He's relatively pretty smooth, clean.
I would think. I thought last year like a 6'8".
Okay, who do you go then? Al's got Chiz.
Just take your time.
I'm going to go Devin on a 250.
To win?
Yeah.
Okay. Devin Simonson.
Devin.
He's riding pretty well right now.
Yeah.
He's riding really well. All right. So again, buy the tickets, PulpMX.com. $30 gets you a raffle. You could win a motorcycle. We'll do all the draws next Monday night here in studio. The Verb Moto guys will be here, Wes and Brent. So we're going to do those draws then. And we appreciate you guys buying the tickets and supporting this race. It's really fun. Thanks to Feld for letting me do it. Appreciate that. Sean Brennan, Mike Mewey, and then Harv Whipple helps me with the organization. T-Man, the flagger guy, T-Guy, T-Man, good dude. Helps me out as well. So speaking of Feld, St. Jude's Love Moto Stop Cancer online auction is live now. Last year got over $500K and surpassed $2 million raised for the children of St. Jude's. And so a lot of cool stuff. They're leading the way in cures of saving children. Families never receive a bill, of course. St. Jude's a really good cause. And so go to live auction site on Supercross Live website. And St. Jude page is there, so a lot of cool jerseys and helmets and stuff like that. So the auction is live for St. Jude. So let's do that, people, and support that. That'd be awesome. Okay, we got some more talk about going. Millville. I want to talk about Millville a little bit. So J-Mart, you're going to work a little more involved in the family business.
Yep.
Alex, you've been deep into it.
3 years in.
3 years in. More work than you thought, or like the same, or what you thought?
Yeah, kind of. Like every year, I take on a little bit more.
Yeah.
And then last year, I took on a lot more with my mom's health stuff, and it's just like the more I take on, the more I'm like, oh my god, like can I hire an assistant? You know, like for troll training, I can hire people to help me. Whereas like with Spring Creek, I'm doing the grunt work more. Yeah, he's hopeless, dude.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I'm slowly going to get there.
Yeah.
He's getting there.
Yeah.
Come on.
We're on a 6-year plan with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To call Alex the other day, I said, "What's Sherman doing?" "Oh, I don't know. He came out the middle, ripped around on the tractor for about an hour, and then pieced."
He's learning the tractor. Can you
some
work the
days-
dozer? Are you good at
Yeah,
it?
I've spent a lot of time
He's
in the
pretty good
dozer.
in the dozer now,
I would
yeah.
say my first year was pretty hairy. My dad was yelling at me, "Aaron, what are you doing? There's going to be water there, you know?" And,
Yeah.
But now I've kind of gotten to the point where we have 14 events throughout a year, and so every event I'm like rebuilding the track after races and stuff. So
how old's your dad now?
69.
Does he want to step back or
No?
We're gonna bury him out there.
He won't. I don't think he can. I mean, it's
He's
his
just- yeah.
baby. He's
Yeah,
had it for
yeah,
over
yeah.
30 years.
Right.
Yeah.
But he doesn't.
You know?
He's not like, hey, I'm going to take a day off, and you.
Well, but interestingly, like
Okay.
the more I've taken on with the office
Yeah.
work and stuff,
Yep.
the more it's freed him up to do what he loves,
Okay.
which is
Which is
ultimately
tractor work.
grounds management.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
He loves just manicuring the grounds.
And that's kind of what's like Alex is transitioned into the office big time. Like he's a vital role of that now. And then like obviously I'm just kind of coming in. So I'm more of like the grunt work. So I'm picking up the trees. We were cutting down trees this winter.
Yeah.
We're doing a lot of that stuff. I got in the dozer with Alex. Alex was ragging on me because I like to back drag. Alex likes to push the dirt. So I have skills I got to learn. So, but I'm more of the outdoors guy. I sprayed all the fence lines with the chemicals to try to keep the weeds down.
Well, so on the back dragging topic, the other day I literally like did the whole first uphill, downhill, down to Mount Martin.
Yeah.
And the whole time I'm looking over there, German's just back dragging around the announcer's tower for like an hour straight. I'm like, dude.
I was out in the struggle bus so hard. Dude,
No one's riding over there.
Yeah.
How much is he there every day
Just
or no?
burning fuel.
Is he there every day?
Probably 3 days a week.
Okay.
Yeah, 3, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
3-4
Flies
days.
out Friday, does
Yeah,
VIP on
right,
the weekends.
right,
Yeah,
right.
comes back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I'm also he's got me talked into running the marathon May 19th.
Okay.
So I'm running 7 to 10 miles in the morning. So I show up, a little late to the program.
Sometimes I'll call him at 9 a.m. when I'm in the office working. German, where you at? "Oh, I'm just starting my run now."
Yeah.
Like, what?
Well, give him some time, man. He's still getting into his life.
You're up early.
Well, yeah, I get up early. I hammer out a run, and then,
No, he said 9. You were starting your run.
Well, some days I am a little late, I can't deny you.
But you're there every day, like 5 days a week?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You live on the property, bro. You live on the property.
Of course he's there 5 days a week.
I mean, going into the track.
My commute is actually 60 seconds.
No, I know. I know where you live. I've been to your house.
He'll
Well,
call me. He's like, "Hey, you coming out today?" He's like, I'm like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get out there." I get out there. He's like, "I'll be in the office at 9." Some days you don't even show up.
Yeah. Yeah. Computer gig.
Okay. So we're learning. We're learning. We're getting there.
Yeah.
But
I
your
will
dad's
say,
not like your dad's still very hands-on.
100%.
Yeah.
Like he just
Yeah.
won't.
More
yeah.
with the ground stuff, but
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
taken, like I said, more with the office stuff, and the
Right.
more I take on the office, because you could tell that's not his
Right,
thing. He
yeah.
doesn't like the office stuff. But the more I take on, I'm like, dude, it's a lot.
How do we get the sand whoops back? Phil's guy's trying to make America great again, and it's already great.
So
but-
yeah,
but
that's
how
fixed.
do we?
It's fixed.
Oh, how do we make the sand whoops great?
We
again?
had a massive flood in August of last
Oh.
year. Massive.
Oh yeah, you didn't see the pictures
I
from
don't
it?
think so. No,
It was gnarly.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And dude, like the whoops are completely sand again. It's crazy.
Oh wow.
To the point
So
where
how high was the water? Like just across the sand whoops? Like
yeah.
There was water coming through the front entrance of the Spring Creek sign.
No way.
Yeah, I mean where the bridge is, when
Yeah,
you go
yeah,
across the
yeah.
creek, it was probably 3 feet above the bridge of water.
So what happened?
There was
dude, it
debris
rained-
everywhere.
It rained 9 inches in like 3 hours or something.
There's
Damn.
insanity.
So whoops are back.
I mean,
Because
it's
that was
so-
the thing, right? They
yeah.
were kind of washed away over the years. They just got pushed off.
Well,
Yeah.
around remember the Believe the Hype Alessi days?
Yeah.
My dad started hauling in clay around that. He had an area where he was hauling in clay
Mm-hmm.
over and over, and he kept doing that over the years, and it just capped the whoops.
Okay.
And this flood just brought in all this river sand.
Oh wow. Yeah, because the whoops. I mean, in my day, again, I've been riding there since '89, my first year there.
Yeah.
They were beach sand, huge beach sand Lomo rollers.
Wow. The whoops this past year were probably the gnarliest I've ever rode in them in
Yeah.
all my years in Millville.
Yeah.
The whoops this year were insane.
Yeah. So at the last local race we had after this flood, all the vet guys were so pissed.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, what are we gonna do? We
Yeah.
just had a flood, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's so sandy.
Okay.
They
So they're
hated
back.
it.
Do we so Millville, I grew up with sand whoops, just left turn and back, right?
Yeah.
And then your dad went crazy and added chicanes and lefts and rights. How are we running that? What do you guys like?
I like it the way it is.
I like it
Just-
out and then back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your dad was going in.
I don't
rights
really
and
like the
lefts back
chicane.
there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Phil, did you have a
Which chicane?
It went like left and then right.
2017
yeah,
kinda.
I didn't like that. I just like going out
Yeah.
hairpin, come
Yeah,
back.
I mean,
exactly.
it's been the same. It's always hard because like let's say a club, like you can change the layout as many
Yeah.
times as you want, but like the infrastructure of the chain link fences,
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
announcer's
Yeah.
tower,
It's all
we're so
relative.
limited.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, the vendors and stuff. It's tough.
You know what's funny is when you make a left and you come back on those whoops back that way. There's that one whoop about 3/4 down. It's like a tabletop. That thing has been there since fucking 1989, dude. Because that was like a reprieve. Like you would be like, oh, I can just go across this tabletop and then hit a couple more and then make the right. It's just hilarious when I go there because I go again. I've been going there since forever, and I get so many flashbacks where I'm like, this fucking tabletop whoop. It's been there. You know?
Actually, it's funny. I told my dad because when you come out of the sand wash and you take a left and you kind of go into that sweeper before the catapult, he constantly puts these 4 rollers in there, and I'm like, Dad, I'm pretty freaking fit, and those rollers are blowing me out.
Yeah.
Like we have enough rollers.
Right. Yeah. Mount Martin was a great ad too. That was fantastic. And even that year that you guys were Pashon ate shit in '97 or '98 when you jumped down, it was. Whatever that was going on.
No, that was Ricky. He did the can,
No,
right?
yeah, he ate shit there too. Bashan died earlier.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yeah.
he broke his leg there, I think.
Oh.
But yeah, Chicken broke his leg in the sand whoops back in the day. Factory Cowie.
Hey,
500s.
Nick Way. Or is it Nick
yeah,
Way
Nick
went
Way
in the creek?
Yeah. Does that happen often? Guys in the creek?
It's like the only time I really remember.
Oh, really?
Well, we've had a couple go in there, but like we've been really lucky considering how close it is. You know.
Right.
Yeah, we've been lucky.
How many races? 14, you said? Yeah.
There's this year. I think there's 11 super series races, pro national, 2 hare scrambles.
Phil, how much money are these guys making at the national? Are they just is it just ridiculous?
Just the whole year.
Yeah.
But they work for it.
Yeah,
so,
But you got to do it right, though, I think, like with the pro national, right? Camping, VIP tickets, amateur day.
Yeah, we had you on the phone one time kind of talking about, running a national.
Yeah.
Hey, I was talking to Al a little bit about this with this VIP stuff I've been doing with Star. Do you guys like the Whoop Monster?
He's kind of weird, man.
Is he kind of weird, Joe?
Yeah.
I was thinking,
is he still around?
What happens if we brought the Whoop Monster back and then we charged
no,
a VIP
he's
ticket?
too weird to do that, I think.
And people could be like the Whoop Monster and just cheer people on.
I don't know if he's alive.
Oh
no,
honestly, we don't know.
Oh, he was banned for a while. He came back.
Was he banned?
Yeah, he was banned. I thought.
Really? I know he just never came back.
I heard he wanted money, and your dad told him to kick rocks.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But then he came back. He was back for a few years, and then I don't know now.
Can you imagine some of the? We've had some hot race days at Spring Creek.
Yeah.
And then he's in that ghillie suit. Oh, dude, just stroking out.
He's a true moto fan. I mean, he was giving money to privateers there.
Yeah.
He was
he
into
gave Fournette like $20 one time back in the day.
$20.
Yeah, he did. He gave him like $20. The Whoop Monster was I wouldn't put a VIP around him though. I think if you're that kind of guy, there's a screw loose with you, and I don't want him around
He's got a chainsaw,
people.
right?
Yeah. You guys could pay me though. I could run a history of Millville VIP program because I've seen so many nationals there. I can tell you like the Pashon moment, RJ grabbing the brakes in '89 when I thought he was going to win, the catapult, of course. I can go through when my chain broke when I raced on Pro Day as an amateur. Yeah,
you need a plaque.
I can do a little story on Millville on the history, the sand whoops where Chicken broke his leg. I could take people around,
That might sell about as good as a Whoop Monster.
You think?
Yeah, I know so.
702-586-7570. Okay, so Austin gave us $50 on YouTube that I am not going to share with any of you guys, but he wants you a couple questions. Who's faster, Prime J-Mart or Deegs outdoors?
I don't know. I'm gonna stick out of this one. You guys can figure that one out.
I'm always a believer, and I hate to say this, I'm a believer that just things get better
Yeah.
every year. Bikes, bodies, everything. Yeah. I'm just a believer, like, as badass as McGrath was, and he was a bad dude, Tomac faster, and Tomac's faster than Ricky. And you know what I mean?
Just pure wins from J Mart's, let's say, 2015 year, 14, 15.
Yeah.
Deegs.
What'd you get? Did you get 8, 7?
I think I got 5 overalls
I
and
thought
15.
you won 7 one year. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
He doesn't remember.
I honestly don't.
You have
I don't know.
19 career, I think. Does that sound about right? Okay. Who's faster?
I mean, I gotta go Deegan. It's new suspension parts, everything. Like it evolves, right?
Yeah, but if you're on the same bike, if you're Prime Deegs, Prime J Mart, same bikes.
I would like to think that I would have been able to dance with him.
I'd have to say you would have been able to dance pretty good, dude.
I mean, Deegan's obviously really good, but it's all fresh for us.
Yeah.
You know, it's fresh. But like Germa in 14, like especially that was the first year of the Yamaha.
Yeah, but like I just remember your ride at Redbud in 2015.
Yeah, I was nasty.
Nasty as fuck.
Well,
that
even
day.
Glen Helen.
Yeah,
Glen Helen come from dead last.
Yeah,
Like,
Glen
you know what I
Helen
mean?
was-
Like,
but
those are races. Like, those were savage fucking days.
If you think about it, though, like Deegs' strength is what J Mart's was. Incredible endurance, speed,
Yeah.
all of that. Like Deegs has put in some shows.
But when you look at Deegs, you don't think that. But the way he rides obviously
yeah.
proves
I mean, he
it.
uses a lot of energy. Way
He
more
definitely
than J-Mart.
has the dog. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, which you did. You did too. Like that's.
That'd be
I
a
think you
gnarly
guys are similar.
matchup. That would actually be
I
pretty.
mean, what was like one of the biggest leads you had that you remember? Like
I would
over-
say probably 2014. Like Glen Helen, I had a big. I
think we did that one on
I was over 20 seconds,
Yeah.
but like I'd always like I never was like I'm just gonna go demolish everybody and see how much I can win by because it was like you know what I mean. You're gonna play it safe to a degree, right?
Yeah, but it's just our sport. Like people don't remember. Like I remember it because I lived it. But like 2014 was the first 5 motos you won.
Yeah.
You know, like dude.
I think Hangtown. I had a really really big lead at Hangtown in one of them too.
Yeah, but it was like 1.
When I remember
honestly,
at Glen
him
Helen.
and Deegs are really similar.
Yeah,
I think they're really similar.
Well, there was a moto at Glen Helen where he's like still charging, like 3 laps ago or whatever. And Grant Langston, I remember him broadcast was just like almost like kind of like, God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Okay, so also Austin wants us to talk outdoors a little bit. I am excited for outdoors because Eli's back, Jet's back, Hunter's back, Sexton's defending champion, right?
Who has upper hand at this point in time
Well,
going into outdoors?
If Sexton loses, he hasn't done any outdoors or very little. You know, he's locked into Supercross. And if he loses, I wonder if the motivation is greater or lesser.
But the bike that you were just a fucking badass on last year dominated. Obviously, a few people weren't there, but he dominated. Hasn't changed. Okay, so he has no testing, no nothing that he
needs to do.
Really needs to do. He's up there. Jet's still on a brand new bike, 2025. Des Nations was his first race on outdoors on that thing. You know, so they don't have much time on that. So,
and Eli?
Yeah, Eli, same thing. I mean, he did the last couple nationals, or he came around, but
I think
and Prado's starting off fresh. Like, dude, Chase to me is up here.
Okay,
Compared
really?
to,
Yeah.
I think he's got a little bit of an edge, at least
Okay.
for the first 3.
Yep.
You know?
And he's riding being the champion. I feel like when you win a championship and you go back to that, you kind of have like a little bit of a momentum boost. I don't know.
I feel like, though, sometimes we see the guys that have been riding outdoors for a few weeks come into the opener and they're on another level. Because the other guys have been doing Supercross. You see that with a lot of 250 guys, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I can see it both ways, to be honest. You know?
I think he needs to come out hard the first couple.
Yep.
Because if he lets those guys be close to him, I think it's going to be hard to – because they're just going to get better and better as the season. He needs to come out firing. That's my own personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's in the driver's seat just because it's year two.
You
Year two.
Yeah,
on the
you
bike.
guys seem higher on Chase than I am, for sure. Yeah. I think he's more in the mix. You guys think he's a little better. Yeah.
Only because I raced him last year, and I know how fast he was going on a bike that he said he really liked. And the other guys, injuries, fit like you. Yeah.
Okay. And what about Eli? Just.
I mean, Eli, you can't count Eli out. I mean, he's got Gilmore and
No, he doesn't have Gilmore anymore.
Elvis in his corner.
No Gilly. They don't work together anymore.
It's just like deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
I'm not answering that one.
What? They don't work together.
I know, but I'm just saying I am not answering it.
I mean, I think Eli. I feel like he would have a chip on his shoulder this summer.
I think so too.
I think he's hungry.
Yeah.
I think he's really, really hungry.
And he's probably pissed off he keeps getting hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he got hurt this Supercross,
and a contract year, so he needs to come out the first 3 maybe to show like, hey, I still got it to solidify something.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
I just feel
think
like
it'll be good.
It's gonna be sick.
Yeah.
It'd be cool
and
to watch.
So I know he's contracted for it, but if Coop wins the Supercross title.
No, he's doing outdoors.
100%?
100%.
Okay.
He wants SMX. He can't miss
He can
those
make
points.
He can make.
No, I know, but
he wants to get the bonus points.
He wants the bonus points
Got
because
it.
the last couple of years it's come down to 5 points.
Yeah,
You know, that's a huge benefit.
That's a good point. You're right. Yeah.
So
and that really cost Jet. He started out 8 points or
and
whatever.
it put him on. He was on the limiter there. You know,
Yep.
so it can't really. So he's up. Coop's got a pretty good driver's seat right
Okay.
now. You know,
Fair,
and Chase too. So it's kind of
okay. All right. That's 250s. Deeks favorite, right? Deeks.
Yeah, I mean,
gotta be.
I kind of think so.
Gotta be.
Yeah, you can't.
I mean, he'll have challenges. Vial will be good, and Levi maybe. I just feel like Deeks.
Yeah, he's just the raw speed.
He's
that
better
he has.
outdoors than in. JT will fight me to the death on this, but he is better.
I
outdoors.
think Deegan's better outdoors.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah,
JT's
I think
like,
that bulldog pounding style works better outdoors.
Yep.
And for me, it's refreshing to see that bulldog pounding style outdoors. You know, like it's
because it was always kind of more the technique, the
Yeah,
jet
the jet,
style,
the
but then
Sexton.
like it's kind of cool to see the unfiltered rawness of Deegan kind of coming back and like kind of in a sense winning races because people are like, if you don't have the technique, you can't win.
Well, it kind of reminds you of RC, right?
Like RC was
Yeah.
raw and like look how good he was, you know.
Yep. All right, that's some outdoor talk. Weisco Piston, Pulp 25 is the code to save with Weisco Factory Honda. Besides pistons, of course, they also do Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, CV4 line. If you use the Pulp 25 code at Recluse, that works as well if you're looking for that. Full range of performance components. And PulpMX 20 code to save at Ethica as well. Thank you to Ethica for coming on board with us. PulpMX 20, great underwear, hoodies, sweats, and more. All right, I'll give you guys another assignment. Tired now?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Besides the I don't know, man, and besides the race tech rant, I give you another assignment. National champion, Supercross champion, Rookie of the Year.
It's such a slap in the dick.
What do you want me to say? National winner.
Two-time runner-up. That sounds almost better.
National champion. Or national winner.
What do they
National
call
winner.
Vice? Second place is a Vice over
Yeah,
here?
vice champion.
Yeah, two-time vice champion.
Two-time vice champion.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And then Canadian Supercross champion.
Yeah, fuck.
Okay, listen. My point being is you guys fucking have done it all at the highest levels, and some better than others. J-Mart. But what is the thing that the media and the fans don't get or misunderstand or, questions that you're like, what? Tell us what the media and the fans just don't understand about the sport. I gave you guys this thought.
I will say with doing the VIP stuff, I've had a lot of people talk about the track, the 9 whoops, going to that and whatever. And I think, we do track walk in the morning with everyone else, the big dogs, Cooper Webb, Chase Sexton, Eli Tomac, everybody. And they see the track and they don't really realize how steep everything is. And then at the end of the night, I'll take them down there to the podium, and we watch them spray the champagne. They're like, hey, can we check the track out? And I'll try.
Yeah.
I've been kicked out every time from the security. But they see how gnarly the whoops are and how everything breaks down. And I think it truly blows their mind.
Yeah.
That they're like, well, how do they even go as fast as they do?
Yep. Right. Okay, so, never mind a fresh track, which is gnarly. Go down there after a main event.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Phil?
I'm going to get a little dark.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
I don't think they understand the depression side of things.
Okay.
From an athlete, even though we just ride stupid dirt bikes,
Right.
But every time one of us gets hurt, it's Al, German's been mangled, myself, dude, yeah, the highs are high, but when we're fucking down and out and there's no one fucking there.
No one calls, no one texts.
No one fucking calls, and you're just sitting in the hospital and you're by yourself, dude, it sucks.
Right.
It's fucking, and even when you are racing, how many guys are still riding mangled
Mhm.
on the starting gate. Like it's insane, and what we do to compensate to even still make those injuries and stuff work.
Like Toradol shots and things like that.
Yeah,
because it's a contract year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And you're doing the dumbest fucking thing possible to your body just so you can show up and line up and do it.
Right.
You know, it's like we're so fucking dumb, us racers, we just think it's normal, you know, to do it. But like when you really sit back, now that I sit back and I'm like, fuck, dude, that ain't right.
Yeah.
You know?
Especially too with the minimum amount some people are making. Like you guys all made good money or whatever, but
but we didn't for a long time.
Yeah.
And we did that
good point.
stupid stuff,
Sure.
not making money, trying it so we can get money.
11,
you know?
10 days, yeah.
Yeah, even before 11, 10 days. Like it was, it's fucked up now that I think about it, but the average person doesn't realize that.
No,
so
that's a great point. Yeah.
And like him, for example, even with his arm and whatever, my stuff, it's just like, dude.
His back?
Yeah, his back. Like, dude, you're fucking on your own, man. No one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
So it's...
And then if you don't get the result, like even with my arm is actually like from the Hangtown crash, it's still getting better.
Yeah.
With time.
Right.
You know, and like my hand was blowing off the bars, you know, last year and stuff. And it's like we would talk about it. We had daily talks, like, you know, we're
I'm
just
glad
like
you guys are talking now. We went for a while without talking.
Yeah.
Alex, how weird was that? Where these two weren't talking.
I mean, it's not too out of the wheelhouse for Phil.
True. You know, but it's true. And then, like, you know, I think, like, even Volan, like, dude, he got hurt riding testing at the Cowie track. And then, like, you don't get re-signed or no one wants to sign you because you're damaged goods. You know, no one wants to take a risk on you. Club obviously did, but, like, I think about that position of, like, every rider. It's just like, you're down and out and you're just out there doing your job and now no one gives a fuck.
Yeah.
You know, like that bugs me a lot, but it is.
Yeah. It's the thing you sign up for. You know that going in, you know, as far as like.
Is it though? Is that what we really sign up for?
Well, I mean, what's the difference between you guys and another, you know, hockey, basketball, football, whatever, you know?
I get that, but there's got to be some sort, I'm sure there's some sort of guarantee of some sort, like, dude, Volan, for instance, if they wanted to, I'm sure he's got an injury clause. I'm sure Cowie paid him. They probably still took care of him, but they don't need to.
Yeah.
They could have been like, hey, man, you ain't riding. We ain't got to pay you.
Injury clauses, I'm with you on that. It's insane.
It's fucking insane.
insane. Like that.
It's insane.
If I got hurt snowboarding, then sure, dock my pay.
I agree.
I got hurt representing your company and trying to my best. And
but
you should get paid out.
Well, and like with Jeremy too, it's like the concussions. You can't see the damage there.
No,
but it's arguably way
we've seen
worse.
it tonight. We've seen it
No,
tonight.
But to be honest, he's been that way before the concussions. You know,
I was dumb before, but man, holy shit.
No, you're that's a great point. Yeah,
and I feel better now with time. You know, as time's gone on, right?
Yeah.
You know. We definitely all hit our heads.
And us three have all talked each other off some massive cliffs throughout the years.
Yeah.
Massive cliffs, but you know.
Is Jeremy's and I don't know too much about Jeremy's amateur career other than, you know, you guys have made jokes about him being the fat kid at Spring Creek, right? Way back in the day.
Bubba Chubbs.
And like I know his amateur career was pretty good. Is it pretty surprising though at how good he was that he got? Did either one of you two see that?
No.
What?
I didn't see
not at a young age. Like, I mean, even up until because you didn't really 14, 15.
Super mini, I took off.
Yeah, but I mean, he was pretty pudgy and like no desire to work out. Like I remember like trying to take him for a run like down the road. We went like not even a mile and he was crying.
But okay, but when he was already an amateur Suzuki kid though, did you see it then?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay. By the time he got older,
but to be a champion, no. I thought he'd be good. I still remember Steel City 2012.
Yep.
Yeah, 2012.
Pulled the whole shot.
Yeah, he pulled the whole shot, but at Unadilla, you didn't do good.
My shoulder was pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty bad, but he showed up at Steel City. I'm pretty sure he went 8.8, 8.7, but it was just like, for a second national, it was just like, he's got something there, you know, so.
Yeah. Well, I think for Jeremy and I, like, we kind of had a late start in the sense that we went to Loretta's for the first time. I think I was 15 and he was 12 or something. So we were late. We weren't on 50s and 65s doing the Minios, Loretta's circuit, you know.
And some of the kids that got groomed, you know, from a young age were like the chosen ones. Alex and I were like the anomaly. Like we were the diamonds and it kind of in the rough in a sense. Like we kind of were definitely late bloomers.
You were. he was fucking. I mean,
Alex is the guy I give the example to, and I've used your name 100 times over the years. Like, we all want to give the hot kids rides, and I get that. Like, you know, you got so much invested in him and everything else. But why don't you find an Alex Martin, or I use Canary. I used to use Canary as an example too. Somebody who's like a pro for a couple of years, but just not on good teams, not bikes. They don't have a program. Find that kid. What would that kid do that's already a hard worker and already just, you know, right behind factory guys on crappy bikes? Give him the factory bike. And there was so many times where guys would get passed over. I was glad that Durham got a shot. You know, there's an example. Durham got a shot at PC. You know, you became a red plate holder. No one would have thought that. You got that. You got the team. You got the bike. Like, I used to tell Tyler Keefe, like, dude, because Tyler Keefe would rip through these amateurs that would do nothing.
But
I don't need to name their
was
names.
his I don't think that was TK's choice really
Well,
at that
but
time.
make it or pound the table to
well,
make it.
but I
you
remember
know?
actually having this conversation with TK that, and I still think this should be the case, that these kids should go through some sort of boot camp, like physically and mentally tough, to kind of see how much grit and tenacity they have. Because I think it's the grit and tenacity that take you long term.
Yeah.
It's not the talent.
Okay, it's probably too late now, but Henry Miller, a couple of years ago, if you gave Henry Miller 180 grand a year, 60 grand a year, and gave him a factory bike, seems like a hard worker. He's always that first privateer in Supercross after factory. Could Henry Miller do what Alex did? You know, he just never got a chance. Like, literally never got a chance. And again, it's probably too late for him, but
couldn't do what Alex did.
No?
Because they don't put in the hours that Alex did.
I don't know if
And
Henry does or not. I know nothing about his
I can
program.
assure you they don't.
Okay.
Obviously, he trains with them now, but
yeah,
I just
We were overtraining, but I mean, we just wanted it. I guess so bad that I don't know.
I'm just picking a guy
no,
like
I
that.
get
Yeah,
that.
like
if I'm gonna take someone, and I'm just saying this, Colin Park.
Okay, sure.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah.
like
Right.
he looks good. You give him an extra full horsepower on a Star 250.
Yeah.
Colin's on the box.
Yeah, I don't know. Does he do the work? Again, I don't know. But
He works pretty hard. He works really, really hard.
But like that, Alex is my example of like, dude, stop with these kids. Look for someone that needs that next shot, right? And also, not that the kids don't appreciate it, but a
They
guy
just
like
don't
Alex
understand it at that
Alex
point in
Martin,
time.
when you got your shot, you knew the program, you knew how to eat, you knew how to train. You know, you just needed money.
And if I had gotten that star ride like right away, I probably would have done as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we all would have fucked. I would have fucked it up. You know, we all said, I want to, you know, Geico Honda back then or whatever.
But I do
FC,
think Davies is kind of the first product of like the SMX program. I think it's working.
Yeah.
You know, in the sense
Yeah.
that you're like going to to be able to do the combines and go to the Redbud or Ironman and
So
do
sick.
30-minute motos. I mean, that's awesome.
It's a big deal.
You know, and like that to be a part of the coaching process and how they're like, you know, you're having Brock Tickle and Glover and
Well-
all these people give advice to these young kids. You know, like they better soak it up.
No, and I think that happened from like we saw so many guys wash out, and Jordan Bailey and Derek Drake and Sean Cantrell. I mean, just go on and on. Fry and Matt LeBlanc certainly. You know, just I think the powers that be were like, what the fuck is going on? These kids are getting 2 years and they're done. So what do we got to do?
But sometimes it's more than 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's
Yeah.
4 or 5 years. But if you lose a factory ride, you have to be willing to invest in yourself to try and get it back.
Yeah,
you know?
Romano's interesting. I'm watching Romano. He's had some injury luck, but I want to see if Romano can get back.
Yeah,
you know,
get back
like
there.
it's. So, anyways, but so okay, so yeah, I feel like you maximized your talent. You know what I mean? You did about as well as you could do in your career.
Yeah, but
to win nationals and
it
have
was
a red
just
plate,
right place, right time. Though,
Yeah.
like I was on the Rock River team.
It wasn't right place, right time.
Well, right, I made it happen.
Yeah.
But also, the Rock River was a great
bullshit.
stepping
Yeah,
stone
yeah.
to star.
Right. I
and
mean,
yeah.
for people who want to read about it, and it's years old now, but on Racer X under the long form tab, there's a 1110 mod story that I did because I thought it was so cool that Billy Hartle and Nate Alexander made it to factory level mechanics, and you two made it to factory level teams. And I wanted to do a story because I knew 1110 behind the scenes, what kind of stuff was going on. And so I did a story with everybody and talking about it. And it's read that. Some of the that's what you guys went through.
Those are some days.
Yeah, you guys were in there.
But the funny part is about that is like that was 4 years still into us fucking sucking.
Right.
You know what I mean? Literally scraping bottom of the barrel, dude. You know, and it's just like,
right.
If you had to write a book about it, to be honest with you, I don't think people really believe it, but it wasn't fun.
I've told the story on my end of things. Like, I came down from Canada because Shane Drew got me a job and I couldn't be a pro racer. And 3 to 4 years, I had no address. I lived nowhere. I lived out of a gear bag, and I would, in the off season, I'd stay at people's houses until I kind of saw they got tired of me, and then I'd go find a new friend's place to sleep on. I was at FMF Honda. I had no place to stay. I lived in a workshop. I lived in a race shop on an air mattress, showered at the gym, and then worked at the race shop. And like, my brother came down at one point and was like, I could never do this.
Yeah.
And I like to think of those mechanic years similar to those years of racing. Like, you just did it. You just did it, you know?
Yeah.
I don't think people realize that.
No, I mean, I know I had 2 years of just sleeping on an air mattress in Uniontown, Pennsylvania, in the 1110 Nod shop,
right?
Taking showers with a garden hose out back.
Yeah,
You know?
Nate talked about that in this story.
Yeah, it's just like,
dude, the cabin we were living in together at club, there was 2 lofts. Like, listening to snore and fucking shit his pants in the middle of the night, and he's like right next to me. You know, like it was literally a 300 square foot cabin.
Yeah,
you know, we were there for 2 years.
What teams were you on then? Was that 1110 or what was that?
1110.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Rock River, and then I went to Tylube or whatever.
Right.
But Germa stayed in it in 2012 with us. Like,
Yeah,
it was.
Hey, you guys were ricing tuna?
Yeah, because that's all we could afford.
And remember, a luxury was a pint of Ben & Jerry's.
Yeah,
literally. Don't forget the Angry Orchards.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
like if you were like on a cheat day, you'd have a Ben & Jerry's?
Well,
no, every day.
Every day for
okay.
Phil.
Yeah,
every day.
Every day.
Yeah.
I probably should have invested a little bit better instead of buying better food and not the Angry Orchard, but like we literally lived off rice, tuna, and chips and mix it in a bowl every fucking day.
That was a freaking good combo.
It
though.
It was pretty dirty.
Literally, we just went to Walmart, bought that, and ate that. That's all we could do.
So we didn't have a problem with calories back then.
No, you could eat what you wanted.
Like,
yeah. Think about that. Like, because everyone sees the national championships in the Star Ride or whatever and the JGR days, but it was like, it took a long time to get there.
Yeah, there was a lot of years where you guys grinded in silence for sure, and then finally got a reward.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for that fucking reward. But, hey,
Canada, baby, let's go.
Beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, J-Mar's got to get a job at UPS.
Yeah.
Things are bad.
He's the one that really made it.
Yeah.
He actually made money.
What do we think Germa's got in the bank? Couple million? 1 to 2? Yeah.
No.
He done okay for himself for a dumbass.
Yeah.
How did we even get to this topic?
The struggles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
It's Jim Hawley.
Germa would.
Germa would?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
Nah, you need to be revved up. You can't have the
Yeah, I need Bobby Reagan to hammer down on me.
We got Spencer on one. Spencer, thanks for the call. Which one is your favorite Martin brother?
Oh, damn. That's a tough pick. Listen, they're both built the same as me, so I can relate to both of them.
Doesn't matter. You got to pick one.
Okay, fine. I'm going to go J-Mart just because I remember him on Geico Honda when I'd go to Vegas Supercross wearing the Alias gear, and I would just be like, damn, that's a good-looking rider right there.
Okay,
so
11-8 for J-Mart tonight.
I'll go with J-Mart.
He needs it, honestly.
My question, though, is for both Martin brothers.
Okay.
I still race dirt bike. Well, not really race. I still ride tracks. Raced a little bit in high school. I've transitioned to mountain biking a little bit just because I live next to some trails and stuff. Got into cross-country racing a little bit and long-distance racing. My question to them is, what is your guys' pre-race nutrition plan? So, like, how early are you waking up? What are you eating before the race? And I guess, what are you eating during the race as well? And how many carbs per hour are you aiming to get while racing?
We're getting in the weeds in this one.
So I would always, before the mountain bike races, I really liked a Kodiak pancake. And I would try to go 3 hours before. And lots of syrup, too. A lot of syrup, some Kodiak pancakes. That was the program, and a coffee.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was yours, Al?
My go-to actually is I kind of go back and forth between oatmeal, pancakes, or my go-to has been like just peanut butter and jelly bagel. Cup of coffee, obviously. Maybe put a little collagen protein in there, and then for fueling, I've kind of been back and forth between like the SIS beta gel. And just like some Cliff Blocks. I like to do like caffeine, like usually every third gel, and I'm kind of aiming for like probably 70 to 90 grams of carbs an hour. So like if I'm running, that would be running or cycling. It's about every 30 minutes. I'm trying to take a gel.
All right.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Okay, cool. I have one more quick question.
All right.
Or one more. I want to get the group's opinion on this. Jorge Prado, under/over, third place for outdoor championship title, or outdoor championship third place, under/over.
Like points at the end of the year?
Yeah, points at the end of the year. Where is he going to finish in the outdoor, under/over third place?
Over.
Over?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh. You think he's title contention?
No, over means higher. Means higher than 3.
Oh,
so 4,
sorry.
5. Under would be lower than 3.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay. Really? All right. What about Phil and J Mart and A Mart?
Prado.
I could see him being a top 3 guy. How about with
he's beaten Jet,
with
Eli, and Chase.
And Jet. It's gonna be tough.
I mean,
but
injuries
but
happen.
He's an outdoor. The MXGP
I know, but
guys,
dude,
though.
they struggle a bit their first years here. Like I'm not.
Yeah,
he's,
he's
a
on
bad
a new
dude.
bike too, which is tough.
No, I see top 5, and I can see him. I mean that Cowie's a pretty good bike.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with under.
All right,
I'm gonna go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't win 2 MXGP titles.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, those guys that he's over there beating are badass MFers.
Guys
I think his Supercross is not an indication at all.
No, I just think heat and limited time on the tracks. Year one, he'll sort it out and then be better next year.
Have you heard anything on? He's back riding.
Yeah, he's back
testing.
riding.
Have
yeah.
you heard anything?
No, I haven't.
No.
All right, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Maddie's on 3. Maddie, got a question for J-Mart, but first, which one is your favorite Martin? Maddie. See you later. I think he said Alex. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Renegade Race Fuels, PulpMX 25, racers that win, pour it in. You know who won championships with Renegade Race Fuel, Phil? Justin Brayton and Will Hahn. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Renegade Race Fuel, they got a new Supercross Mini 50 fuel, AMA legal, oxygenated, high-performance, unleaded, and ethanol-free fuel. PulpMX 25, racers that win, pour it in. They will deliver it right to your door. The guys at Renegade Race Fuels, thank you to them. Use that code and save. Michelin as well, michelinman.com/motorcycle. Learn more about the complete offering. Our guy Randy was in here last week, FMIP. You guys know he had a knee replacement?
No.
He tried to keep it quiet, I know, but yeah, he did. And thanks to the folks at Michelin for coming on board. New e-bike tire. It's really good. You had it on. I don't think you had it on, J-Mart. You had the new e-bike tire on the bike. So the new e-Wild tire, they take the DH tire, mix it with their e-Wild series, and it comes out looking pretty good. So check out that new e-bike tire that Michelin has on their e-Wild. And then, of course, they got the Cruiser tires, Goldwing tires as well. And, Maddie's back. All right, Maddie, you're back. Which is your favorite Martin brother?
Yeah, number 6, J-Mar.
Oh.
Hey, man, and one of the reasons I got to back that up with, man, that year you were on the broadcast, I really enjoyed listening to your takes.
Dude,
Who fucking likes listening to this dude talk?
Dude, there's a lot of broadcasts
All
tonight.
the race wins and this and that. We're talking about a fucking broadcast?
Dude,
People like my voice.
Better than RC, better than Stu, man. I loved your takes.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
snowboard
that.
Samsonite. Fuck it, I'm out.
Hey, so I got a hotter take. Anderson, Tomac to Ducati.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I think Barsha's going there. It's just natural. Seems natural fit.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know?
No idea.
Yeah, I don't know.
Phil, what do you know?
I have no idea.
Huh?
Nothing.
Phil knows all the gossip.
Dude, he knows everything.
Phil knows everything. I know.
We we went to Triumph, and you plugged into my truck to charge your phone, and I've never seen a phone go off so much in my entire life.
No, Phil is, he is.
Dude, it's
plugged
insane.
In. Yeah. All right. Thanks, Maddie.
It's all bullshit.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
None of it's useful. I just have derelict friends that like to talk.
Lucio, what's your favorite Martin brother? Who's your favorite?
Oh, it's got to be J Mart for sure. Seeing him battle Ferrandis for that outdoor title, dude. I wish he would have got that one.
Yeah.
You and I both.
My
did.
question is, J Mart, with Anderson's not ready, which we haven't seen any footage or heard anything in a couple weeks, would you be down to take that ride?
I mean, you never know. You never know. I always said, if was that last time I was on Pulp? I said if a good opportunity came about, I wouldn't turn it down.
Mm-hmm. All right, there we go. That'd be cool.
Right on. Phil, I saw you in San Francisco during that Mutter race. He signed my jersey. It was super sick. He was flipping off the camera to these guys next to me, which was super awesome. Signed my jersey. Smile, real good dude. Appreciate it.
Phil's top notch.
Thanks, buddy. Lost 10 grand that night.
How'd you lose 10 grand?
To Garrett Marchbanks.
Fucker.
He passed him the last
Oh, that's
lap.
right. Yeah.
It was Phil, he was going to get the podium, and then he was going to retire.
Yep.
Remember that?
I was.
Yeah.
I was going to podium and be like, I'm fucking out of here.
Yep, that was right.
Look, now.
You're back in it.
Now we're still racing.
We're still racing. We're in the
Three-
media. Phil's got a lot of things going on. Yeah.
Shake and bake, baby.
Hey, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Troy Lee Designs, digital marketing specialist, full-time job, Corona, California.
Give it a shot. Digital marketing guy.
Yep, there we go.
I need it.
28 to 38 bucks an hour is what the
Really?
Yeah.
I got paid 19.
19
at UPS.
Yeah.
Dude, that's really good.
Troy Lee Designs is looking for a digital marketing specialist to play a key role in driving Troy Lee Designs' digital marketing initiatives. The role is responsible for planning, developing, executing, and optimizing online campaigns across various platforms. Troy Lee Designs, check them out, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Full-time job in Corona, California. Troy Lee would be a cool company to work at. Our guy John Eric is running it over there. They used to work at Intense. So check out motorcycleindustryjobs.com for that job. And if you're a company looking for people, contact Motorcycle Industries Jobs to list your job, and we'll read it out here on the show. So thank you to that, guys. All right, motorsport.com. Tweet at Tits segment. Let's do this.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Tits.
All right, motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts. Great prices. Free shipping on everything over $79. I want to thank motorsport.com for stepping up for the LCQ race this weekend as well. We got gift cards for the podium and more. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on the Twitter, and the guy in the corner picks the best ones, the very best ones, Tits.
The very best.
Yeah, there was a lot of them too.
A lot of them.
This was the phones were so busy tonight. The Martin brothers and maybe Phil.
You think Phil had something to do with it?
I think the brothers did.
Yeah, I think so too.
Did you pay for that merch, by the way, that Filthy Crew, or did he?
Yeah, he made me buy it.
He did.
He still owes me $100 in rent from when we lived together in California. Remember that?
Never lived that down.
Dude, I gave you that hat, and I bought
He
your
said you
stupid
made him
coffee
pay
today.
for it.
He's lying.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get him fired up, you know?
Okay. You have been known, Phil,
The Race Tech rant.
to charge people for your merch.
Who?
Just people have said that.
I think I got
Him and RV I
Shipping,
gave.
your RV, you want?
I gave RV
You
a
did?
hat.
Okay.
He's a multimillionaire. So is German.
All right, best questions.
All right, from Dave, for Alex and Jeremy, which one of you were your parents' favorite?
Alex was always, Dad called you just the number one son.
Yeah, number one son. We don't know what that really meant. I came first, but
it was just the number one son.
Did your dad go when you guys were racing? Like you're the champion, you're the star, you're leading. Was your dad at many races?
Dude, my dad didn't even show up to the first championship that I won.
I don't feel like I saw him at the races. Your mom, I saw.
He's at Millville every year.
He's never missed the Millville.
And Daytona Supercross he went to quite
Yeah,
a
you
bit.
go
Did he?
there.
Yeah.
He like-
I don't think he's ever been to A1.
No.
No.
I never saw him that much. Like I just never. Yeah. He wasn't like a mini dad. He wasn't.
He was very much like when we were of age, he just kind of said, all right, boys,
Yeah.
see you later.
Would he get on you guys about motos and stuff? Like would he yell at you about?
No, I mean, it all came from us.
Yeah.
Like, and that's, I think, what delayed us right
Yeah,
away, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think...
For people who don't know, your dad was a badass enduro racer back in the day. I mean, he was a champion, right? Did he win a championship?
Yeah.
Or yeah. Like he was
1985 Hare Scrambles.
right. Like on a Can-Am, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
The tallest bike in the pits,
Yeah.
shortest guy.
Dude, the picture of it's
Oh,
so
no,
great.
yeah, I don't know.
He's like
Yeah.
this big and the seat's like up here.
There was an ad with him, and he's
Yeah, that's-
the ad. He's like barely hanging on to the bike. But no, the point is, your dad was a racer, yes, off road, but still a racer, a championship, national champion, and he never pushed you guys like that at all. You know? Yeah.
Well, it's funny because like our dad raced with Plessinger's dad,
Yeah.
Caleb Russell's dad. You know, so there's quite a few
Yeah.
multi-generation racers. But yeah, it was.
And
It all came from us.
I asked him this when at the ride day we had there, PulpMX ride day, but it burnt down. The Can-Am burnt down.
Yeah, there was a red building there by the first straightaway, and it
Yeah.
got struck by lightning.
he
Burned
had his
all
bike
of his
and everything.
trophies,
Yeah,
bikes,
yeah.
everything down.
That's sad.
Bummer. All right.
From Jimmy G. Phil, how would Dylan Walsh do in a complete U.S. outdoor series? Is he top 10 on a 450?
No.
Okay.
My ride's good, but no. You know.
From Heather's Keister, Alex, in your
Heather's
vlog,
Keister.
I saw you use ketones before your marathon. Did you do, or any moto guys use them for outdoors perhaps, or what are the benefits? Ketones.
Yeah, honestly, quite a few guys use it now. I think it's trickled in a little bit. The science is kind of pointing that it can help with mental focus for sure, but it's more of like a after for recovery. They're quite common in like the Tour de France and stuff in the peloton, but more for like recovery and helping with sleep and stuff is where it's really shines.
Okay. From Joey Lips, for everyone, what are some crazy oddball testing parts or setups you tried that didn't quite make it on the race bikes?
Phil, you've tried a lot of things.
Yeah. We put a dual injection. Well, now dual injection is quite common, but we put one on a JGR 450.
Oh, you did? You had it back then, yeah.
If you put wings on it, it would have fucking taken off. It was insane.
Sounds like you're
70 horsepower.
right.
How much horsepower are we talking?
I don't even know, but I told Mr. Dean, I said, take it off, dude. I did like 3 laps. It was insane.
We did our supermoto bike at Yamaha. It was 2mm oversized valves, a 42mm carb, no airbox, just a filter on the back, and just a high lift cam for supermoto, like just much as you can get.
Wow.
66 horsepower or something. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it was insane.
66 horsepower back then.
Yeah.
It's kind of gnarly.
Yeah.
Huh. I mean, but like basic stuff that we tried, like, I don't know, carbon fiber motor mounts and stuff,
Yeah.
like all that JGR. Like
Did you ever try that shock, or was that gone by then?
That was gone by then.
Okay.
No.
Nobody liked it, right? No, really? Pretty cool that JGR made a whole shock.
Remember that shock at Thunder Valley? Yeah, shock blow at Thunder Valley.
Oh, it did on the Suzuki, the BFRs.
Oh, yeah.
Holy fuck, man!
You and AC should write a book about BFR shocks.
Dude,
he hated those things.
6 for 6 motos with BFRs failed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just dying out there. King. But anyway, JGR, we tried some, really cool stuff, But even like, remember the necking bars, the mounts with the air in them and stuff
Yeah, I
like
tried
that?
those. That's what broke on me in 2016 when I was battling in the Supercross Championship
Oh,
with
when you
Mookie.
crashed?
Oh,
I went 3 onto the table.
Snap.
Yeah.
Snapped.
Are those even around
Wait,
anymore?
did they snap when you landed or snap when you crashed?
They snapped when I landed, nose picked into the...
That's right.
Yeah.
And then I no longer ran them.
Yeah, probably. I don't see them around anymore.
That's probably the craziest thing I think I've ever tried.
There, yeah.
We used to in 02, the rage was we would have the it would be bolted onto your swing arm, onto the nut of your swing arm, and like a flagpole. So it was a solid piece of steel. It weighed like, I don't know, fucking 10 pounds. And there was a dampener in it. And what it did was basically counteract your wheel, right? So when it went on the chain guide, wherever the chain adjuster was, and it came off the back of your bike. Kyle Lewis, Nicoletti, we tried it. And it would come out of it, it would be this high off the back of your bike, like a flagpole, like what like if you're going to Glamis.
Yeah.
And it had a weight in it, and it would counteract. So if the wheel was going up, the weight would push down to push the bike down or help it go up, and basically counteract the force of the rear wheel. And it actually, guys liked it.
Yeah.
It was really weird.
That is wild.
Yeah. I forget what it was
I
called.
like my tall foot pegs would almost classify.
Yeah.
Hey, those
25
were
mil.
unique.
Yeah. But what else is cool nowadays is that RP throttle body is like, that's like the new thing. It's kind of wild that someone can take something out of billet or whatever, make a throttle body that bolts onto any Yamaha, KTM, Cowie, and like just being able to make it work with a KTM injector or whatever, and come up with mapping for it.
Right.
Like to me, that's just mind blowing. Like I went through it last week, and
this is the super secret one Kiefer tested. for a while.
It's on
last
Super
year.
C.
No,
can,
but last
yeah,
year.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But you can buy them
Yeah,
from Jamie and stuff.
right.
Like, it's really, really cool.
Did you ever do the slipper clutch?
Nah, I never liked it.
I like the slipper clutch.
Yeah,
like
we-
a 2-stroke when you get on, no
Yeah.
engine braking.
We used them at Yamaha
Yeah.
for our factory bikes.
I really like that.
We used
I
a
would like
a
to
brand
that.
called STM.
I didn't like them on the start.
They were tough on the start.
When would
But that's
you
what I
try the
ran
slipper
in.
clutch?
I ran
Last
that
year.
in 2020 when I was battling Fernandez.
Ferrandis. You
my
always
God.
said Fernandez.
I always butchered
We
that.
used to laugh. Two things that made me laugh about J-Mart. Fernandez and then the interviews with the helmet on. We're like, dude, just take a helmet off.
Yeah. So yeah, I ran that in 2020. Made the bike handle really good.
Okay.
A little tough on the start though.
Heavy
for sure.
flywheel, dude. I freaking love the heavy flywheel.
Yeah.
Dude,
on the
you're
450 and Supercross. Oh my God, that was a game
Smoothing
changer.
it out, dude.
Like 3 seconds a lap faster.
Talking about specialty parts and big houses. Oh, heavy flywheel.
Yeah, I freaking love that thing.
Super trick.
Sick.
Dude, I was crashing 7 times at 450.
Rookie of the year.
Supercross.
Yeah. Rookie of the year.
Dude, the minute I put that heavy flywheel on, I stopped crashing.
I mean, no one.
Dude, this is the fucking shit I deal with. Fucking heavy flywheel. Boom, it's magic.
Oh, I love that thing.
Phil, have you ever thought of that? You ever thought of that? Or just no? Flywheels never come to your mind, ever?
Alex wrecks me, dude.
All right, next question.
From Misha, can we finally get the full story of the Phil J-Mart beef from 2017?
Oh.
J-Mart can take the lead on it.
It had to do with a relationship you were in.
Yeah, it had to deal with a relationship that I was in. I was dating a chick, and Phil did not approve.
Right.
And Phil decided to blacklist me. And he boycotted me. We didn't talk for a long time. And then, maybe, Phil, am I jumping the gun here and saying that, yeah, you can lead off on this, What's your take on it?
I'm trying to think now how it all happened. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it came down to a chick. I didn't, whatever.
He did not approve.
I did not approve, and I'm just like, well, he's not my blood, so I don't got to talk to him. So I just like, that's it. I'm out. But it had been like.
But we've all been around
Yeah,
dudes.
I
who we
know.
don't
Listen,
like.
this is when I was aggro back in the day.
He
I'm a lot
disowned
different.
me,
I did.
and then now he was in the same situation. And guess
I'm
what,
different.
Steve? I didn't disown
Yeah,
him.
yeah,
No, he didn't. Listen, back then.
Because I'm an alright guy.
Yeah, you're
He's
classy.
a knob.
Right.
He's a complete knob.
At 25, I was a dick. I'm not gonna lie, I was. But I've learned and I've matured.
This
as a
wasn't
person.
25. This was like 5 years ago.
It really wasn't that long
No.
ago.
No,
No, it was 2016.
Yeah,
It was
a
9
long-
years
yeah,
ago.
it was a
Someone
long
said
time ago.
2017.
We didn't talk for like almost 2 years.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
2016.
17.
Really?
No,
Was that
it was.
fucking
We would
long
go
ago?
by each other in the pits and stuff, and he wouldn't look at me, nothing.
Yeah, no, I know. We tried to mend it on the show a few times.
Yeah.
But it would have started in 2016 after Vegas.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
That's kind of when it started. But you had got hurt at Muddy Creek with your back.
Yeah.
And I went to the hospital that day.
Yeah.
You don't remember because you were like.
I was really drugged
You were
up.
drugged up, but I
Yeah.
was there. And then after that, it was kind of okay. But then it really kind of didn't come around until we got like really tight again. Was
Club. Yeah.
He called me, about coming or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Did you say, hey, Phil, I know we haven't been talking, but can you help me out with
I
some
just said,
advice?
hey, dude, guess what?
Yeah.
I'm going to be your
Teammate.
teammate.
We better start talking.
Yeah, probably.
I'm like, well, here we go.
Yeah, I was literally sitting on my couch, and all of a sudden, Germa popped up, and I'm like, huh. Something must be
hello?
really bad. I probably should
Should
answer
answer
it,
this?
and I did. And, yeah, it was
Trade one
okay.
Martin brother for another.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year stepped out
Yeah.
with that. He retired.
And
going
then
out on top.
Yeah. And then the locker room talk was all time, really. The banter was awesome.
That's good.
Wasn't there like when you did the jersey rip of Phil's shirt for me? Was that when you guys were not talking, or?
Yeah, we weren't talking.
Yeah, so that made it even weirder, maybe, because you were like, ripping Phil's shirt off.
Yeah.
Well, I think they both just didn't even care to talk to each other.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need a break from them, dude. It's true.
We always used to laugh too because we'd be like, "Hey, nobody really knows J-Mart or Eli that much, and they're buddies. That's perfect." Two guys that don't really want to talk to the media or do much.
Yeah.
They want to just be in the fucking grinding out motos and bicycle rides, and they're buddies. So that's perfect. We're like, that's perfect.
Two peas in a pod.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually was
Like,
pretty
would
cool.
you and Eli ever talk?
I mean, I'll call Eli once every 2 weeks.
Okay.
And, sometimes he gets in there and we'll have a proper chat for a little bit, and sometimes he's busy. He's got, got quite the family there and stuff now, and we'll catch up. And I don't know, man, we've had some epic times together. He's one of my best friends.
Like literally the only guy that's had epic times with Eli J-Mart.
Yeah. I don't know. He'll always be a lifelong friend.
Yeah,
and I don't know. I think we kind of got along because he hammers, and then we hammered. I mean, the first time I ever went to his house and trained. I mean, I remember it we did this rugged run out in in his parents' place, and I got a cactus in my foot.
Okay.
And we were just running down hills. It'd be like us running at Spring Creek, So, it was cool.
Could you beat him on a bicycle?
I could beat Eli on a bike, and he'd
beat you on a dirt bike.
I could beat him on everything else except for the one thing that mattered. The first time, I'd won. Obviously, I wasn't I was better outdoors than indoors, but the first time we rode Supercross together, I mean, obviously I won the race the year before.
Yeah.
Dude freaking lapped me.
Yeah.
He lapped me, and I'm like, I'm no slouch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it really blew my mind riding with him how fast he was. You know, that was when he was in the Cowie days when he went on that run. He won however many races in a row, and I'm just like, dude, you're a freak.
Yeah. But on bicycles, you had him.
I did.
And how was Johnny T?
Johnny T, they're both just savages. They, they can hammer. So.
God, I remember at COVID times, Nick Way and we were on e-bikes.
Yeah.
And we were going down this downhill, doing a little run. And here comes Johnny T up it on a regular bike. And we're like, oh, he's going to think we're pieces of shit, dude. We're going down. He's fucking going up. And he's out of the saddle. And he's like, what's up, boys? And he just keeps going. And we're like, he just thinks we're pieces of shit right now. Johnny T's disgusting.
Their technical skills were impressive. So we had this it was called East Canyon downhill, and I tried to beat Eli's time, and he still got me beat to this day.
Yeah.
I should put that on my to-do list. It's I got to go hammer the downhill and go for it. Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah.
All right. Next question.
From Jim, is Tomac in for Denver SLC, or has the Yamaha contract talk axed his Supercross comeback?
Yeah, he had said on somebody's show that he was hoping
to do the last
couple, but I don't think he is. Yeah, I haven't heard anything. Yeah, but it would be just like he let it show up, but I haven't heard anything. Yeah.
Yeah, you would know by now.
Yeah.
From Jonathan, we've heard Amart's take on the benefits on mountain biking and road biking. What are his thoughts on gravel riding?
I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, and we always grew up road biking around Millville, but I've come to realize lately and last year, gravel, we live in the mecca of gravel riding in Minnesota. I mean, it's unbelievable, some of the roads. So it's definitely safer.
Do we ever go out for a night out in Zumbro Falls ever?
It's actually hopping. It's actually a hopping place.
The bar scene around our area is popping.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
People pull up in Rangers, and they're just,
It's only Rangers.
Yeah.
Phil, let's go hang out there this summer.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go do.
I think there's
belly up.
Hammond.
We'll go belly up.
Go.
What's
Grumpy Old Men? What town was that in up there?
Wabasha. Yeah. The bar in Hammond is called Rock Bottom.
Let's go belly up at the Rock Bottom.
Might as well keep it going. I'm there already.
There's 50 Rangers out there on any given Saturday.
From Shane Borden, is Shane too nice on the track and not aggressive enough with other racers? Kind of how Dungey seemed to be for a while.
Shane McElroy? What?
Did I say Shane?
You did.
That's what he said.
What? I don't know, man. I don't know about Shane McElrath, if he's too nice or not. I don't know.
I mean, he owes Barsha a little.
Maybe he meant to say Chase. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Moving on.
From Team USA, hey, Phil, with Pittsburgh being a success, what new city do you think Supercross should go to next? My vote would be Kansas City or Green Bay.
I said this before on the show. I saw a schedule that had Kansas City on it, like a preseason schedule. Saw it, Supercross. So they're talking to Kansas City. They were close to going.
Can you imagine Green Bay, Lambeau Field?
Yeah.
I can say I spent some time in Green Bay, but
yes, you did.
What's so funny, Steve? I don't know if it would work in the wintertime up there.
Yeah.
Too cold.
I'm not too sure. I'd like to go to Winnipeg. That'd be cool. But
Kansas City would be cool.
Yeah. I'm so this is how I am. I was telling Pookie when I landed in Pittsburgh. I got home. I was like, babe, 5 weeks now, I have like short flights or I'm driving. Like that's what you look forward to. Like just New York, Philly, Pittsburgh, right? Before that, all the Florida stuff. You're just like, fuck, I'm just home for short flight to Denver, short flight to Salt Lake, driving to Paula. We got my regional, then Lakewood, short flight. Like I'm dialed.
Can you fly nonstop to Minneapolis?
No, I mean I can with another airline, but not my airline.
So you stick just United?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
I wish they'd go back to Minneapolis.
Yeah, good stadium. I think the pits. I think the pits suck.
Miami would be cool, no?
Yeah, we went to Miami. I went there.
Yeah,
in
a long
89.
time ago, but yeah, I think Miami.
That'd
would
be pretty
sick.
cool.
Yeah, that was the sand track. It was all
Yeah.
sand.
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right.
mean, they had the F1 there. I mean, that would be kind of cool.
That stadium would be great. Yeah.
Yeah.
From Shane Bagley for the Martins. He's coming to Spring Creek for the Pro National. It's his first time. What is the best place to sit up to watch the action?
Bikini Hill.
Probably on old Bikini Hill, which would be the finish line hillside.
I didn't know that was called Bikini Hill.
Yeah.
I did not know this.
Yeah, it's a big.
Not a lot of bikinis up there nowadays.
Right? I don't feel like I've ever been to Millville and been like, dude, have you seen the chicks?
I guess it's just insider. I guess.
I tell people, go watch one moto by the sand whoops and then watch out in the middle.
Wow, but if you're on that hill, you can literally see the entire track.
You see the whole thing of Mount Martin.
Yeah.
You can see them kind of going into the whoops.
Okay.
You can kind of see them coming Chatapult. You kind of see everything.
Yeah.
In a sense, it's your best viewpoint.
From Cody, Alex, how does Zone 5 heart rate feel in running compared to Supercross?
Oh, well, it's nice because I don't have to worry about jumping a quad or hitting whoops or anything like that. So,
What's the next marathon you're doing? Minneapolis?
Med City,
Germany, May 19th.
We're gonna tee off.
Yeah. But are you? So you did Boston, you did LA.
Yeah,
Are you
I've
knocking these things off as a goal?
So I've done 7 so far. I got 6 planned this year, though. I've done 2, one in Arizona. I did Boston, and then we're doing Med City, and then Grandma's in Duluth in June, and then I don't do any till the fall. Twin Cities and Madison.
And then is this just because? Okay, so when you practice running?
Practice running.
You just run.
Fuck.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I
Go run.
No, but like. Okay, you gotta like. You know
Work on your
what I'm
form.
talking about? Like you're not in competition. You're just practicing. You're practicing.
Yeah.
Training.
Do you ever do a marathon or no? You would never
the
do
longest
that.
I would go is like 22 miles.
22 miles?
Yeah, 20,
Okay.
22, but
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
to
every
answer
marathon you do is a big step up.
I'm more about trying to, kind of, but like, honestly, I've been looking. I think about how it relates to motocross training, and yes, it's a marathon and it sounds gnarly, but dude, like what we used to do for an outdoor national, honestly, I would be more fatigued from that, and then we race the next weekend. You know, like not only that, but we come back and we moto down 235s on a Tuesday, 2-hour bike ride Wednesday, and then ride a little bit Thursday, and then fly back out. Whereas, like, I mean, I've built myself up a little bit with the running mileage, but it's not as gnarly as you think compared to like motocross.
I mean,
But the stress of it though is not as bad either. Like moto, like you're one mistake away from getting hurt. You know, like running, you go do this. Let's just say you run a marathon.
Yeah.
What's the worst thing that's going to happen to you? You know,
cramp up.
Yeah, I mean Boston, like I trip and fall on my face. You know.
You got those shoes now. It's easy. Just get those shoes. Everybody can run.
I love the carbons.
But I think the guy's question is how does Zone 5 compare? Me personally, Zone 5 hurts a lot worse on a bicycle or running because it's so fixated on one area versus
You're not thinking of anything
you have the
Zone
adrenaline
5,
of moto.
Yeah, adrenaline of moto, you kind of block that out, so you don't even realize you're at 190 versus 190 heart rate.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, it just creeps up on you until you fucking explode because you're so fucking hyper focused.
Well,
running, you're just fucking thinking about the fucking pain.
And I'm not a runner, shocking, and I've never run a marathon, shocking. But can you not just pace yourself and be like, I'm good? Like,
yeah, until your body gets out.
Well,
I know,
that's
but
the nice
you've been training,
thing.
so you're not. Your body's not going to give
The
up.
nice thing about a marathon is it's not really Zone 5 at any point in time,
right.
maybe
That's
to
what I'm
like
saying.
the last 5K. But yeah, to answer his question, like Zone 5 is probably more enjoyable on a dirt bike for sure because you can actually do fun things, jumps and whatever, rail a rut. Whereas like running, you're just running.
Yeah.
Like it's not uncommon for us to go get maybe 45 minutes to an hour of Zone 5 in like one day on the dirt bike. Whereas like 30 minutes of Zone 5 running is like I'm taking the next day off type of deal.
Right.
From Randy. He said, I go to the gym 2 to 3 days a week, eat well, rare junk food, no soda, still can't flatten a bit of a dad belly. Tried cutting carbs too. Any suggestions on how to get rid of the dad bod?
Hey, man, you beaten off?
You guys want to take this off?
It just comes down to caloric deficit to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Right?
Calories in, calories out.
Calories in, calories out. I mean, you got
life stress. How are you sleeping at night? Strength training. I mean, I do think we talked about this a little bit today, but like I think the older you get, your hormones just decrease. Testosterone, HGH, that goes down, that declines, and strength training helps that.
Yeah.
Keep those going. So I think strength becomes more important the older you get.
I got a question. Philip, would you rather 3 in or run a marathon with Amart?
That's my favorite.
You 3 in, and you hate to say that.
I would 3 in.
Yeah.
Dude, you're done in 5 seconds.
I'm done in 5 seconds. Whether I live or die, at least a run, I still got to.
Phil was at a race earlier this year, and there was some 3 in, and I said, "What about that?" Phil's like, "I don't see it. I just see 2. I don't see that." Like, he just was like refusing to acknowledge there's a 3 in. Yeah.
I was out.
Yeah.
From Colin, do you think Chase's potential move to Cowie? Obviously, it's in attempt to beat Jet and Eli, but is the grass actually greener on the other side?
Well, we talked about this earlier, yeah. You weren't listening.
I wasn't. J-Mart, when training at Tomax, what's the gnarliest thing you saw Eli do training or riding-wise?
I just think the gnarliest thing I think I saw him do was, obviously he was acclimated to the altitude, but just the gym program the guy did, like he didn't stop. I mean, he hammers, and then not to mention when he's in the zone riding Supercross, the dude just is insane. He hammers, so he's just gnarly at doing his craft.
How about the I feel like we never talk about it, but like the cross country skiing.
Oh
Tell us
yeah,
about
and he was
that.
he was really good cross country skiing. So like we would go up to like Telluride, near Trout Lake or whatever, and it was like 10,000 feet up, and like hey, we're gonna try to, we're race Supercross, and then we would try to go like cross country ski, and I've never done that in my life before. And you guys should have seen me.
Oh, I can only imagine.
It was a disaster. I went down left and right. I'm crossing my skis, and he's really. It blows my mind how talented he is at just everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like cross country skiing. Backflip. I'm just backflipping on it.
Remember the talent show? Maybe you guys. He used to ride a unicycle at the talent
Oh,
show.
really?
When he was a kid. Oh yeah,
He's really good. Like, he's just really good at everything.
Yeah,
like
talented,
yeah.
He's good.
There was that one race, I think it was a national, where he kind of sucked, and he said, I was pounding fence posts all week."
Yeah.
Shouldn't have done
What about
that.
when he done Murph before?
He
fucking,
did before Thunder Valley. Yeah.
But I think it's interesting because the cross country ski thing, like Tomac is on a Monday after Supercross, he's going cross country skiing with J-Mart, and then Baker's Factory, they're in the Florida heat doing a bike ride.
Right.
Right. Talk about two totally opposite things of the spectrum.
Yeah, I will say, like, that was probably one of the funnest times in my career, was training with the Tomac family, and I learned a lot of like just how to train, but also like balance and just I was pretty stubborn, or whatever, but they really kind of
great family too.
Yeah,
Kathy and John are awesome.
Yeah, they really kind of help open my eyes up,
Did you have a practice bike guy there?
I did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then it was Kyle Lawler, and then he wrenches for Eli now.
And Tanner was
his guy at the time. Tanner McCullers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Last one is from Brady Erickson. What are the best and worst bikes you guys raced in your careers, and what bike did you wish you could have raced?
Phil's worst is the Motorsport Cowie.
Yes, that bike was a piece of shit. But as a kid, my dream was to always ride for Pro Circuit, back then. So I wish I could have done that.
Every kid's dream.
That was every
that
kid's
was
dream, yeah.
I would have gave my left nut to ride for Mitch at one point,
Okay. Best bike? Star?
I'd say the best bike I ever probably rode was Star, and then probably my Geico Honda in 2020. That thing it was insane. Ziggy did the suspension on it.
I always thought those guys didn't. 2020 was RJ and Jordan there and everything there? I don't remember.
Yeah, RJ was there.
RJ was
Because
there.
those guys always didn't like those bikes, horsepower-wise.
Oh, no, I mean, it was down, but
Yeah.
I'm just talking general,
Yeah.
like, just the chassis, the way it
Okay.
handled.
Yep.
Mine was next level.
All right. Troll?
Best bike for sure is 2016 Star Yamaha.
Yeah.
I mean, it was unbelievable. And I actually think about it. I think him being on the team 14 and 15, like I kind of just like used his suspension setting and everything, and it was so dialed in for me, like right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was a really good bike. And then my 2021 setup was not dialed.
Yeah. You won a moto on an RMZ. Don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, I will
By
say
a
2020, my
What?
By a minute.
Yeah.
I would say besides the Star Yamaha, the 2020 Suzuki, because they actually figured out something that year with like the airbox, like the airbox, and literally like drilled holes in the seat, and I swear to God, it was like 3 horsepower.
I remember. I would look at you going 3 in and be like, look at the Suzuki, everybody, look at it.
Yeah, well, dude,
You know?
Loracco's Leap. I jumped Loracco's Leap on a Suzuki.
You did,
Yeah.
dude.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's kind of
Right.
the paddle.
The
helped
bike
a little
wasn't
bit.
that bad. Obviously, they got a bad rap and all that, but I used to point out to people, I'm like, hey, Mark looks pretty good on it.
That was a really good bike that year. But like, I swear to God, that the holes in the seat, who would ever think of that?
Yeah. Leroy tuned.
Yeah.
Right?
Dean Baker.
Mitchell
Key.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. That's motorsport.com. Tweet
That's all
at
it is,
Tits
right?
segment. Thanks to the guys at Motorsport. Go through the banner to help us out. We'd really appreciate that. Good show. Fun show. It's a wrap. Thanks, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Been
You
a
have fun?
pleasure.
You fun doing it?
Good.
Yeah, good times, man. First time in studio.
I know.
and-
You've said a few times to me,
Yeah.
hey, I want to come in. And I'm like, yeah. Like, you're just saying that. But you really did.
I really did want to come in. I mean, I'm glad it finally came to fruition, and no better crew to do it with, you know?
Yeah. We actually had a lot of training questions.
Yeah.
Nutrition,
Yeah.
training, kind of covered it.
Yeah.
So that's our audience.
For a
We're
moto.
heavy athletes.
For a moto pod, you know.
We got a lot of athletes. You know,
Yeah, we didn't talk about London, though.
London.
The marathon, dude.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And the carbon shoe.
We missed our 1-0 show story that is like embedded in my brain forever.
And Weston Pike.
Well, we've told that one. We've told that one a bunch.
Oh, have we? Yeah.
Yeah, Weston got lost and said,
Oh.
"You motherfuckers." And
No, this is the Sunday Fun Day one.
Oh.
I think I heard that one too. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, it's just
I won't ever.
He's gone. Him and Osho are gone.
We could have a whole Osho pod.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude.
No.
Johnny made me cry.
You did?
Johnny literally broke me. We did a mountain bike ride before we were gonna go test at Glen Helen, and like I was so tired, and I just was like, I had no option but just to keep going, and I just broke down into tears, and he dropped me, and then he like knew. I think he kind of knew I must have been like crying, and he didn't care.
No.
No, he just sat far enough away to where he just was like, all right.
Yeah. Osho's like the nicest guy.
But it like
he's
calloused.
gnarly.
No, this day after Anaheim too, he was a dick.
Yeah.
But it like calloused my mind in a sense, you know.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
like even when
That
like
right
obviously Coop was like talking smack or whatever, it really like kind of just like it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about when you guys are learning these lessons. You're kids.
Yeah.
You're not old. You're kids learning these sort of harsh life lessons from like a retired champion who's just like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
We are going up this
Well,
mountain.
one thing I thought with Osho was interesting is like he didn't really like to talk about being tired. Like it was a thing. Like we would not talk about being tired, even if you were tired. Right, but like, and then I remember going to training with like the Swanee guys and like AP and Mitchell. They're all, I'm so tired. I'm blown out. And I'm like,
They're on an hour recovery
Yeah.
spin.
And I'm
Meanwhile,
like,
we just hammered.
My favorite part is that he's paying to train Osho, and you two are just fucking doing the work.
Yeah.
For free.
Yeah.
Johnny's just like, these fucking guys. That's my favorite part.
The best part was I was training by myself. 30 minutes
Like,
into the
yeah,
ride,
seriously.
I was solo.
Yeah.
There's nobody there. All right, just me
Yeah.
and fucking mountain lions.
Time trialing up a mountain.
Yeah. You see any mountain lions? You see any up there?
I think I feel like
Did you guys go behind Oakley and all that up there? Was it all around there?
No,
I
we were
never
always
did.
around the test tracks
Oh,
in like
okay.
Corona.
Yeah. Right.
Like Elsinore.
Johnny was gnarly, man. He was a gnarly guy. I just like you even asked me today earlier on the bike. I think on the bike ride, you're like, you know, when I beat Johnny for the first time,
Yeah.
I won't ever forget it,
Yeah.
right? Like he's accomplished so many amazing things. Was a great mountain bike racer, and even still, he had that like athletic dog in him.
Yeah.
And he just went, fuck. You know, he just
so
lost
mad.
it. You know what I mean?
Those guys would do marathons a day after a national. They
Yeah.
would fly back after Supercross and
Daytona Supercross.
They
back
would go
to LA.
they'd do a Supercross on Saturday, helicopter into a Golden State National on Sunday. Miss practice, but just go like the things that Osho and Wardy did are just insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
Do you not remember the Sunday Funday one?
I remember it. It was like, hey, I think we went over to Laguna.
We did. But
And it was supposed to be like a pretty chill ride. We were all kind of pretty fried. And then, I don't know, maybe.
I know what happened.
Because it was Sunday.
Because it was Anaheim 2. I sucked that night. I got like 15th in the main event. Alex sucked or whatever. Well, the next day, we're supposed to go over to Laguna and do an easy bike ride. And we show up, and Jerem was with us because you didn't do West Coast that year. You were doing East. And we open up the garage. We're like, what's up, Johnny? And, we're all this and that. And they're like, oh, yeah, Sunday Fun Day. And, like, Johnny didn't say anything after I said Sunday Fun Day. We're kind of all giddy.
Well, we were all assuming it's just, it's going to be a nice, easy day.
Easy day or whatever. And, like, we don't know these trails over by Johnny's, And we didn't have any food. We only had, like, one bottle of water each, So we get out there, and we're fucking 45 minutes into this ride. And it's just like, we're low on water.
We keep going in the wrong direction.
We're kind of going in the wrong direction. We don't know where the fuck
so
we're at.
irritable.
And Johnny's not saying a fucking word. We're just looking at each other and we're biking. All of a sudden, like, I eat the one gel that I just happen to have in my pocket, and they're barely have their gels. And all of a sudden, it's just like we're an hour and a half into this ride, and we got no water, and we got no food.
And we're still going in the wrong
direction. And we're
direction.
still going in the wrong fucking direction. So now we're starting
No one
to get...
says, hey, Johnny, what are we doing? No one says that?
No, I don't think we did.
I think we were all just looking at each other like, what the fuck's going
on? I think
on?
we knew better.
So then 2 hours into the ride, we start, like, turning on each other, getting mad at each other for whatever's happening because we don't know, 2.5 hours into this ride, I see I see a Target, and I'm like, finally, we're fucking back at Johnny's because he's near Target or whatever. So I sprint.
Target store, yeah.
Yeah, so I sprint to this Target. Dude, I get there. It's the wrong fucking Target. It ain't the Target near Johnny's where we left from. Dude, 3 hours into this ride. 3 hours. On a Sunday fucking fun day, dude. And when we got back, we rolled up and Johnny goes, we go, fuck, Johnny, what the fuck? He goes, I teach you guys or something like to say Sunday fun day.
Yeah, I'll show you Sunday fun day.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you Sunday fun day.
Yeah,
dude.
I didn't even ride the next week.
Yeah. We're up till fucking 1 a.m. by the time we got back to Lake Elsinore from Anaheim, and we got up in the morning. And we drove back over to Laguna to go for a fucking Sunday Fun Day ride, and we got our fucking teeth kicked in. Dude, it was fucked.
Johnny, and he just silent the whole ride. Just
he fucking
follow me.
Say a fucking word.
Yeah,
it's hard to talk when you're zone 5.
Or like we'd be going up a hill, and like another thing he would do too is he would like. I wasn't very technical when I first got on the mountain bike, so he would like randomly brake check me, and I couldn't unclip, and I'd tip over.
Yeah.
And we're like going up a hill, he'd hit the rear tire. He was
he's such a modest guy about his career. He doesn't really want to talk about himself or what he did. He's a very humble guy and all that. But
dude, some days he's a mean fucker, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I love him for it. But he was just a mean dude.
Yeah. Well, he's suffered. He's been
100%.
He's been in as much as you guys have done. He's done it twice as bad, right?
But I will say, we showed up to some of those races, and I'm like, dude, I can't lose.
Yeah.
Like he
ready.
created a mindset for us where like, hey, everyone else was jacked. They were done.
Easy to see the Lawrences, right? I mean, obviously they're awesome riders, but Johnny's a part of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way they're doing what we did.
You think they maintained the volume we did?
No.
No.
Oh, listen to you guys.
No, I'm serious.
No, I know.
They probably still do, but not at that. It's just like, no.
And Weston went one time?
One time we had to fucking leave sticks in the crossroads for him to point which way to go. But you could just hear him over the fucking valley. We horse thieves.
Yeah.
It was a hike-a-bike fucking trail. You just hear this, fuck! And it just fucking echoes throughout the whole fucking
You guys
valley.
are fucking stupid. I ain't never fucking going with you again.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, good times.
Good times. Well, cool, man. Yeah, thanks for coming out, Martin Brothers. Appreciate it. Flew out here.
Thank you.
It was a really fun show to do. We should do it again. We should get together again. Maybe try to do this once in a while.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, J-Mark, good luck with the comeback.
Yes. Thank you very much.
To put a bow on it.
Yep.
What if he just comes out and just fucking shreds?
Might revive it.
Yeah.
Might revive it.
Yeah.
One last hurrah.
Outdoor only ride.
Wouldn't it be sweet to get a podium at Millville?
Oh, it'd be amazing. I remember when Donnie got it. When Donnie came back after he quit the GPs.
Yeah.
He came back for Honda of Troy, and people loved it, man.
But that's going to be your thought process. I'm going to go to Millville. I'm going to podium.
Yep, 100%. Because I'm all in or I'm all out, dude.
Listen, that's a whole
And
lot
you're
of
the
time.
same way.
I know, but
You're
I'm
the
going
same
for
way.
a series, though, not for one race.
I'll say this. Over the years, I have seen a lot of racers jump in for one race. It's tough.
I know.
It's tough.
It is
Yeah,
so
that's why
tough.
what Donnie did. It's kind of gnarly.
Oh, yeah.
you
Yeah,
know?
no, that was a big time when Donnie did that. Larocco came back for a race at Red Bud middle of summer, got
But
worked.
think about John
Nick
Dowd,
White-
Southwick podium,
Yeah, but
40.
that's sand. That's different.
Maybe.
It's Millville. He's won there.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But how does a 450, how do you take down? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, first 450 outdoor race.
yeah. J Mart
That's cool.
spec engine.
I'll pick him in fantasy. PulpMX fantasy. I'll pick him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. And thanks, Cooper Webb. Awesome for a good interview. That was really fun. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Nick, I really wanted to get into your Instagram. I don't know you got lingerie photos. Your Instagram's just hot chick photo after hot chick photo.
It's a tough job.
This guy. I'm just like, what is this guy doing?
That boy, Nick.
A lot of photos.
We'll drop the link in the comments.
What? Yeah, drop the link in there. Tiss, do you follow him?
Negative.
You gotta follow him.
How was the feedback?
Nick, how's the feedback?
Yeah, a lot of training questions. A couple questions about Phil's dating life.
Oh. Yeah, a lot of ups and downs.
Peaks and valleys.
Peaks and
just
valleys.
like my career.
Peaks and valleys, yeah.
We always find a way. Winners find ways.
Winners do find ways.
Winners find
You
ways.
guys got to be like Amar and I, just steady relationships, 20 years in.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't think that's in the cards for these
Yeah,
guys.
trust me. Me and J-Mart talk about his relationship all the time.
Okay. That's awesome. Well, thanks for coming in, Martin Brothers. Phil, as always, thank you, buddy. We'll get you in here after round 2. The next round, after round 2 of the Canadian National. So we'll check in then.
Oh, yeah.
And lots to get into tonight on the PulpMX show. And, yeah, I hope you guys had fun. Thanks you for the mountain bike ride. And thanks for coming in, the Martin Brothers, everybody. Tits, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yep, my pleasure.
Nick, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you.
And, yeah, everybody, use the code. Support the sponsors. Remember, we're going to do next Monday. It was when the raffle shuts off. So buy the ticket. All the money goes to the privateers. Keep buying raffle tickets, and we're going to give away a 2025 YZ450F or a bunch of other cool shit. And this Friday, the race is going on. Yamaha LCQ Privateer Challenge. Check out YouTube. Check out my social. Check out Racer X's social as well. And check in and tune in and watch out and see how that race goes. Really appreciate it. And, yeah, man, Jerry Robin, we are thinking of you. Hang in there, buddy. He's flying back home, I think, tomorrow, back to California. So, yeah, man, really good time tonight with Jeremy Martin, Alex Martin, Phil Nicoletti. I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. I will burn.